My name is James Lee Burke, and I live in New Iberia, Louisiana. This novel, Jolie Blon's Bounce, deals in part with the origin of a song that has been an obsession with me for many years. Some people say the song Jolie Blon is the Cajun national anthem. But it's a haunting story. It deals with an irrevocable sense of loss, a loss perhaps of the Cajun culture, but personal loss in the author of the song, a fellow named Harry Schultz, who was a great musician. He was a fiddle player from New Iberia, and he sold the rights to Jolie Blon for $100 and a bottle of booze, and he died in the Austin City Jail. He was beaten to death. The jailers maintain that he beat his own head against the bars of the cell. There are others who believe he was killed by some law enforcement people. No one knows, but Harry Schultz was a great artist and a tragic man. And if you've ever heard that song, that original 1946 recording, I guarantee you, you will never forget it. It stays with you the rest of your life. And you don't have to speak French to understand the tragic content of the words.
Jolie Blon's Bounce by James Lee Burke. Growing up during the 1940s in New Iberia down on the Gulf Coast, I never doubted how the world worked. At dawn, the antebellum homes along East Main loomed out of the mists, their columned porches and garden walkways and second-story verandas soaked with dew, the chimneys and slate roofs softly molded by the canopy of live oaks that arched over the entire street. The stacks of sunken U.S. Navy ships lay sideways in Pearl Harbor, and service stars hung inside front windows all over New Iberia. But on East Main in the false dawn, the air was heavy with the smell of night-blooming flowers and lichen on damp stone and the fecund odor of Bayou Teche. And even though a gold service star may have hung in a window of a grand mansion, indicating the death of a serviceman in the family, the year could have been mistaken for 1861 rather than 1942. Even when the sun broke above the horizon and the ice wagons and milk delivery came down the street on iron-rimmed wheels and the Negro help began reporting for work at their employers' back doors, the light was never harsh, never superheated or smelling of tar roads and dust as it was in other neighborhoods. Instead, filtering through Spanish moss and bamboo and philodendron that dripped with beads of moisture as big as marbles, so that even in the midst of summer, the morning came to those who lived here with a blue softness that daily told them the earth was a grand place, its design vouchsafe in heaven and not to be questioned. Down the street was the old Frederick Hotel, a lovely pink building with marble columns and potted palms inside, a ballroom, an elevator that looked like a brass bird cage, and a saloon with wood-bladed fans and an elevated, scrolled iron shoeshine chair and a long hand-carved mahogany bar. Amid the palm fronds and the blue and gray swirls of color in the marble columns were the slot and racehorse machines ringing with light, their dull pewter-like coin trays offering silent promise to the glad at heart. Farther down Main were Hopkins and Railroad Avenue, like ancillary conduits into part of the town's history and geography that people did not talk about publicly. When I went to the ice house on Saturday afternoons with my father, I would look furtively down Railroad at the rows of paintless cribs on each side of the train tracks and at the blousy women who sat on the stoops, hung over, their knees apart under their loose cotton dresses, perhaps dipping beer out of a bucket two Negro boys carried on a broom handle from Hattie Fontenot's bar. I came to learn early that no venal or meretricious enterprise existed without a community's consent. I thought I understood the nature of evil. I learned at age 12 I did not. My half-brother, who was 15 months younger than I, was named Jimmy Robichaux. His mother was a prostitute in Abbeville, but he and I were raised together largely by our father, known as Big Aldous, who was a trapper and commercial fisherman and offshore derrick man. As children, Jimmy and I were inseparable. On summer evenings, we used to go to the lighted ball games at City Park and slip into the serving lines at barbecues and crab boils at the open-air pavilions. Our larceny was of an innocent kind, I suppose, and we were quite proud of ourselves when we thought we had outsmarted the adult world. On a hot August night, with lightning rippling through the thunderheads over the Gulf of Mexico, Jimmy and I were walking through a cluster of oak trees on the edge of the park when we saw an old Ford automobile with two couples inside, one in the front seat, one in the back. We heard a woman moan, then her voice mount in volume and intensity. We stared, open-mouthed, as we saw the woman's top half arch backwards, her naked breasts lighted by the glow from a picnic pavilion, her mouth wide with orgasm. We started to change direction, but the woman was laughing now, her face sweaty and bright at the open window. "Hey, boy, you know what we been doing? It make my pussy feel so good. Hey, come here, you. We been fucking, boy." It should have been over. A bad encounter with white trash, probably drunk, caught in barnyard copulation. But the real moment was just beginning. The man behind the steering wheel lighted a cigarette, his face flaring like paste in the flame, then stepped out on the gravel. There were tattoos like dark blue smears inside his forearms. He used 2 fingers to lift the blade out of a pocket knife. "You like to look through people's windows?" "No, sir. They're just kids, Legion," the woman in back said, putting on her shirt. "Maybe that's what they're going to always be." I had thought his words were intended simply to frighten us, but I could see his face clearly now, the hair combed back like black pitch, the narrow white face with vertical lines in it, the eyes that could look upon a child as the source of his rage against the universe. Then Jimmy and I were running in the darkness, our hearts pounding, forever changed by the knowledge that the world contains pockets of evil that are as dark as the inside of a leather bag. Because my father was out of town, we ran all the way to the ice house on Railroad Avenue, behind which was the lighted, neatly tended house of Ciro Shanahan, the only man my father ever spoke of with total admiration and trust. Later in life, I would learn why my father had such great respect for his friend. Ciro Shanahan was one of those rare individuals who would suffer in silence and let the world do him severe injury in order to protect those whom he loved. On a spring night in 1931, Ciro and my father cut their boat engines south of Pont-au-Fer and stared at the black-green outline of the Louisiana coast in the moonlight. The waves were capping, the wind blowing hard, puffing and snapping the tarp that was stretched over the cases of Mexican whiskey and Cuban rum that my father and Ciro had offloaded from a trawler 10 miles out. My father looked through his field glasses and watched two searchlights sweeping the tops of the waves to the south. Then he rested the glasses on top of the small pilot house that was built out of raw pine on the stern of the boat and wiped the salt spray off his face with his sleeve and studied the coastline. The running lights of 3 vessels pitched in the swells between himself and the safety of the shore. "Moon's up. I done told you, bad night to do it," he said. "We done it before. We still here, ain't we?" Ciro said. "Them boats off the bow, that's state men, Ciro," my father said. "We don't know that," Ciro said. "We can go east, hide the load at Grand Chenier, and come back for it later. You listen, you. Don't nobody make a living in jail," my father said. Ciro was short, built like a dock worker, with red hair and green eyes and a small down-hooked Irish mouth. He wore a canvas coat and a fedora that was tied onto his head with a scarf. It was unseasonably cold, and his face was windburned and knotted with thought inside his scarf. "The man got his trucks up there, Aldous. I promised we was coming in tonight. Ain't right to leave them people waiting," he said. "Sitting in an empty truck ain't going to put nobody in Angola," my father said. Ciro's eyes drifted off from my father's and looked out at the southern horizon. "It don't matter now. Here come the Coast Guard. Hang on," he said. The boat Ciro and my father owned together was long and narrow like a World War I torpedo vessel and had been built to service offshore drilling rigs with no wasted space on board. The pilot house sat like a matchbox on the stern, and even when the deck was stacked with drill pipe, the big Chrysler engines could power through 12-foot seas. When Ciro pushed the throttle forward, the screws scoured a trough across the swell, and the bow arched out of the water and burst a wave into a horsetail spray across the moon. But the searchlights on the Coast Guard cutter were unrelenting. They dissected my father's boat, burned red circles into his eyes, turned the waves a sandy green, and robbed them of all their mystery, illuminating the baitfish and stingrays that toppled out of the crests. The boat's hull pounded across the water, the liquor bottles shaking violently under the tarp, the searchlight spearing through the pilot-house windows far out into the darkness. All the while, the moored boats that lay between my father and the safety of the coastline waited, their cabin windows glowing now, their engines silent. My father leaned close to Ciro's ear. "You going right into them agents." "Mr. Julian taking care of them people," Ciro said. "Mr. Julian taking care of Mr. Julian." "I don't want to hear it, Aldous." Suddenly, the boats of the state liquor agents came to life, lurching out over the waves, their own searchlights now vectoring Ciro and my father. Ciro swung the wheel hard to starboard, veering around a sandbar, moving over shallow water, the bow hammering against the outgoing tide. Up ahead was the mouth of the Atchafalaya River. My father watched the coastline draw nearer, the moss straightening on the dead cypress trunks, the flooded willows and gum trees and sawgrass denting and swaying in the wind. The tarp on the cases of whiskey and rum tore loose and flapped back against the pilot house, blocking any view out the front window. My father cut the other ropes on the tarp and peeled it off the stacked cases of liquor and heaved it over the gunwale. When he looked at the shore again, he saw a series of sandbars ridging out of the bay like the backs of misplaced whales. "Oh, Ciro, what you gone and did?" he said. The boat rocketed between two sandbars just as someone began firing an automatic weapon in short bursts from one of the state boats. Whiskey and rum and broken glass fountained in the air. Then a tracer round landed on the deck like a phosphorus match, and a huge handkerchief of flame enveloped the pilot house. But Ciro never cut the throttle, never considered giving up. The glass in the windows blackened and snapped in half. Blue and yellow and red fire streamed off the deck into the water. "Head into them leafs," my father yelled and pointed at a cove whose surface was layered with dead leaves. The boat's bow crashed into the trees, setting the canopy aflame. And my father and Ciro were overboard, splashing through the swamp, their bodies marbled with firelight. They ran and trudged and stumbled for 2 miles through chest-deep water, sloughs, air vines, and sandbogs that were black with insects feeding off cows or wild animals that had suffocated or starved in them. 3 hours later, the two of them sat on a dry levee and watched the light go out of the sky and the moon fade into a thin white wafer. Ciro's left ankle was the size of a cantaloupe. "I'm going to get in my car, and we ain't touching the liquor business again," my father said. "We ain't got a boat to touch it with," Ciro said. "Thank you for telling me that. The next time I work for Mr. Julian LaSalle, go buy a gun and shoot me." "He paid my daughter's hospital bills. You too hard on people, Aldous," Ciro said. "He going to pay for our boat?" My father walked 5 miles to the grove of swamp maples where he had parked his automobile. When he returned to pick Ciro up, the sky was blue, the wildflowers blooming along the levee, the air bright with the smell of salt. He came around a stand of willows and stared through the windshield at the scene he had blundered into. 3 men in fedora hats and ill-fitting suits, 2 of them carrying Browning automatic rifles, were escorting Ciro in wrist manacles to the back of a caged wagon, one with iron plates in the floor. The wagon was hooked to the back of a state truck, and 2 Negroes who worked for Julian LaSalle were already sitting inside it. My father shoved his transmission in reverse and backed all the way down the levee until he hit a board road that led through the swamp. As he splashed through the flooded dips in the road and mud splattered over his windshield, he tried not to think of Ciro limping in manacles toward the jail wagon. He hit a deer, a doe, and saw her carom off the fender into a tree, her body broken. But my father did not slow down until he was in Morgan City, where he entered the back of a Negro cafe and bought a glass of whiskey that he drank with both hands. Then he put his big head down on his arms and fell asleep and dreamed of birds trapped inside the foliage of burning trees. Closure is a word that does not work well with the victims of violent crime. The right people seldom go down. If you're a cop and you're lucky, you won't let your point of view put you in late-hour bars. On a spring Saturday afternoon last year, I answered the phone on my desk at the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department and knew I had just caught one of those cases that would never have an adequate resolution, that would involve a perfectly innocent, decent family whose injury would never heal. The father was a cane farmer, the mother a nurse at Iberia General. Their 16-year-old daughter was an honor student at the local Catholic high school. That morning, she had gone for a ride across a fallow cane field on a four-wheeler with her boyfriend. A black man who had been sitting on his back porch nearby said the four-wheeler had scoured a rooster tail of brown dust out of the field and had disappeared in a grove of gum trees, and then had rumbled across a wood bridge into another field, one that was filled with new cane. A gray, low-roofed gas guzzler was parked by the coulee with 3 people inside. The black man said the driver tossed a beer can out the window and started up his automobile and drove in the same direction as the four-wheeler. My partner was Helen Swallow. She had begun her career as a meter maid at NOPD, then had worked as a patrol woman in the Garden District before she returned to her hometown and began her career over again. She had a masculine physique and was martial and often abrasive in her manner, but outside of Cleet Purcell, my old homicide partner at NOPD, she was the best police officer I'd ever known. Helen drove the cruiser past the grove of gum trees and crossed the bridge over the coulee and followed a dirt track through blades of cane that were pale green with the spring drought and whispering dryly in the wind. Up ahead was a second grove of gum trees, one that was wrapped with yellow crime scene tape. "You know the family, Dave?" "A little bit. They have any other kids?" " No, they're in Lafayette today. The sheriff hasn't been able to reach them." She turned and looked at me. Her face was lumpy, her blonde hair thick on her shoulders. She chewed her gum methodically, a question in her eyes. We have to inform them? It looks like it. 2 deputies and the black man who had called in the shots fired and the teenage boy who had been the driver of the four-wheeler were waiting for us outside the crime scene tape that was wound around the grove of gum trees. The boy was sitting on the ground in an unplanned lotus position, staring dejectedly into space. Through the back window of the cruiser, I saw an ambulance crossing the wood bridge over the coulee. The sun was low in the west, pink from the dust drifting across the sky. I could smell a salty stench like a dead animal in the coulee. Helen and I stooped under the yellow tape and walked to the center of the grove. A gray cloud of insects swarmed above a broken depression in the weeds. Helen looked down at the body and blew out her breath. 2 wounds, one in the chest, the other in the side. Probably a shotgun. Her eyes automatically began to search the ground for an ejected shell. I squatted down next to the body. The girl's wrists had been pulled over her head and tied with a child's jump rope around the base of a tree trunk. Her skin was gray from massive loss of blood. Her eyes were still open and seemed to be focused on a solitary wildflower 3 feet away. A pair of panties hung on one of her ankles. I stood up and felt my knees pop. For just a moment, the trees in the clearing seemed to go in and out of focus. You all right, Dave? They put one of her socks in her mouth. Helen's eyes moved over my face. Let's talk to the boy, she said. His skin was filmed with dust, and lines of sweat had run out of his hair and dried on his face. His T-shirt was grimed with dirt and looked as though it had been tied in knots before he had put it on. When he looked up at us, his eyes were heated with resentment. There were 2 black guys, I said. Yes, sir. Only 2? That's all I saw. You said they had ski masks on? One of them wore gloves? That's what I said. I squatted down next to him. Well, let's see if I understand. They tied you up with your shirt and belt and left you in the coulee and took Amanda into the trees? Guys in ski masks, like knitted ones, and you couldn't get loose? I have a problem with what you're telling me. It doesn't flush, partner. T-shirts aren't handcuffs. His eyes became moist. He laced his fingers in his hair. You were pretty scared. I guess. Yes, sir. I patted him on the shoulder and stood up. I'd be scared, too. There's nothing wrong in that. You gonna catch those damn niggers or not? I joined Helen by our cruiser. The sun was low on the horizon now, blood red above a distant line of trees. Helen had just gotten off the radio. How do you read the kid, Dave? Hard to say. He's not his own best advocate. The girl's parents just got back from Lafayette. This one's a pile of shit, Buana. The family home was a white, 1-story wood-frame building that stood between the state road and a cane field in back. A water oak that was bare of leaves in winter shaded one side of the house in the hot months. The numbered rural mailbox on the road and a carport built on the side of the house like an afterthought were the only means we could use to distinguish the house from any other on the same road. The blinds were drawn inside the house. Plastic holy water receptacles were tacked on the door jambs, and a church calendar and a hand-stitched serenity prayer hung on the living room walls. The father was Kevin Boudreau, a sunburned, sandy-haired man who wore wire-rimmed glasses and a plain blue tie and starched white shirt that must have felt like an iron prison on his body. His eyes seemed to have no emotion, no focus in them, as though he were experiencing thoughts he had not yet allowed himself to feel. He held his wife's hand on his knee. She was a small, dark-haired Cajun woman whose face was devastated. Neither she nor her husband spoke or attempted to ask a question while Helen and I explained as euphemistically as we could what had happened to their daughter. I wanted them to be angry with us, to hurl insults, to make racial remarks, to do anything that would relieve me of the feelings I had when I looked into their faces. But they didn't. They were humble and undemanding, and probably, at the moment, incapable of hearing everything that was being said to them. I put my business card on the coffee table and stood up to go. "We're sorry for what's happened to your family." The woman's hands were folded in her lap now. She looked at them, then lifted her eyes to mine. "Amanda was raped?" "That's a conclusion that has to come from the coroner, but yes, I think she was." "Did they use condoms?" "We didn't find any." "Then you'll have their DNA." Her eyes were black and hard now and fixed on mine. Helen and I let ourselves out and crossed the yard to the cruiser. The wind, even full of dust, seemed cool after the long hot day and smelled of salt off the Gulf. Then I heard Mr. Boudreau behind me. He was a heavy man, and he walked as though he had gout in one foot. A wing on his shirt collar was bent at an upward angle, like a spear point touching his throat. "What kind of weapon did they use?" "A shotgun." His eyes blinked behind his glasses. "Did they shoot my little girl in the face?" "No, sir." "'Cause those sons of bitches just better not have hurt her face." He began to weep in his front yard. By the next morning, the fingerprints lifted from the beer can that had been thrown out of the automobile window at the crime scene gave us the name of T. Bobby Hewlin, a 25-year-old black hustler and full-time smartass whose diminutive size saved him on many occasions from being bodily torn apart. His case file was 4 inches thick and included arrests for shoplifting at age 9, auto theft at 13, dealing reefer in the halls of his high school, and driving off from the back of the local Walmart with a truckload of toilet paper. For years, T. Bobby had skated on the edge of the system, shining people on, getting by on rebop and charm, and convincing others he was more trickster than miscreant. Also, T. Bobby possessed another, more serious gift, one he seemed totally undeserving of, as though the finger of God had pointed at him arbitrarily one day and bestowed on him a musical talent that was like none since the sad lyrical beauty in the recordings of Guitar Slim. When Helen and I walked up to T. Bobby's gas guzzler that evening at a drive-in restaurant not far from City Park, his accordion was propped up in the back seat, its surfaces like ivory and the speckled insides of a pomegranate. "Hey, Dave, what it is?" "Don't call your betters by their first name," Helen said. "I got you, Miss Helen. I ain't done nothing wrong, huh?" "You tell us," I said. He feigned a serious concentration. "Nope, I'm a blank. Y'all want part of my crab burger?" His skin had the dull gold hue of worn saddle leather, his eyes blue-green, his hair lightly oiled and curly and cut short and boxed behind the neck. He continued to look at us with an idiot's grin on his mouth. 20 minutes later, T. Bobby sat alone in an interview room at the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department while Helen and I talked in my office. "What's your feeling, Helen?" "I have a hard time making this clown for a shotgun murder. This case has a smell to it, Streak. Amanda's boyfriend just doesn't ring right. Give me a minute before you come in." She went inside the interview room and left the door slightly ajar so I could hear her words to T. Bobby. She leaned on the table, one of her muscular arms slightly touching his, her mouth lowered toward his ear. A rolled-up magazine protruded from the back pocket of her jeans. "We've got you at the crime scene, T. Bobby. That won't go away. I'd meet this head-on." "Good. Bring me a lawyer. Then I be's meeting it head-on." "You want us to get your grandmother down here?" "Miss Helen gonna make me feel guilty now, 'cause you a big family friend, 'cause my grandmama used to wash your daddy's clothes when he wasn't trying to put his hands up her dress." Helen pulled the rolled paper cylinder from her back pocket. "How would you like it if I just slapped the shit out of you?" "I be's liking that." She looked at him thoughtfully a moment, then touched him lightly on the forehead with the cusp of the magazine. His eyelids fluttered mockingly like butterflies. Helen walked out the door past me. "I hope the DA buries that little prick." I went inside the interview room and closed the door. "Right now your car is being torn apart, T. Bobby, and 2 detectives are on their way to your house with a search warrant. If they find a ski mask, a shotgun that's been fired in the last 2 days, any physical evidence from that girl on your clothes, even a strand of hair, you're going to be injected. The way I see it, you got about a 10-minute window of opportunity to tell your side of things." He removed a comb from his back pocket and ran it up and down the hair on his arm and looked into space. Then he put his head down on his folded arms and tapped his feet rhythmically, as though he were keeping time with a tune inside his head. I sat down across from him and watched the way his eyes glanced innocuously around the walls, his boredom with my presence, the beginnings of a grin on his mouth as he looked at the growing anger in my face. "What's wrong?" he said. She was 16. She had holes in her chest and sides you could put your fist in. You get that silly-ass look off your face. At dawn, Helen and I drove across the wood bridge that spanned the freshwater bay on the north side of Point Siena Island. The early sun was red on the horizon, promising another scorching day, but the water in the bay was black and smelled of spawning fish. I showed my badge to the security guard in the wood booth on the bridge, and we drove through the settlement of framed, tree-shaded houses where the employees of the LaSalle family lived, then followed a paved road that wound between hillocks and clumps of live oaks and pine and gum trees and a red dirt acreage where black men were hoeing out the rows in lines and moved across the field as precisely as military formations. The log and brick slave cabins from the original LaSalle plantation were still standing, except they had been reconstructed and modernized by Perry LaSalle and were now used by either the family's guests or lifetime employees whom the LaSalles took care of until the day of their deaths. Ladis Hulin, T. Bobby's grandmother, sat in a wicker chair on a gallery, her thick gray hair hanging below her shoulders, her hands folded on the crook of a walking cane. 3 uniformed deputies and a plainclothes detective were in back raking garbage out of an old trash pit. As a young woman, Ladis had been absolutely beautiful. And even though age had robbed her in many ways, it had not diminished her femininity, and her skin still had the smoothness and luster of chocolate. She didn't ask me on to the gallery. "They tear up your house, Miss Ladis?" She continued to look at me without speaking. Her eyes had the clarity, the deepness, the unblinking fixed stare of a deer's. "Is your grandson inside?" "He didn't come home after y'all turned him loose. Y'all put the fear of God in him, if that make you feel good. We tried to help him. He chose not to cooperate. He also showed no feeling at all over the rape and murder of an innocent young girl." She wore a white cotton dress with a gold chain and religious medal around her neck. A perforated gold-plated dime hung from another chain on her ankle bone. "No feeling, huh? Go on, take care of your business and be done. The grave's waiting for me. I just wish I didn't have to deal with so many fools before I get there. He's going to run from you. He's going to sass you. It's 'cause he's a scared little boy inside. Don't hurt him just 'cause he's scared, no?" I started to speak, but Helen touched me on the arm. The plainclothes in back was waving at us, a dirty black watch cap on a stick in his right hand. 1 week later, an assistant district attorney, Barbara Shanahan, sometimes known as Battering Ram Shanahan, came into my office without knocking. She was a statuesque, handsome woman, over 6 feet tall, with white skin and red hair and green eyes. She wore white hose and horn-rimmed glasses and a pale orange suit and a white blouse, and she seldom passed men any place that they did not turn and look at her. But her face always seemed enameled with anger without cause, her manner as sharp as razor wire. Her dedication in destroying criminals and defense attorneys was legendary. However, the reason for that dedication was a matter of conjecture. I looked up from the newspaper that was spread on my desk. I need everything you have on the Amanda Boudreau investigation. It's not complete. Then give me what you have and update me on a daily basis. You caught the case? She sat down across from me. She looked at the tiny gold watch on her wrist and back at me. Is it always necessary that I say everything twice to you? The forensics just came in on the watch cap we dug up at T. Bobby's place. The rouge and skin oils came off Amanda Boudreau. Good, let's cut the warrant. She got up to go, her eyes pausing on mine. Something wrong? This one doesn't hang together. The victim's DNA is on the suspect's clothes. His prints are on a beer can at the murder scene. But you have doubts about what occurred? The semen on the girl wasn't T. Bobby's. The man who called in the shots fired said there were 3 people in the car. But Amanda's boyfriend said only 2 men accosted him. Where was the other one? The boyfriend said he was tied up with a T-shirt. Why didn't he try to get away? I have another problem. I can't see T. Bobby as a killer. Maybe it's because you want it both ways. Some people always need to feel good about themselves, usually at the expense of others. In this case, at the expense of a dead girl who was raped while she had a sock stuffed down her throat. I folded my newspaper and dropped it in the trash can. Perry LaSalle is representing T. Bobby. You hate the LaSalles, Barbara. I think you asked for this case. Your grandfather went to prison for old man Julian. That's how he got his job as a security guard on LaSalle's bridge. She stared at me blankly. Have the paperwork in my office by close of business. In the meantime, if you ever impugn my motives as a prosecutor again, I'll take you into civil court and fry your sorry ass for slander. She threw the door open and marched down the corridor toward the sheriff's office. It was Friday afternoon, and I didn't want to think any more about Barbara Shanahan or a young girl who had probably been forced to stare into the barrel of a shotgun and wait helplessly while her executioner decided whether or not to pull the trigger. I drove south of town down a dusty road along a tree-lined waterway to the house built by my father during the Depression. The sunlight looked like yellow smoke in the canopy of the live oaks, and up ahead I saw the dock and bait shop that I operated as a part-time business, and a lavender Cadillac convertible parked by the boat ramp, which meant that my old homicide partner, the bane of New Orleans Police Department, the good-natured, totally irresponsible, fiercely loyal Cleet Purcell, was back in New Iberia. He had dumped his cooler on a bait table at the end of the dock and was gutting a stringer of ice-flecked sacolé and bream and big-mouthed bass with a long, razor-edged knife that had no guard on the handle. He wore only a pair of baggy shorts and flip-flops and a Marine Corps utility cap. His whole body was oily with lotion, baked with sunburn, his body hair matted in gold curlicues on his massive arms and shoulders. I parked my pickup truck in the driveway to the house and walked across the road and down the dock, where Cleet was now scaling his fish with a tablespoon and washing them under a faucet and placing them on a clean layer of ice in his cooler. "It looks like you had a pretty good day." "If I can use your shower, I'll take you and Bootsy and Alifair to Bon Creole." He picked up a salted can of beer off the dock rail and watched me over the bottom of it while he drank. His hair was bleached by the sun, his green eyes happy, one eyebrow cut by a scar that ran across the bridge of his nose. "You just here for a fishing trip?" "I got a shitload of bail skips to pick up for Nig and Willie. Plus, Nig may have written a bond on a serial killer." I was tired and didn't want to hear about Cleet's ongoing grief as a bounty hunter for Nig Rosewater and wee Willie Bimstein. I tried to look attentive, but my gaze started to wander toward the house, the baskets of impatience swaying under the eaves of the gallery, my wife Bootsy weeding out the hydrangea bed in the shade. "You going to take us to Bon Creole?" "I said I was, didn't I?" "I'd really enjoy that." but I would not be able to free myself that evening from the murder of Amanda Boudreau. I had just showered and changed clothes and was waiting on the gallery for Cleet and Bootsy and Alifair to join me when Perry LaSalle's cream-yellow replica of a 1921 Mercedes Gazelle turned off the road into our driveway. Before he could get out, I walked down through the trees to meet him. The top was down on his automobile, and his sun-browned skin looked dark in the shade, his brownish-black hair tousled by the wind, his eyes bright blue, his cheeks pooled with color. He had given up his studies at a Jesuit seminary when he was 21 for no reason he was ever willing to provide. He had lived among street people in the Bowery and wandered the West, working lettuce and beet fields, riding on freight cars with derelicts and fruit tramps, then had returned like the prodigal son to his family and studied law at Tulane. I liked Perry and the dignified manner and generosity of spirit with which he always conducted himself. He was a big man, at least 6'2", but he was never grandiose or assuming, and was always kind to those less fortunate than he. But like many of us, I felt Perry's story was infinitely more complex than his benign demeanor would indicate. "Out for a drive, Perry?" "I hear Battering Ram Shanahan thinks you're soft on the Amanda Boudreau investigation. I hear she wants to use a nail gun on your cojones." News to me. "Her case sucks and she knows it. T-Bobby's innocent. He wasn't even at the murder scene. His beer can was. Littering isn't a capital crime." "It was good seeing you, Perry. Come out to the island and try my bass pond, Dave. Bring Bootsy and Alifair. We'll have dinner." "I will, after the trial." He winked at me, then drove down the road, the sunlight through the trees flicking like gold coins across the waxed surfaces of his automobile. I heard Cleet walking through the leaves behind me. "Isn't that the guy who wrote the book about the death house in Louisiana? The one the movie was based on?" "That's the guy." "You didn't like the book?" "2 kids were murdered in a Neckers area up Louterville Road. Perry made the prosecutor's office look bad." "Why?" "I guess some people need to feel good about themselves." The next morning there was fog in the trees when my daughter Alifair and I walked down the slope and opened up the bait shop and hosed down the dock and fired the barbecue pit on which we prepared lynx and chicken for our midday customers. I went into the storage room and began slicing open cartons of canned beer and soda to stock the coolers while Alifair made coffee and wiped down the counter. I heard the tiny bell on the screen door ring and someone come into the shop. He was a young man and wore a white straw hat coned up on the sides, a pale blue sports coat and a wide plum-colored tie, and gray pants and shined cordovan cowboy boots. His hair was ash blonde, cut short, shaved on the neck, his skin a deep olive. He carried a suitcase whose weight made his face sweat and his wrist cord with veins. "Howdy do," he said. He sat down on a counter stool, his back to me. "Could I have a glass of water, please?" Alifair was a senior in high school now, although she looked older than her years. She stood up on her tiptoes and took down a glass from a shelf, her thighs and rump flexing against her shorts. But the young man turned his head and gazed out the screen at the trees on the far side of the bayou. Alifair filled the glass and put it before him. Her eyes glanced at the suitcase on the floor and the leather belt that was cinched around the weight that bulged against its sides. "Can I help you with something?" He removed a paper napkin from the dispenser and folded it and blotted the perspiration on his brow. He grinned at her. "There's days I don't think the likes of me is meant to sell snowballs in Hades. Is there people up at that house?" "What are you selling?" "Encyclopedias, Bibles, family-type magazines. But Bibles is what I like to sell most of. I aim to go into the ministry or law enforcement. I've been taking criminal justice courses over at the university. Could I have one of them fried pies?" She reached up on the shelf again, and this time his gaze wandered over her body, lingering on the backs of her thighs. When I stepped out of the storage room, his face jerked toward me, the skin tightening around his eyes. "You want to rent a boat?" "No, sir, I was just taking a little rest. My name's Marvin Oates. Actually, I'm from hereabouts." "I know who you are. I'm a detective with the Parish Sheriff's Department." "Well, I reckon that cuts through it." My memory of him was hazy. An arrest 4 or 5 years back on a bad check charge. A prosecutor's recommendation for leniency. Barbara Shanahan acting with the charity which she was occasionally capable of, allowing him to plead out on time served. "We'll be seeing you," I said. "Yes, sir, you got it." He tipped his hat to Alifair and hefted up his suitcase and labored out the door as though he were carrying a load of bricks. "Why do you have to be so hard, Dave?" I started to reply, then thought better of it and went outside and began laying out split chickens on the grill. Marvin Oates paused at the end of the dock, set his suitcase down, and walked back toward me. He gazed reflectively at an outboard plowing a foamy yellow trough down the bayou. "Is that your daughter, sir? You saw me looking at her figure when her back was turned. But she's good-looking, and the way of the flesh is weak. At least it is with me. You're her father, and I offended you. I apologize for that." He waited for me to speak. When I continued to stare into his face, he cut his head and walked back to his suitcase and hefted it up and crossed the dirt road and started up my driveway. "Wrong house, partner." He lifted his hat in salute and changed direction and headed toward my neighbors. Monday morning, I called before I drove out to the LaSalle's Island to see T-Bobby's grandmother. When she let me in, she wore a beige dress and white shoes that had been recently polished, and her hair was brushed and fastened in back with a comb. The wind was blowing off the bay, and the red bloom of mimosa and poinciana trees flattened softly against the screens. Ladise looked at me from the couch and waited, her face cautionary, her chest rising and falling. "T-Bobby doesn't have an alibi, Ladise, or at least not one he'll give me. People around here are in a bad mood about that girl's death. T-Bobby is a perfect dartboard for their anger. This all started way before he was born. Ain't none of this that boy's fault." "You're going to have to explain that to me." I heard the back screen open and saw a young woman walk across the kitchen. She wore pink tennis shoes and an oversized blue dress that hung on her like a sack. She took a soda pop that was already open from the icebox, a paper straw floating in the bottle's neck. She stood in the doorway sucking from the straw, her face the twin of T-Bobby's, her expression vacuous, her eyes tangled with thoughts that probably no one could ever guess at. "We going to the doctor in a little bit, Rosebud. Wait on the back porch and don't be coming back in till I tell you." The young woman's eyes held on mine a moment. Then she pulled the drinking straw off her lips and turned and went out the back screen door and let it slam behind her. "You look like you got something to say, Mr. Dave." "What happened to T-Bobby's and Rosebud's mother?" "Run off with a white man when she was 16. Left them two in a crib without no food." "That's what you meant when you said none of this was T-Bobby's fault?" "No, that ain't what I meant at all." I stood up to leave. "Some people say old man Julian was the father of your daughter." "You come into the house of a white lady and ask a question like that? Like you was talking to livestock?" "Your grandson may end up in the death house, Ladise. The only friend he seems to have is Perry LaSalle. Maybe that's good, maybe it isn't. Thanks for your time." I walked outside into the yard in the smell of flowers and the sun-heated salty hint of rain out on the Gulf. Across the road I could see peacocks on the lawn of the scorched 3-story stucco ruins that had been Julian LaSalle's home. I heard Ladise open the screen door behind me. "What you mean it ain't good Perry LaSalle's the only friend T-Bobby got?" "A man who's driven by guilt eventually turns on those who make him feel guilty. That's just one guy's observation." The breeze blew a strand of her hair down on her forehead. She brushed it back in place and stared at me for a long time. then went back into her house and latched the screen behind her. At sunset, Baptiste, an elderly black man who worked for me, helped me close up the bait shop and chain lock our rental boats to the pilings under the dock. Heat lightning flickered over the Gulf, and I could hear the distant rumble of thunder, but the air was dry. The trees along the road coated with dust, and a column of acrid smoke blew from a neighbor's trash fire and flattened in a gray haze on the bayou. A half-hour later, I turned off the outside flood lamps and the string of electric lights that ran the length of the dock. Just as I locked the front door of the shop, I heard the phone ring inside. I started to let it go, but instead I went back inside and reached over the counter and picked up the receiver. "Dave," the sheriff's voice said, "you better get over to the jail. T. Bobby just hung himself." When the jailer had walked past T. Bobby's cell and had seen his silhouette suspended in midair, he had thrown open the cell door and burst inside with a chair, wrapping one arm around T. Bobby's waist, lifting him upwards while he sawed loose the belt that was wrapped around an overhead pipe. After he dropped T. Bobby like a sack of grain on his bunk, he yelled down the hall, "Find the son of a bitch who put this man in a cell with his belt." When I went to see T. Bobby the next morning in Iberia General, one of his wrists was handcuffed to the bed rail. The capillaries had burst in the whites of his eyes, and his tongue looked like cardboard. He put a pillow over his head and drew his knees up to his chest in an embryonic position. I pulled the pillow out of his hands and tossed it at the foot of the bed. "You might as well plead out, T. Bobby. Attempted suicide in custody reads just like a confession. You just shafted yourself. I'll finish it next time. Your grandmother's outside. So is your sister." "What you up to, Robichaud? My sister don't have nothing to do with this. You leave her alone. She can't take no kind of stress." "I'm letting go of you, T. Bobby. I hope Perry gets you some slack. I think Barbara Shanahan is going to put a freight train up your ass." He raised himself up on one elbow, the handcuffs clanking tight against the bed rail. His breath was bilious. "I hear you, boss man. Nigger boy got to swim in his own shit now." Run the step and fetch it routine on somebody else, kid. I passed Ladise and Rosebud in the waiting room. Rosebud had a cheap drawing tablet open on her thighs and was coloring in it with crayons, her face bent down almost to the paper. At noon, the sheriff buzzed my extension. "Dave, you know that black juke joint by the Olivia Bridge? I want Clete Purcell out of there. He's probably setting back civil rights 30 years. I drove down Bayou Teche and crossed the drawbridge into the little black settlement of Olivia and parked by a ramshackle bar named the Boom Boom Room, owned by a mulatto ex-boxer named Jimmy Dean Stiles, who was also known as Jimmy Style or just Jimmy Sty. Clete sat in his lavender Cadillac, the top down, listening to his radio, drinking from a long-necked bottle of beer. "What are you doing out here, Clete?"
"Checking on a dude named Stiles. Nig and Willie wrote a bond on him about the time No Dud Dullowitz was in central lockup with a perverted fuck who was pissing and moaning about how he dumped these broads along riverbanks on the West Coast. This same pervert was also talking about two dumb New Orleans Jews who bought his alias and were writing his bond." Clete drank out of the beer bottle and squinted up at me in the sunlight. There was an alcoholic shine in his eyes, a bloom in his cheeks.
"Stiles is a music promoter, Clete. He's also the business manager for a kid named T. Bobby Hewlin, who's in custody right now for rape and murder. I think maybe you should leave Stiles alone until we've finished our investigation." "Did you have trouble inside?"
"Not me. Everything's copacetic, big man."
Clete's eyes smiled at me while he snapped his gum wetly in his jaw. A black Lexus pulled into the lot, and Jimmy Dean Stiles pulled the keys from the ignition and got out and looked at us, flipping the keys back and forth over his knuckles. He had close-set eyes and a nose like a sheep's, and the flat chest and trim physique of the middleweight boxer he'd been in Angola, where he'd busted up all comers in the improvised ring out on the yard. "You're looking good, Jimmy." "Yeah, we all be looking good these days." Saw your picture in People magazine. A guy from the Tesh doesn't make it in rap every day. I'd like to talk with y'all, but I got a call from my bartender. Some big fat cracker was inside, being obnoxious, rolling the gold on my customers like he was a real cop instead of maybe a P.I. does scut work for a bondsman. I better check to see he took his fat ass somewhere else. Cleet opened the Cadillac's door and put one loafed foot out on the dirt, then rose to his full height, like an elephant standing up after sunning itself on a riverbank, his grin still in place, the skin on the back of his neck peeling like fish scale. A slapjack protruded from the side pocket of his slacks.
Being an entertainment, you must get out on the coast a lot, Sty.
I gave Cleet a hard look, but he didn't let it register. I traveled to promote a couple of groups. That's the way the business work. But right now, I got to help my man inside. So I'm cutting this short and telling you I ain't shook nobody's tree. That means they don't be needing to shake mine. Styles placed the flat of his hand on his chest to show his sincerity, then went inside. I followed Styles inside. The interior was dark, lit only by a jukebox and a neon beer sign over the bar. A woman sat slumped over at the bar, her head on her arms, her eyes closed, her open mouth filled with gold teeth. She wore pink stretch pants, and her underwear was bunched out over the elastic waistband. Styles pinched her on the rump hard, his thumb and forefinger catching a thick fold of skin on one buttock. "This ain't Motel 6, Mama. You done fried your tab, too." He took her under one arm and walked her to the back door and pushed her out into the whiteness of the day and slammed and latched the door behind her. He turned around and saw me. "Sorry about my friend Cleet Purcell out there, but a word of caution. Don't mess with him again. He'll rip your wiring out." Styles took a bottle of carbonated water from the cooler and cracked off the cap and dropped it between the duckboards and drank from the bottle. "What you want with me, man?" "T-Bobby may go down on a bad beef. He could use some help." "I cut T-Bobby loose. Zydeco and blues ain't my gig no more." "You cut loose a talent like T-Bobby Hewlin?" "Big shit in South Louisiana don't make it big shit in L.A. I got to piss. You want anything else?" "Yeah, I'm going to ask you not to manhandle a woman like that again, at least not when I'm around." "She puked all over the toilet seat. You want to take care of her? Help me clean it up. I'll drop it by your crib." 2 weeks later, Perry LaSalle went bail for T-Bobby Hewlin. Virtually everyone in the town agreed Perry LaSalle was a charitable and good man, although some were beginning to complain about a suspected rapist and murderer being set free. That same day, a white woman named Linda Zarosky had a shouting argument with her pimp, a black man, on her pickup corner in New Iberia's old brothel district. On the corner was an ancient general store shaded by an enormous oak. In a happier time, the store's owner had sold snowballs to children on their way home from school. Now the apron of dirt around the store was occupied each afternoon and evening and all day Saturday and Sunday by young black men with jailhouse art on their arms and inverted ball caps on their heads. If you slowed the car by the corner, they would turn up their palms and raise their eyebrows, which was their way of asking what you wanted, simultaneously indicating they could supply it. Linda Zarosky did not have to pay for the crack she smoked daily or the tar she injected into her veins, or the fine she paid in city court, or the bond she posted for the incremental privilege of dismantling her own life. Her financial affairs were all handled by a pimp, a pragmatic, emotionless man by the name of Washington Trahan, who viewed women as he would bars of soap. Except for Linda Zarosky, who knew how to put slivers of bamboo under his fingernails and ridicule and demean him in public. Washington would have loved to slap her cross-eyed, to drag her by her hair into a car and dump her naked and stoned on a highway, but Linda's background was different from that of his other whores. She had attended college for 3 years and was the daughter of Joe Zarosky, an ex-button man for the Jacano crime family. I used to see Linda on a corner, her body heavy with beer fat, her hair bleached and full of snarls, wearing jeans and a shirt without a bra, a cigarette always between her fingers. Sometimes her father would come to New Iberia and haul her off to a treatment center, but in a week or two she would be back on the corner offering herself up for whatever use her Johns wished to extract from her. It was hot and dry the day T. Bobby bonded out of the parish prison. Across town, Linda Zarosky was picked up on her corner by a white man, taken to a motel out on the 4-lane and driven back to her corner. She drank beer in the shade of the live oak with the teenage crack dealers who were all her friends, shouted down her pimp when he accused her of shorting him on his 40%, then had sex in the back of a black man's car and ate her supper under the tree and tied off her arm in a crack house up the street and cooked a tablespoon of brown tar over a candle flame and shot it into a vein that was as purple and swollen as a tumor. Just after sunset, a gas guzzler pulled to the curb on Linda's corner and parked under the spreading branches of the live oak. A man in a hat, his face and the color of his hands obscured by shadow, smoked a cigarette behind the wheel while Linda leaned into the passenger window. Then she turned and waved goodbye to the crack dealers in front of the store and got in the automobile. 2 hours later, Linda Zarosky, the girl who had attended Louisiana State University for 3 years, sat very still in a straight-back wood chair next to a beached houseboat off Bayou Benoit, her forearms taped to the chair's arms, a paper sack placed loosely over her head, while a man who wore leather gloves paced in a circle around her. She tried to make sense of the man's words, to somehow find reason inside the blood rage he was working himself into. If only the brown skag she had shot up would stop hammering in her ears. If only she did not have to breathe through her nose because of the dirty sock he had stuffed in her mouth. Then, just as the man in leather gloves suddenly ripped into her with both fists, she thought she heard the voice of a little girl inside her. The little girl was calling out her father's name. Her body was found just before dawn the next morning by a black man who was running his trot lines in the swamp. The sun was still low on the horizon, veiled in mist, when Helen Swallow and I boarded a St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Department boat with 2 detectives and the coroner and a uniformed deputy from St. Martinville. We headed up Bayou Benoit in the coolness of the early morning, between flooded woods and through bays that were absolutely silent, undimpled by rain or ruffled by wind, the willows and gum trees and moss-hung cypress as still in the green light as if they had been painted against the sky. Up on a sand spit that looked like the humped back of a whale, Linda Zarosky sat in the wood chair, her head slumped forward as though she had nodded off to sleep. At her feet were the bloodied pieces of brown paper that had been the bag covering her head. The coroner, an elderly, decent man, pulled polyethylene gloves on his hands and lifted Linda's chin, then gingerly rotated her head from side to side. A breeze suddenly came up, and the leaves in the canopy flooded with sunlight, and I looked into Linda's destroyed face and felt myself swallow. The coroner stepped back and pulled off his gloves with a popping sound and dropped them in a garbage bag. I'd say she was beaten with fists, probably by somebody who's as powerful with one hand as with the other. There are fragments of what looks like leather in a couple of the wounds. My guess is he was wearing gloves. Of course, he could have been using a leather-covered instrument, but in that case there would probably be lesions on the top of the skull where the skin would split more easily. A St. Martin Parish detective named Lemoyne was writing in his notepad. "What kind of guy are we looking for, Doc?" The man who did this wasn't drunk. He beat her for a very long time. He enjoyed it immensely. He crushed every bone in her face. One eye is knocked all the way back into the skull. She may have strangled to death on her own blood. The beating may have gone on after she was dead. What kind of man is he? The kind who looks just like your next-door neighbor, the coroner said. The next afternoon, Clete Purcell dropped by my office. He was living in a lovely old stucco motor court shaded by live oaks on Bayou Teche, and he was trying to convince me to go fishing with him that evening. Then something caught his attention out the window.
"Is that Joe Zarosky coming up the walk?"
Probably the prostitute who was killed on Bayou Benoit yesterday, That was his daughter.
I didn't make the connection. I'll wait for you outside. He and I have a history. When I was at the 1st District, I had to clock him once with a flashlight. Actually, I had to clock him 5 or 6 times. He wouldn't stay down. The guy's nut streak, I'd lose him. Then Cleet grinned with self-irony, as he always did when he knew his advice was of no use, and left my office and went into the men's room across the corridor. Joe Zarosky grew up in the Irish Channel of New Orleans and quit high school when he was 16 in order to become a high-rise steel worker. Even as a kid, Joe was wrapped so tight his fellow workers treated him as they would gasoline fumes around an open flame. When he was 20, a notoriously violent and cruel Texas oil man and his bodyguard came into Tony Bacino's club in the French Quarter and decided to arbitrarily pulverize someone at the bar. The oil man chose a laconic, seemingly innocuous working-class kid who was hunched over a draft beer. The kid was Joe Zarosky. 15 minutes later, the oil man and his bodyguard were in an ambulance on their way to Charity Hospital. But Joe's first big score was one he could never claim official recognition for. At age 22, he made his bones with the Giacano family by taking out a cop killer who had tried to clip Didano Giacano's son. Wise guys and off-duty cops all across New Orleans bought Joe a beer and a shot whenever they saw him. Joe came into my office like a man who had just clawed his way out of a tomb. He stood flat-footed in the center of the room, slightly hunched, his nostrils white-edged, his hands balling and unballing by his sides. "Sorry about your daughter, Joe. I hope to be of some help in finding the guy who did this." His hair was steel gray, parted in the middle, sheep-sheared on the sides, and his gray eyes were filled with an analytical glare that seemed to dissect both people and objects with the same level of suspicion. When he stepped closer to my desk, I smelled an odor like heat and stale antiperspirant trapped in his clothes. "There's a black kid just made bond. He raped and snuffed a white girl with a shotgun. Why ain't he in here?" "Because he's not connected with your daughter's death." He leaned down on my desk, his fist denting my ink blotter. His breath was moist, sour, rife with funk, like the smell of a freshly opened grease trap might give off. "My wife died of leukemia last year. Linda was my only child. I ain't got a lot to lose. You reading me on this?" "I'll walk you to the front door, Joe." "Flog your joint." So instead, I got a drink from the water cooler in the corridor and watched Joe walk toward the front of the courthouse. Then I went back inside my office. But it was not over. Perry LaSalle had just walked into the department. Joe Zarosky's head jerked around when he heard Perry give his name to the dispatcher. "You're the lawyer for that Hoolan kid? It makes you feel good putting a degenerate kills young girls back on the street?" Looks like I wandered in at the wrong time. "My daughter was Linda Zarosky. I find out some shitbag you sprung beat her to death." He couldn't finish his sentence. His eyes watered briefly, then he brushed his wrist across his mouth, staring disjointedly into space. Outside, the bells on the railway crossing clanged senselessly in an empty street. Cleet Purcell stood at the reception counter, motionless, his pale blue pork pie hat slanted on his head. "You all right, Joe?" Joe stared at Cleet, his temples pulsing with tiny veins. "What the fuck you doing here?" Then Perry LaSalle decided to continue on his way to the sheriff's office. He accidentally brushed against Joe's arm. Joe blindsided him and hooked him murderously in the jaw, the blow whipping Perry's face sideways, flinging spittle against the wall. Then Joe hit him below the eye and a third time in the mouth before Cleet caught him from behind and wrapped his huge arms around Joe's chest and lifted him off the ground and slammed his face down on a desk. But Joe freed one arm and ripped an elbow into Cleet's nose, splattering blood. The dispatcher and I both grabbed Joe and threw him against the desk again and kicked his legs apart and pushed the side of his face down on a dirty ashtray. "Put your wrist behind you. Do it now, Joe." Then Joe Zarosky, who had killed perhaps 9 men, sank to one knee, the backs of his thighs trembling, his arms forming a tent over his head as he tried to hide the shame and grief in his face.
I walked with Perry LaSalle into the men's room and held his coat for him while he washed his face in cold water. There was a cluster of red bumps under his right eye and blood in his saliva when he spit. "You cutting that guy loose?" he asked. "Unless you want to press charges." He felt his mouth and looked in the mirror. His eyes were still angry. Then, as though realizing his expression was uncharacteristic of the Perry LaSalle we all knew, he blew out his breath and grinned. "Maybe I'll catch him down the road." I wouldn't. Joe Zarowski was a hitman for the Gicano family. His eyes became neutral, as though he did not want me to read them. He took his coat from my hand and put it on and combed his hair in the mirror. Then he stopped. "You think I'm bothered because this guy was a meatball for the Gicanos?" "On my best day, I can't even take my own inventory, Perry." A few minutes later, I walked with Clete Purcell to his car. The top was down, and a half-dozen fishing rods were propped against the back seat. We watched Perry LaSalle's Mercedes Gazelle pull out of the parking lot and cross the train tracks and turn onto St. Peter Street.
"He's not going to file on Zarowski?"
"Perry's grandfather ran rum with the Gicanos during Prohibition. I don't think Perry wants to be reminded of the association."
"Everybody ran rum back then."
"Somebody else did his grandfather's time. You're not going to try to square that elbow in the nose, are you?" Clete thought about it.
"It wasn't personal. For a button man, Joe's not a bad guy."
"Great standards."
"This is Louisiana, Dave. Guatemala North. Quit pretending it's the United States. Life will make a lot more sense."
I drove home and parked in the drive and went into the bait shop. Batiste was by himself eating a sandwich at the counter. "How well do you know T. Bobby Batiste?" "Good enough so's I don't want to know him." "You think he could rape and murder a young girl?" "What I think don't count." "What do you know about Ladis Houlin's relationship to the LaSalle family?" He finished his coffee and stared out the screen at the bream night feeding on the moths that fried themselves on the flood lamps and fell into the water. "Stories about white men and black field women ain't never good, Dave. You want to hear it? My sister growed up with Ladis." I told my wife Bootsy I'd eat supper late, and Batiste and I drove to his sister's small house outside Loureauville, where I listened to a tale that took me back into the Louisiana of my boyhood. Batiste's sister did not begin her story with Perry's grandfather, Mr. Julian. Instead, she told of an overseer on Poinciana Island, a lean, rough-grained, angular man who wore sunglasses, western boots, a straw cowboy hat, and khaki clothes when he sat atop his horse and rode among the black workers in the fields. The year was 1953, a time when the white overseer on a Louisiana plantation had the same powers over those in his charge as did his antebellum antecedents. No one knew his origins, but his name was Legion, and the first day he appeared in the field, one worker, who had been a convict on Angola Farm, looked into Legion's face, and at first opportunity leaned his hoe against a fence rail and walked 7 miles back to New Iberia and never returned to ask for his pay. "You say his name was Legion?" "That's the name he give us. Didn't have no first name, didn't have no last name. We didn't even have to call him Mister, just Legion." He believed clothes kept the heat off the body, and he buttoned his shirt at the throat and wrists no matter how humid and hot the weather became. The back of his shirt was peppered with sweat by midday, and while the blacks ate their sandwiches of company store bologna and potted meat in a grove of gum trees, he tethered his horse under a solitary live oak in the middle of a pepper field and sat in a folding chair a black man hand-carried to him for that purpose. He ate from the boudin, or pork chops and dirty rice the blacks said a prostitute at Hattie Fontenot's bar prepared and wrapped in wax paper for him each morning. He took the girls and women he wanted from the field, indicating with a nod of the head for one of them to follow his horse into a canebrake or pine thicket, where he dismounted from the saddle and stripped nude, and told the girl or woman to remove her underpants and to lie down and open her legs. His language as mechanical and dehumanized as the violence of his copulation and the release of his animus as he plunged inside the girl or woman, his upper torso propped up stiffly on his arms, as though he did not want to touch any more of her body than was necessary. Afterwards, the girl or woman had to wash him. His body was as rough as animal hide, they said, welted with knife scars, the inside of his forearms blue with tattoos that looked like the crudely drawn figures in old black and white movie cartoons. Then the day came when his eyes settled on Ladis Hulin. Go up yonder in them gum trees and sit in the shade. I got to pick to the end of the row, sir. Then I got the other row. I'm going to come up short. He reached down and lifted the cloth sack out of her hand and tied its loose end to his saddle pommel. The pepper juice giving you blisters. You got to soak your hands in milk at night. It takes the sting right out. They don't be hurting, Mr. Legion. I promise. I got to get my row. This time he didn't reply. He turned his horse in a circle and came up behind her and let the horse's forequarters knock against her. Mr. Legion, my daddy expecting to see me this afternoon. He coming down from the quarters. I got to be out here in the row where he can see me. You ain't got a daddy, girl. Don't make me ax you again, no. The other workers, bent over into the pepper bushes, never looked up from their own fear and grief with the sun and heat and blistered fingers and the ball of pain that grew steadily in the small of the back through the long afternoon. Ladis wiped the dust and sweat off her face with her dress and began the long walk to the gum trees in whose midst was a thorn bush, one with deep green leaves and red flowers that looked like drops of blood in the hot shade. She heard a car honk on the road. She turned and saw Mr. Julian in his Lincoln Continental, its white-wall tires and wire wheels gleaming in the sunlight like a shining invention that had appeared out of a cloud. He got out in the road wearing a long-sleeved white shirt with purple garters on the sleeves and seersucker pants and a Panama hat on the back of his head. His smile was wonderful, and he was looking at her, his face filled with goodness, the influence of his presence so immediate that Legion dropped her sack to the ground and dismounted from the saddle and led his horse toward the road so his employer would not be forced to look up at him and address him on horseback. The easy smile never left Mr. Julian's face, but she could hear his words drifting across the rows on the wind. I'm surprised to see you bump a young woman with your horse like that, Legion. I expect that was an accident, wasn't it? Yes, sir. I told her I was sorry about that. That's good, 'cause you're a good man. Let's don't have a conversation like this again. Ladis picked up her sack and got back in the row and stooped over and began picking the peppers whose juice sometimes caused her hands to swell as though it had been stung by bumblebees. She glanced sideways at Mr. Julian, at the way he held himself, the cleft in his chin, the sheen on his hair when he removed his hat, his red tie blowing over his shoulder in the wind. Physically, Legion towered over Mr. Julian, but Legion stood in silence like a chastised child, motionless, while Mr. Julian unsnapped the cover on his gold vest watch and looked at the time and snapped the cover shut again, then began discussing a deep-sea fishing trip he wanted to take. While he talked, his eyes remained fastened on Ladis. A week later, Mr. Julian gave Ladis a job in the big house, and new dresses to wear to work, and the apartment over the garage to live in. She knew the price he would extract, but did not think less of him for it. In fact, his obvious need, his male dependency, the fact he wanted her, that he had chosen her out of all the women in the quarters, that any night he would come for her, all his weaknesses exposed. These thoughts made her cheeks burn, and her breath rise like a shard of glass in her chest. She sensed a new power in herself among all those who lived by the rules and strange parameters that governed life on Poinciana Island. On her first visit to the plantation store after moving up to the big house, the clerk called her Miss Ladise, and Legion and another white man stepped aside when she crossed the gallery to the parking lot. It was during her second week at the big house, just after sunset, when she was fresh from her bath and dressed in clean clothes, that she heard the weight of Mr. Julian's footstep on the garage apartment stairs. She stood still, her hands folded demurely in front of her, unsure whether she should act first by pushing open the screen for him, wondering if even that small a courtesy would indicate a foreknowledge about his behavior that he would find insulting and presumptuous. "Am I disturbing you, Ladise?" "No, sir, you ain't. You aren't." She held the door open. "I couldn't sleep. I left Miss LaSalle's window open so I could listen for her bell. I understand you've graduated from high school." "Yes, sir. I went 3 years at plantation school and 1 at St. Edward's." "Have you thought about college?" "The closest for colored is Southern. I ain't got the money for that." "There are scholarships. I could help." But he was not hearing his own words now. His eyes lingered on her mouth, the thickness of her hair, her skin that was as smooth as melted chocolate, the lovely heart shape of her face. She saw him swallow, an expression like both shame and lust suffuse his face. His hands cupped her shoulders. Then he bent toward her and kissed her cheek, and let his hand slip down her arms and over her waist and the small of her back. "I'm a foolish old man who has little in the way of a married life, Ladise. If you wish, I'll leave." "No, sir. You ain't got to go. You don't got to go." He kissed her neck and touched the points of her breasts with his fingers and unbuttoned her shirt and blue jeans. He helped her slip her shirt off her arms and held one of her hands while she stepped out of her jeans, then walked her to the narrow bed in the room off the kitchen and unhooked her bra and lay her down on the bed and removed her panties. "Mr. Julian, ain't you going to use something?" "Yes," he said. The folds of flesh in his throat were red and bewhiskered in the moonglow through the window. There was a sadness in his eyes she had never seen in a white person's before. "You feel bad about something, Mr. Julian?" "What I do is a sin. I've made you part of it, too." She took his hand and flattened it on her breast. "Feel my heart beating? It ain't a sin when a woman's heart beats like that." And held him with her eyes. He sat on the edge of the mattress and kissed her stomach and the inside of her thighs and put her nipples in his mouth. Then he entered her and came within seconds, his back shaking while she stroked the curly locks of hair on the back of his neck. "I'm sorry I didn't give you satisfaction." "It's all right, sir. Lie on your back. Let me show you something." Then she mounted him and lifted his sex and placed it inside her and closed her knees and thighs tightly against him. She looked into his eyes in a way she had never dared look at a white man, probing his thoughts, controlling his sensations with the movement of her loins, leaning down to kiss him as she might a child. She came at the same time as he, and she felt a surge of power and electricity in her thighs and genitalia and breasts that made her cry out involuntarily, not as much in pleasure as with a sense of triumph she never thought she could experience. Through the window, she heard the tiny bell ring in Mrs. LaSalle's bedroom. Mr. Julian stood up. "I always fix Mrs. LaSalle a sandwich and a glass of milk at this time of night." "I can do it, sir." "No, your duties are in the downstairs of the house. That's where you work and remain, Ladise, unless I'm away and Mrs. LaSalle calls you." There was a sharpness in his manner that made her blink. She covered herself with the sheet and pulled her knees up in front of her. She had to look into his eyes for only a second to realize the transformation that had taken place in him since his moment of need had passed. Ladise stared into the shadows and removed a strand of hair from her forehead, her lips slightly pursed, her eyes veiled. Then she lay back on the pillow with one arm behind her head and watched him prepare to leave. "You gonna be back," she thought. "Won't be long, either. See who talks down to who next time," she said to herself. The following week, the tiny bell on Mrs. LaSalle's nightstand rang when Mr. Julian was in town. Ladise climbed the stairs and stood in Mrs. LaSalle's doorway in her maid's black dress and frilled apron. "Yes, ma'am." Mrs. LaSalle had forced her husband to put iron grill work over the windows, although there had never been a burglary on the island, and she never allowed the windows to be unlocked or opened. The air in the room was oppressive and smelled of camphor and urine. Mrs. LaSalle's skin looked like candle wax, her hair like a tangled red flame on the pillow. Her eyes were dark, larger than they should have been, luminous with either the cancer in her body or the fits of insanity that took possession of her. "What happened to the other negra girl?" "Mr. Julian said you wanted her sent away, ma'am." "That sounds like someone's fabrication. Why would I do that? Never mind. Come here. Let me look at you." Ladise walked closer to the tester bed. Mrs. LaSalle's pink nightgown was sunken into her chest, where her breasts had been removed. "Why, you're a juicy little thing, aren't you? I'm incontinent. I want you to remove my panties and rinse them. I've soiled them." "I can't be doing that, ma'am." "You impudent thing." "Yes'm." She turned and left the room. That night Mr. Julian was at her door. "My wife says you sassed her." "I don't see it that way." He opened the screen door and stepped inside without being invited. He was much taller than she, his shadow blocking out the evening light that shone through the trees outside, but she didn't move. "I need to know what happened today, Ladise. If Ms. LaSalle want her clothes laundered, I'll be glad to carry them on down to the washing machine. I'll iron them, too." "I see. I think maybe this was just a miscommunication in language." She didn't reply. His eyes softened and moved over her face and studied her mouth. His hand touched her arm. She moved the lock of hair from her eyebrow. "I think my mama want me to stay over with her tonight." "Yes, I'm sure she's lonely sometimes. I'm very fond of you, Ladise." "Good night, Mr. Julian." "Yes. Well, I guess good night it is, then." But his words did not coincide with his immobility and the longing in his face. She held her eyes steadily on his until he actually blinked and color came into his throat. Then his jawbone flexed and he let himself out the door. She watched him through the window as he crossed his yard to the back of his house, tearing angrily at the knot in his necktie. "Maybe your wife will let you rinse her panties," she said to herself, and felt surprise at the vitriolic nature of her thoughts. In her naivete, she thought their arrangement, love affair, whatever people wished to call it, would aim itself at a dramatic denouement, like a sulphurous match suddenly igniting the dryness of her life, bringing it to an end in some fashion, perhaps even a destructive one that would set her free from the world she had grown up in. But the long, humid days of summer blended one into another, as did Mr. Julian's nocturnal visits and the depression and sleeplessness they engendered in her. She no longer thought about control or power or her status among the other blacks on Poinciana Island. Her familiarity with Mr. Julian made her think of him with pity when she thought of him at all, and his visits for her were simply a biological matter. But the venal and pernicious nature of her relationship with Julian LaSalle and his family and Poinciana Island and its cost to her would reveal itself in a way she had never guessed. In November, she boarded the Greyhound bus and rode across the Atchafalaya Swamp to Baton Rouge and took a cab to the campus of Southern University and entered the administration building and told a white-haired black woman in a business suit she wanted to pre-enroll in the nursing program for the spring semester. When she told the woman she had a certificate from Plantation School in New Iberia, the woman's eyes seemed to cloud. 1 month later, the mail carrier told Ladis he had left a letter from Southern University for her at the Plantation post office. She walked down a dirt road in the dusk, between woods that smelled of pine sap and dust on the leaves and fish heads that raccoons had strewn among the trunks. The sun burned like a flare on a marshy horizon that was gray with winter kill. She took the envelope from the hand of the postal clerk and walked back to the garage apartment and put it on her breakfast table under a salt shaker and lay down on her bed and went to sleep without opening the letter. It was dark when she awoke. She turned on the kitchen light and washed her face in the bathroom, then sat down at the table and read the 2 brief paragraphs that had been written to her by the registrar. When she had finished, she refolded the letter and placed it back in the envelope and walked down to Julian LaSalle's front door, not the back, and knocked. He was in slippers and a red silk bathrobe when he opened the door, his reading glasses tilted down on his nose. "My credits from Plantation School ain't no good. Southern won't take my credits. You must have known that when you said you would get me a scholarship to Southern. Did you know that, Mr. Julian? We provide a free school on Poinciana, Ladis. Most people would find that generous. I'm not familiar with the accreditation system at Southern University. I think I'm going to be moving back to the quarters." He looked over his shoulder up the curved stairs that led to the second floor. "We'll talk about this tomorrow." She wadded up the envelope and the letter and threw it over his shoulder onto his living room rug. The following Thursday, the one night he always spent playing gin rummy with his wife, Mr. Julian drove to Ladis's house, where she now lived with her mother on a dead-end, isolated road lined with slash pines. It was cold, and smoke from wood fires hung as thick as cotton in the trees. When he entered the house, he removed his hat. "There's a Catholic college for colored students in New Orleans. I had a talk with the dean's office this morning. Would you be willing to take some preparatory courses?" She had been ironing when he had driven up to the house, and she picked up the iron from the pie pan it sat on and sprinkled a shirt with water from a soda bottle and ran the iron hissing across the cloth. She hadn't bathed that day, and she could smell her own odor in her clothes. "If I take these courses, how I know I'm going to get in?" "You have my word." She thought about New Orleans, the streetcars clattering down the oak and palm-lined avenues, the music that rose from the Latin Quarter into the sky at sunset. "You ain't fooling me, Mr. Julian?" Then she knew how weak she actually was, how much she wanted what he could give her, and consequently, when all was said and done, how easily she would always be used, either by him or someone like him. She felt a sense of shame about herself, her life, and most of all her self-delusion that she had ever been in control of Julian LaSalle. "I passed your mother and uncle on the road. Will they be back soon, Ladis?" He rubbed her arm with his palm. "No, they gone to Lafayette." He removed her hand from the iron and put his arms around her. "You're lovely, Ladis." He led her to her bedroom, which was lit only by a bedside lamp, and pulled her T-shirt over her head and pushed her jeans down over her hips. "It's Thursday. You don't have a sitter for Ms. LaSalle on Thursday night." "She's taking a nap. She'll be fine." Then he was on top of her, his body trembling, his lips on her breasts. She fixed her eyes on the smoke in the slash pines outside, the fireflies that lighted like sparks in the limbs, the moon that was orange with dust from the fields. She thought she heard a pickup truck clanking by on the road, but the sound of its engine was absorbed by the distant whistle of a Southern Pacific freight rumbling through the wetlands toward New Orleans. She closed her eyes and thought of New Orleans, where the mornings always smelled of mint and flowers and chicory coffee and beignets frying in someone's kitchen. She felt his body constrict and tighten and his loins shudder. Then his weight left her, and he was lying next to her, his breath short, his hair damp against her cheek. After a moment, he widened his eyes like a man returning to the world that constituted his ordinary life. He sat on the side of the mattress, his pale back sweaty and etched with vertebrae. Then he did something he had never done in the aftermath of their love-making. He patted her on top of the hand. In another time and place, Ladis, we might have made quite a pair, you and I. You're an extraordinary woman. Don't let anybody ever tell you otherwise. The inside of the room seemed filled with mist or smoke, and the fireflies in the tops of the trees seemed brighter than they should have been. She rose from the bed, still naked, and went to the window and realized it was too late in the year for fireflies, that the red pinpoints of light in the pines were sparks tumbling out of the sky. But it was not the threat of fire to her own house that made her heart stop. The narrow, grained face of Legion, the overseer, suddenly moved into her vision, no more than 3 feet on the other side of the glass. His eyes raked her nude body even as he was tipping his hat. Legion waited outside for Ladis and Mr. Julian to emerge. There was ash on his khaki clothes, a smear of soot on his cheek and one shirt sleeve. Mr. Julian looked incredulously at Legion. You were watching us through the window? You were spying on me? No, sir. I wouldn't say that. I come here to tell you something else. It's sad news, yeah. Ms. LaSalle got burned up in a fire. Legion turned his face away, but he watched Mr. Julian out of the corner of his eye to see the reaction his words would cause. What? What did you say? Your home's gone, too. I hate to be the one to tell you, Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian's face was bloodless, popping with sweat. I was the first one in her room. The deadbolt was locked from the outside. I took the key out and stuck it in the other side of the lock so nobody ain't gonna get the wrong idea, no. You did what? Say that again. The key was almost melted, but I moved it to the other side of the lock, me. You ain't got to worry. But Mr. Julian wasn't listening now. He walked to his car and started the engine and backed one tire into Ladis's garden, then drove down the road under an orange moon toward the smoke that rose from the ruins of his home. Ladis looked up into Legion's face. He had removed his hat and was running a comb through his hair. His hair was black like tar from a barrel, the vertical lines in his narrow face like those in a prune. You going in the field tomorrow, Ladis. It ain't gonna help you to sass me about it either. She started to speak, but he placed his thumb on her mouth. Baptiste's sister was a heavy woman, with a big head and wide shoulders and knees that looked like hubcaps. She sat in an overstuffed chair in a gloomy corner of her living room, her large hands squeezing each other in the cone of light from a floor lamp. Did Ladis have a child by Mr. Julian? I ain't said that. Why won't you tell me the rest of the story? Mr. Julian and his wife are both dead. Baptiste's sister was silent a moment. He's still out there. Maybe in St. Mary Parish. Maybe down by New Orleans. Legion out there in the dark. He don't like the sun. His face is pale like it don't have no blood. She looked at the top of her folded hands and would not raise her eyes to mine. The following morning, Perry LaSalle was at my office door. One of Barbara Shanahan's colleagues got drunk and shot off his mouth at the country club, Dave. Barbara and the DA think you're not a team player. I'm calling you as a witness for the defense. I thought I ought to warn you in advance. I went back to the paperwork on my desk and tried to pretend he was not there. On another subject, you care to explain to me why you're bothering people about my grandfather? I put the cap on my pen and looked up at him. Ladis Houlan told me Amanda Boudreau's death was related to events that happened before T. Bobby was born. What do you think she meant by that? I wouldn't know, but stay out of my family's private life. Your book on capital punishment didn't spare people in the Iberia prosecutor's office. What makes the LaSalle sacrosanct? The fact you all own some canneries? He shook his head and went out the door. I thought he had gone, and I got up from my desk to go down the corridor for my mail, but he came back through the door, the blood pooled in his cheeks. Where do you get off indicting my family? That case you used in your book, the murder of those teenagers up on the Laurelville Road, the mother of that girl those two fuckheads killed says she heard her daughter's voice out in the front yard at the same hour her daughter died. Her daughter was saying, "Please help me, Mama." And I don't remember seeing that in either your book or the movie. You make a remark about my family again, and cop or no cop, I'm going to bust your jaw, Dave. Give your grief to Barbara Shanahan. I think you two deserve each other. My hands were shaking when I brushed past him. That night, Clete Purcell called the house. I could hear an electric guitar and saxophones and laughter and people talking loudly in the background.
I thought I'd have another run at Jimmy Dean Styles, Streak. I'm at a joint he owns in St. Martinville. I thought you'd like to know that Joe Zarowski is parked across the street. He's got a P.I. with him, his niece, Zerelda Colucci. Her old man was one of the Colucci brothers.
Tell me about it tomorrow, Clete.
The kid you're looking at for the murder of the girl in the cane field, what's his name? Hewlin? He's playing here. He's up there on the bandstand. Anyway, I'd better hit the road. The only other thing white in this place is the toilet bowl. Sorry I bothered you.
Give me half an hour, I said. Jimmy Dean Styles owned a half interest in the nightclub Clete had called from. The club was built of plywood that had been painted blue and strung with yellow and purple lights. The window glass and walls literally shook from the noise inside. I pulled in back where Clete waited for me next to his Cadillac.
How you want to play it, Dave?
We need to get Joe Zarowski out of here. What was that you said about a P.I.?
It's his niece. I'd like to develop a more intimate relationship with her, except I always get the feeling she'd like to blow my equipment off. Wait till you see the bongos on that broad.
He put 2 sticks of gum in his mouth and chewed them loudly, his eyes full of mirth, his head seeming to turn in all directions at once.
I tell you what, I'll handle Joe. You deal with Zerelda.
Joe Zarowski's car was parked down the block across the street in front of a small grocery store. A woman was behind the wheel. Her hair was black and long, the neckline of her blouse plunging, her nails and mouth painted arterial red. I opened my badge holder and lifted it into the light so she could see it. A holstered revolver sat on the seat between the woman and Joe Zarowski. We need you to move your car out of here. Zerelda didn't bother to look at me. Pull your pipe on somebody else this time. You're out of your jurisdiction. Go screw yourself. You have a permit for that gun? I don't need one. In Louisiana, the automobile is an extension of the home. But in answer to your question, yes, I do have a permit. Now, how about moving yourself out of my view? I looked across the seat at Joe Zarowski. His stolid face and wide-set eyes had all the malleability of a cinder block. T. Bobby didn't kill your daughter, Joe.
Then why were you asking people about him?
I blew out my breath and recrossed the street with Clete.
Lighten up, Streak. I think Zerelda likes you. Notice how she squeezed her .357 when she told you to fuck off?
We went through the side entrance of the nightclub. It was loud and hot inside, the air hazy with cigarette smoke, dense with the smells of whiskey and boiled crabs and beer sweat. T. Bobby was at the microphone, his long-sleeved lavender shirt plastered against his skin, a red electric guitar hanging from his neck. He drank from a long-necked bottle of Dixie beer, stumbled slightly against the microphone, then began singing Breaking Up Is Hard to Do. His eyes were closed while he sang, his face suffused with a level of emotion that at first glance might have seemed manufactured until you heard the irrevocable sense of loss in his voice.
Guitar Slim didn't have anything on this guy. Too bad he's a rag-nose, Cleet said.
How do you know he is?
He was snorting lines off the toilet tank. I thought that might be a clue.
We found Jimmy Dean Stiles in his office at the rear of the club. He sat at a cluttered desk counting money, his fingers clicking on a calculator. You told me you cut T. Bobby loose. Now I see him up on your bandstand.
Little Albert Babineau owned half this club. He feels sorry for T. Bobby. I don't. T. Bobby got a way of stuffing everything he makes up his nose, so when he finishes his gig tonight, he packing his shit.
His eyes shifted to Cleet. Marse Charlie, don't be sitting on my desk. Cleet stuck a matchstick in the corner of his mouth and stared at Stiles, who had gone back to counting a stack of currency.
There's a guy outside named Joe Zarowski. I hope he comes in here. He was a mechanic for the Chicanos. 9 or so hits. Your kind of guy. I'll be worried about that the rest of the night.
I touched Cleet on the arm, and we walked back through the crowd and out the side door. The parking lot smelled of dust and tar, and the stars were hot and bright above the trees. Cleet stared back inside the club, his face perplexed.
That guy's dirty. I don't know what for, but he's dirty.
But our evening at the club owned by Jimmy Dean Stiles and Little Albert wasn't over. As Cleet and I walked toward my truck, we heard the angry voices of 2 men behind us, the voices of others trying to restrain or pacify them. Then T. Bobby and Jimmy Dean Stiles burst out the back door into the parking lot with a balloon of people following them. There was a smear of blood and saliva on T. Bobby's mouth. He swung at Stiles' face and missed, and Stiles pushed him down on the oyster shells. "Touch me again, I'm gonna mess you up. Now haul your freight down the road." T. Bobby got to his feet. His slacks were torn, his knees lacerated. He ran at Stiles, his arms flailing. Stiles set himself and hooked T. Bobby in the jaw and dropped him as though he had used a baseball bat. T. Bobby got to his feet again and stumbled toward the crowd, swinging at anyone who tried to help him. One of his shoes was gone and his belt had come loose, exposing the elastic of his underwear. Stiles fitted his hand over T. Bobby's face and shoved him backwards into the crowd. "You one sorry-ass, pitiful nigger." T. Bobby reached in his pocket and flicked open a switchblade knife, but I doubted he had any idea whom he was going to use it on or even where he was. I started toward him.
"Mistake, Dave,"
I heard Cleet say. I came up behind T. Bobby and grabbed him around the neck and twisted his wrist. There was little strength in his arm, and the knife tinkled on the oyster shells. Then he began to fight as a girl might, with his elbows and nails and feet. I locked my arms around him and carried him down the bank through the trees onto a dock and flung him as far as I could into the bayou. He went under, then burst to the surface in a cloud of mud and slapped at the water with both hands until his feet gained the bottom. He slipped and splashed through the shallows, grabbing the stems of elephant ears for purchase, his hair and body strung with dead vegetation. Then someone switched on a flood lamp in the trees, burning away the darkness like a phosphorus flare, lighting me and T. Bobby Hewlin like figures frozen inside a photograph of a waterside baptism. At the edge of the crowd, I saw Joe Zarowski and his niece Zerelda. Joe's face was incredulous, as though he had just walked into an open-air mental asylum. Cleet lit a cigarette and rubbed the heel of his hand on his temple.
"Dave, you just threw a black man in the bayou while 200 of his relatives watched. Way to go, big mun."
I sat in the sheriff's office early the next morning. He was generally a quiet, avuncular man, looking forward to his retirement and the free time he would have with his grandchildren. He had just finished a phone conversation with the chief of police in St. Martinville. His face was slightly flushed, his small mouth pinched. "You went out of your jurisdiction and made a bunch of people mad in St. Martinville. I can live with that. But you've deliberately involved Cleet Purcell in department business. That's something I won't put up with, my friend." Cleet gave me a lead I didn't have. "Tell Purcell for me he's not welcome in Iberia Parish, Dave." I focused my gaze on a neutral space, my face empty. UAA guys have an expression, don't you? Something about not carrying another person's load? How's it go? You'll break your own back without making the other person's burden lighter? Why go to meetings if you don't listen to what people say at them? Cleet thinks Jimmy Dean Stiles might be a predator. Go back to your office, Dave. One of us has a thinking disorder. Later in the morning, I passed the district attorney's office and saw Barbara Shanahan inside talking to Marvin Oates, the young salesman who had dragged a suitcase filled with Bibles and encyclopedias and what he termed family-type magazines into my bait shop. He was sitting in a wood chair, bent forward attentively, his eyes crinkling at something Barbara was saying. I saw him again at noon when I stopped by the traffic light at the Four Corners up on the Lauraville Road. This time he was pulling his suitcase on a roller skate up a street in a black rural slum by Bayou Teche. He tapped on the screen door of a clapboard shack that was propped up on cinder blocks. A meaty black woman in a purple dress opened the door for him, and he stepped inside and left his suitcase on the gallery. A moment later he opened the door again and took the suitcase inside with him. I parked in the convenience store at the Four Corners and bought a soft drink from the machine and drank it in the shade and waited for Marvin Oates to come out of the shack. 30 minutes later he walked back out in the sunlight and fitted his bleached cowboy straw hat on his head and began pulling his suitcase down the street. I drove up behind him and rolled down the window. He wore a tie and a navy blue sports coat in spite of the heat, and breathed with the slow inhalation of someone in a steam room. But his face managed to fill with a grin before he ever knew whose vehicle had drawn abreast of him. I see you and Barbara Shanahan are pretty good friends. His grin remained on his face as though incised in clay, his eyes full of speculative light. He removed his hat and fanned himself. His ash-blonde hair was soggy with sweat, and there were gray strands in his sideburns, and I realized he was older than he looked. He nodded agreeably as though a humorous mystery had just been solved. He wiped the back of his neck with a handkerchief and twisted his head and looked down the end of the street, although nothing of particular interest was there. "It's flat burning up, ain't it?" In traveling through some of the other parishes, have you run across a man by the name of Legion, Marvin? No first name, no last name, just Legion? He raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. "An old man? He worked in Angola at one time? Black folks walk around him. He lives behind the old sugar mill down by Baldwin. Know why I remember his name?" His face lighted as he spoke the last sentence. "'Cause when Jesus was fixing to heal this possessed man, he asked the demon his name first. The demon said his name was Legion. Jesus cast the demon into a herd of hogs, and the hogs run into the sea and drowned. Thanks for your help, Marvin. Did you sell a Bible to the woman in that last house you were in? I imagine it'd be a hard sell. She hooks in a joint on Hopkins." He looked guardedly up and down the road, his expression cautionary now, one white man to another. "The Mormons believe black people is descended from the lost tribe of Ham. You think that's true?" "Got me. You want to ride? If you work in the fields of the Lord, you're supposed to walk it, not just talk it." His face was full of self-irony and boyish good cheer. Even the streaks of sweat on his shirt, like the stripes of flagellum would make on the chest of its victim, excited sympathy for his plight and the humble role he had chosen for himself. If his smile could be translated into words, it was perhaps the old adage that goodness is its own reward. I gave him the thumbs-up sign and made a mental note at first opportunity to run his name through the computer at the National Crime Information Center. The next night, Baptiste's sister banged down a dirt road in a dilapidated pickup that sounded like a dying animal when she parked by the bait shop and turned off the ignition. She sat down heavily at the counter and fished in her purse for a Kleenex and blew her nose, then stared at me as though it were I rather than she who was expected to explain her mission to my bait shop. "Ain't nobody ever known the true story," of what happened on Julian LaSalle's plantation. I had bad dreams about Legion since I was a girl. I've been afraid that long. I always told myself God would punish Legion, send him to hell where he belonged. Maybe that'll happen. It ain't enough. Then she told me of the events following the death by fire of Julian LaSalle's wife. Ladis went back to work in the fields, but was not molested by Legion. In fact, he didn't bother any of the black girls or women and seemed preoccupied with other things. Vendors and service people drove out to see him rather than Julian LaSalle with their deliveries or work orders for electrical or plumbing repairs on the plantation. Legion sometimes tethered his horse in the shade and went away with the vendors and service people and did not return for hours, as though his duties in the fields had been reduced to a much lower level of priority and status. Mr. Julian stayed in a guest cottage by the freshwater bay and was rarely seen, except when he might emerge at evening in a house robe and stand in the gloom of the trees next to the water's edge, unshaved, staring at the wood bridge that led to the mainland and the community of small houses where most of his employees lived. To most of the black people on the plantation, the die was cast 3 weeks after Mrs. LaSalle's death by an event that to outsiders would seem of little importance. A bull alligator, one that was at least 12 feet long, had come out of the bay in the early dawn and had caught a terrapin in its jaws. Down the bank, a black woman had left her diapered child momentarily unattended in the backyard. When the child began crying, the alligator lumbered out of the mist into the yard, rheumy-eyed, pieces of sinew and broken terrapin shell hanging from its teeth, its green-black hide slick with mud, strung incongruously with blooming water hyacinths. The mother bolted hysterically into the yard and scooped her child into her arms and ran all the way down the road to the plantation store, screaming Mr. Julian's name. Mr. Julian knew every alligator nesting hole on or near the island, the sandbars where they fed on raccoons, the corners and cuts in the channels where they hung in the current, waiting for nutria and muskrat to swim across their vision. Mr. Julian hunted rogue alligators in his canoe, paddling quietly along the bank, then standing suddenly, his balance perfect, lifting his deer rifle to his shoulder and drilling a solitary .30-06 round between the alligator's eyes. Mr. Julian had his faults, but neglecting the safety of a child was not one of them. The woman who had run to the plantation store was told by the clerk to return home, that someone would take care of the gator that had strayed into her yard. "Mr. Julian gonna bring his gun down to my house?" "Legion is handling things right now," the clerk said. "I'm putting a note for Legion in his mailbox. You seen me do it. Now take your baby on home and don't be bothering folks about this no more." But 3 days passed and no one hunted the rogue alligator. The same black woman returned to the store. "You promised Legion gonna get rid of that gator. Where Mr. Julian at?" "Send your husband down here," the clerk said. "I want to know if y'all plan to keep working on Poinciana Island." 2 days later, Legion and another white man showed up behind the black woman's house and flung a cable and a barbed steel hook through the fork of a cypress tree on the water's edge and spiked one end of the cable into the cypress trunk and baited the hook with a plucked chicken carcass and a dead blackbird and threw the hook out into the lily pads. That night, under a full moon, the gator slipped through the reeds and hyacinths and the layer of algae that floated in the shallows and struck the bait. Its tail threw water onto the bank for 15 feet. In the morning, the gator lay in the shallows, exhausted, hooked solidly through the top of the snout, through sinew and bone, so that its struggle was useless, no matter how often it wrenched against the cable or thrashed the water with its tail. Legion left the gator on the hook until dusk, when he and 2 other white men backed a truck up to the cypress tree and looped the free end of the cable through the truck bumper. Then they pulled the cable through the fork of the tree, grinding off the bark, hoisting the gator halfway out of the water, its pale yellow stomach spinning in the last red glow of sunlight in the west. Legion slipped on a pair of rubber boots and waded into the shallows and swung an axe into the gator's head. But the angle was bad, and the gator was only stunned. Legion swung again, whacking the blade into its neck. Then he hit it again and again, like a man who knows the strength and courage and ferocity of his adversary is greater than his own, and that his own efforts would be worthless on an equal playing field. Finally, the gator's stubby legs quivered stiffly, and its tail knotted over and became motionless in the hyacinths below. Legion and his 2 workmen skinned out the carcass and left the meat to rot and took the hide to a tanner in Morgan City. The next afternoon, Ladice's mother received a call from a white woman who ran a laundry in New Iberia. The white woman said one of her regular girls was sick and she needed Ladice's mother to fill in. That evening, not the next day, that evening, or not at all. Just after dark, Legion came to Ladice's house. He didn't knock. He simply opened the front door and walked into the front room. His khakis were starched and pressed, his jaws freshly shaved. He removed a toothpick from his mouth. "You getting along all right, Ladice?" She was cutting bread that she had just baked, and her face was hot from the oven, her T-shirt damp with perspiration against her breasts. He cupped his hand on her shoulder. "Don't mess with me, Legion." His hand left her person, but she could feel his breath on her skin, his loins an inch from one of her buttocks. "You gonna tell Mr. Julian on me? I wonder what it was like for Mr. Julian's wife to be locked in that burning room, grabbing that hot grill work with her bare hands, trying to pull open a door he locked from the outside. Don't nobody else know how that poor woman died, no." Ladice drew the butcher knife through the loaf of bread. The knife was thick at the top, the color of an old 5-cent piece, wood-handled, the cutting edge ground on an emery wheel. She felt the knife snick into the chopping board. Legion touched her cheek with the ball of his finger. "Mr. Julian sold me a quarter horse for $10. I liked that horse so much, I went back and bought 4 more, same price. Them horse worth $150 apiece. Why you think he give me such a good price?" She concentrated on her work and tried to hide the expression in her face, but he could see the recognition grow in the corner of her eye. Then he slipped his hand down her back, and she felt his sex swelling against her. "You think you worth more than them horse, Ladice?" He placed his hand loosely on her wrist, then removed the knife from her grasp and set it in a pan of greasy water and picked her up against his chest, locking his arms around her rib cage, squeezing until her head reared back in pain and her knees opened and clenched his hips, and her hands fought to find purchase around his neck. "A colored man ever hold you that tight, Ladice?" He carried her in that position through the curtained entrance to her bedroom. After he dropped her on top of the quilt, her eyes brimming with water, he sat on the side of the bed and formed a triangle over her with his arms and sternum and stared into her face. "I ain't a bad man, no. I'm going to treat you a whole lot better than that, old man. You going to see you." Perhaps she tried to report Legion to Mr. Julian. No one ever knew. Mr. Julian received no visitors and was often unwashed and drunk. He forgot to feed his Labrador retriever, and the animal had to beg food scraps from the back doors of Negro homes along the bay. To people on East Main, where most of his peers lived, he was an object of pity when they saw him escorted by his elderly black chauffeur into the doctor's office for his medical appointments. On one occasion, an old friend, a man who had been a recipient of the Medal of Honor in the Great War, persuaded Mr. Julian to join him at the Frederick Hotel for a meal. At the table, Mr. Julian became very still, and his face filled with shame. The elderly ex-soldier did not understand, and wondered what he could have said to hurt his friend, then realized that Mr. Julian had soiled himself. But one fine morning, Mr. Julian awoke before dawn, seemingly a new man, and worked in his flower garden and bathed in a great iron tub in the wash-house behind the cottage and watched the sun rise and the mullet fly on the bay. He packed a suitcase and whistled a song and dressed in a white linen suit and put on his Panama hat and had his driver take him to the train depot in New Iberia, where he caught the Sunset Limited for New Orleans. From the club car, a drink in his hand, he watched the familiar world he had grown up in, one of columned homes and oak-lined streets and gentle people slip past the window. In New Orleans, he checked into a luxury hotel on Canal, and while unpacking, he heard a woman weeping through the wall. When he knocked on her door, she told him her husband had left her and their 10-year-old daughter, and she was sorry for her emotional behavior. He drank whiskey sours in the bar and danced with the cocktail waitress. That evening he dined at the Court of Two Sisters and strolled through the French Quarter and attended a religious service in a storefront church whose congregation was composed mostly of black people. In front of St. Louis Cemetery, he talked about baseball with a beat cop and put a $20 bill in the begging can of a blind woman. A formal dance was being held at his hotel, and he stood in the entrance of the ballroom and watched the dancers and listened to the orchestra, his hat held loosely on his fingers, his face marked with a wistfulness that caused the hostess to invite him inside. Then he stopped for a cup of coffee in the bar and asked that a dozen roses and a dish of ice cream with cinnamon sprinkled on it be sent up to his room. When the tray was delivered on a cart, he instructed the waiter to leave it in the corridor. A few moments later, Mr. Julian moved the cart in front of the door of the woman whose husband had abandoned her and their daughter. He tapped with the brass knocker on her door and went back inside his room and opened the French doors that gave onto the balcony and looked out at the pink glow of a Lake Pontchartrain while the curtains puffed in the breeze around his head. Then Julian LaSalle mounted the rail on the balcony and like a giant white crane sailed out over the streetcars and the flow of traffic and the neon-lit palm trees along the neutral ground 12 stories below. In the morning, I ran the name of Marvin Oates, the Bible salesman, through the National Database computer. But the sheet I got back contained no surprises. Besides his arrest on a bad check charge, he had been picked up for nothing more serious than petty theft and failure to appear, panhandling in New Orleans, and causing a disturbance at a homeless shelter in Los Angeles. Then I thought I might check out a guy from my boyhood. Helen Swallow and I drove south on the 4-lane through sugarcane acreage that had been created out of the alluvial floodplain of Bayou Teche. The sky was sealed with clouds that had the bright sheen of silk or steam but offered no rain, and I could see cracks in the baked rows of the cane fields and dust devils spinning across the road and breaking apart on the asphalt. The air smelled like salt and the odor a streetcar gives off when it scotches across an electrical connection. Up ahead was the gray outline of an abandoned sugar mill. Helen pulled off the road and stopped at a small grocery store in front of a cluster of shacks. On the side of the grocery was a crude porte-cochere, and under it sat a thin, black-haired man in a blood-smeared butcher's apron, peeling potatoes and onions into a stainless steel cauldron that was boiling on a grated butane burner. I opened my badge holder. I was looking for a fella by the name of Legion. The man dropped the peeled onions and potatoes in the cauldron and dumped a bowl of artichokes and husked yellow corn on top of them.
Legion Guidry, he don't come in here.
Where's he live? The man shook his head and didn't reply. He turned his back on me and began cutting open a box of seasoning. Sir, I asked you a question.
He works at the casino. Go axe up there. He don't come in here.
The man raised his finger for added emphasis. Helen and I drove to the casino on the Indian reservation. A garish obscenity of a building that had been constructed in what was once a rural Indian slum overgrown with persimmon and gum trees and swamp maples. A St. Mary Parish deputy sheriff directing traffic in the casino parking lot told us where we could find the man named Legion. The man who had once lived in my childhood dreams was down the road, under a picnic shelter, eating a barbecue sandwich on top of a paper towel that he had spread neatly on the table to catch his crumbs. He wore a starched gray uniform, with dark blue flaps on the pockets, and a polished brass name tag on his shirt, with his title, Head of Security, under the engraved letters of his name. A crude caricature of a naked woman was tattooed with blue ink on the underside of each of his forearms. I looked at him a long time without speaking. "Can I help you with something?" "You were an overseer at Poinciana Island?" He folded the paper towel around his sandwich and pitched it toward the trash barrel. It struck the side of the barrel and fell apart on the ground. "Who want to know?" I opened my badge holder in my palm. "I used to be, a long time ago." "You rape a black woman by the name of Ladis Hulin?" He put an unfiltered cigarette in his mouth and lit it and exhaled the smoke across the tops of his cupped fingers. Then he removed a piece of tobacco from his tongue and looked at it. "That bitch still spreading them rumor, huh?" "Let me run something else by you, Legion. That's the name you go by, right? Legion? No first name, no last name?" "I know you." "Yeah, you do. My brother and I walked up on you and some other white trash while y'all were copulating in an automobile. You opened a knife on me. I was 12 years old." His eyes shifted on mine and stayed there. "You're a goddamn liar." I looked at my feet and thought about the mindless animus in his stare, the arrogance and stupidity and insult in his words, the ignorance which he and his kind used like a weapon against their adversaries. What I wanted to run by you, Legion, is the fact there's no statute of limitations on a homicide, nor on complicity in a homicide. You getting my drift on this? Julian LaSalle's wife was locked in her room the night she burned to death. That's called negligent homicide. You removed a key from the deadbolt and inserted it on the inside of the door in order to protect Mr. Julian. Then you blackmailed him. He stood up from the picnic table and put his package of cigarettes in his shirt pocket and buttoned the flap. "You think I care what some nigger done told you?" He cleared his throat and spat a glob of phlegm 2 inches from my shoe. A trace of splatter, like strands of cobweb, clung to the cuff of my trouser leg. "How old are you, sir?" 74. "I'm going to stick it to you, Legion. For all the black women you molested and raped, for all the defenseless people you humiliated and degraded, that's a promise, partner." He lifted his chin and rubbed the whiskers on his throat, the cast in his green eyes as ancient and devoid of moral light as those in an early scale-covered creature breaking from the egg. The following week, Cleet and I went to Victor's, a cafeteria located on Main Street in a refurbished 19th century building with a high stamped ceiling where cops and business people and attorneys often ate lunch. Zerelda Colucci and Perry LaSalle sat at a small table, their heads bent toward one another, a solitary rose set in a small vase between them. Cleet and I were not the only ones who had taken notice of them. Barbara Shanahan was eating at another table, her muted anger growing in her face. When Cleet and I walked outside, Zerelda and Perry were across the street in the parking lot. Perry opened the passenger door of his Mercedes Gazelle for Zerelda to get inside. Barbara Shanahan stood on the sidewalk in a white suit, staring at them, her eyes smoldering. "What's the deal with Zerelda Colucci and Perry, Barbara?" "Ask him. She was always one of his on-again, off-again groupies." Perry likes to think of himself as the great benefactor of the underclass. She's Joe Zarosky's niece. Zarosky thinks T. Bobby Hewlin killed both the Boudreaux girl and his daughter. Why's Zerelda hanging with T. Bobby's defense attorney? Duh. I don't know, Dave. Why don't you research the LaSalle family history? Are you sure you're in the right line of work? She crossed the street and walked down to the bayou where she lived by herself in a waterfront apartment surrounded by banana trees. That evening, after work, I drove south of town and crossed the freshwater bay onto Point Siena Island. As I followed the winding road through hillocks and cypress and gum trees and live oaks that were almost 2 centuries old, I could feel the attraction that had probably kept the LaSalles and their vision of themselves intact for so many generations. The island was as close to Eden as the earth got. The evening sky was ribbed with purple and red clouds. In the trees I could see deer, and out on the bay flying fish that were bronze and scarlet in the sunset. The lichen on the oaks, the lacy canopy overhead, the pooled water and mushrooms and layers of blackened leaves and pecan husks back in the shade, all created a sense of botanical insularity that had not been tainted by the clank of engines and the smells of gasoline and diesel or the heat that rose from city cement. In effect, Point Siena Island had successfully avoided the 20th century. If I owned this place, would I willingly give it up? If I had to deal in slaves to keep it, would I not be tempted to allow the Prince of Darkness to have his way once in a while with my business affairs? These were thoughts I didn't care to dwell on. Perry lived in a 2-story house constructed of soft, variegated brick that had been recovered from torn-down antebellum homes in South Carolina. The royal palms that towered over the house had been transported by boat from Key West. The 1-acre pond in back, which had a dock with a pirogue moored to it, had been stocked years ago with fingerling bass, and now some of them had grown to 15 pounds. And that's where I saw Perry, on a scrolled iron bench by the waterside, casting a lure in a long arc out over the dimpled stillness of the pond's surface. But he was lost in his own thoughts, and they did not seem happy ones when I walked up behind him. "Having any luck?" "Oh, Dave, how you doing? No, it's slow tonight." "Zerelda Colucci is working for you?" "You could say that." "What's Joe Zarosky have to say about that?" "I don't know. He's back in New Orleans. Listen, Dave, Z is a good P.I. She's found 2 people who say they saw Amanda Boudreaux and T. Bobby together. The Boudreaux girl's DNA was on his watch cap all right, but it didn't get there at the crime scene. T. Bobby's almost 14 years older than Amanda Boudreaux was, Perry. She was a straight-A traditional Catholic girl who didn't hang around juke joints or petty criminal wiseasses. What you mean is she didn't hang around black musicians. Read it any way you want. I get the sense you're using this Colucci woman for your own ends. You come out to my house without calling, and then you insult me. You're too much, Dave. I like you. I really do. Just cut me a little slack, will you? By the way, I ran down a guy named Legion, one of your old overseers. He raped Ladis Hulin. Can you figure out how a guy like that became head of security at the casino? Something else, too. Zerelda Colucci comes from a mafia family. Is that how you know her? Through your grandfather's old connections? Perry's lips parted, and the blood drained out of his cheeks. He clenched his fishing rod in his hand and walked up the embankment toward his house, the azaleas and 4 o'clocks in his yard rippling with color in the shade. Then he flung the fishing rod against a porch column and walked back down the slope and faced me, his hands balled into fists. Get this straight. I'm not my grandfather, you self-righteous son of a bitch. But that doesn't mean he was a bad man. Now get off my property. The next Saturday was a festive day for New Iberia, featuring a citywide cleaning of the streets by volunteers, a free crawfish boil in City Park, and a 16-mile foot race that began with a grand assemblage of the runners under the trees by the recreation center. Jimmy Dean Stiles wore a black spandex gym suit that looked like a shiny plastic graft on his skin. 3 of his rappers ran at his side, their hair dyed orange or blue or purple. Behind them I saw the door-to-door magazine and encyclopedia and Bible salesman Marvin Oates, a soggy sweatband crimped around his hair. His olive skin stretched as tightly as a lampshade on his ribs. After the runners had streamed by the old brick firehouse onto a neighborhood side street, one member of an outdoor art class began to draw furiously on her sketch pad, her face bent almost to the paper, a grinding sound emanating from her throat. Her charcoal pencil filled the page. Then she dropped the pencil to the ground and began to hit the table with her fists and tremble all over. The art teacher, who was a nun and a volunteer at the city library, found me at the picnic pavilion by the National Guard Armory, not far from the spot where years ago the man named Legion had opened a knife on a 12-year-old boy. You know Rosebud Hewlin, Mr. Robichaud? She's an autistic savant. She can reproduce in exact detail a photograph or painting she's seen only once, maybe one she saw years ago. But she's never been able to create images out of her imagination. It's as though light goes from her eye through her arm onto the page. This morning she drew this figure. I stared down at a reclining female nude, the wrists crossed above the head, a crown of thorns fastened on the brow. The woman's mouth was open in a silent scream, like the figure in the famous painting by Munch. The eyes were oversized, elongated, wrapped around the head, filled with despair. 2 skeletal trees stood in the foreground, with branches that looked like sharpened pikes. Rosebud didn't recreate this from any painting or picture I ever saw, Mr. Robichaud. Why are you bringing me this, sister? She gazed at the smoke from cook fires drifting in the trees. I'm not sure, or maybe I'm not sure I want to say. I had to take Rosebud into the restroom and wash her face. That gentle girl tried to hit me. Did she tell you why she drew the picture? She always says the pictures she draws are put in her head by God. I think maybe this one came from somewhere else. On Monday, I called Ladis Houlin's house on Poinciana Island and asked to speak to T-Bobby, but he was at work at the Carousel Club in St. Martinville, which was owned by Jimmy Dean Stiles. I drove up the bayou to St. Martinville and parked in the lot behind the Carousel Club. The garbage piled against the back wall hummed with flies and reeked of dead shrimp. T-Bobby was using a wide-bladed shovel to scoop up the rotted matter and slugs that oozed from a mound of split vinyl bags. He was sweating profusely, his eyes like BBs when he looked at me. You doing scut work for Jimmy Sty? Ain't no clubs want to hire me. Jimmy give me a job. He slung a shovel load of garbage into the back of a pickup truck. His eyes were filled with a peculiar light, the irises jittering. I want to show you something, T-Bobby. I started to unroll his sister's drawing, but he speared his shovel into a swollen bag of garbage and went through the side door of the club. I followed him. Inside, the chairs were stacked on the tables, and a fat black woman was mopping the floor. T-Bobby sat at the bar, his face in his hands, the streamers from an air-conditioning unit blowing above his head. I flattened the sketch of the reclining nude on the bar. Rosebud drew this. Look at the crossed wrists, the fear and despair in the woman's eyes, the scream that's about to come from her mouth. What's that make you think of, T-Bobby? He stared down at the drawing and took a breath and wet his lips. Then he blew his nose on a handkerchief to hide the expression in his face. "Perry LaSalle say I ain't got to talk with you." I clenched his wrist and flattened his hand on the paper. For just a second, feel the pain and terror in that drawing, T-Bobby. Look at me and tell me you don't know what we're talking about. He pressed his head down on his fists. His T-shirt was gray with sweat, his pulse leaping in his throat. "Why don't you just put a bullet in me?" "You got a meth problem, T-Bobby? Somebody giving you crystal to straighten out the kinks?" He started to speak. Then he saw a silhouette out of the corner of his eye. I didn't think his face could look sicker than it did, but I was wrong. Jimmy Dean Stiles walked from his office and crossed the dance floor and went behind the bar. He wore a maroon silk shirt unbuttoned on his chest, and gray slacks hung low on the smooth taper of his stomach. He opened a small refrigerator behind the bar and removed a container of coleslaw and began eating it with a plastic fork, his eyes drifting casually to Rosebud's drawing. He tilted his head curiously. "What you got, my man?" "This is a police matter. I'd appreciate you not intruding." Stiles chewed his food thoughtfully, his eyes focused out the open front door. "T-Bobby ain't did you nothing. Let the cat have some peace. For a guy who busted him up on the oyster shells, you're a funny advocate. Maybe we got our disagreements, but he's still my friend. Look, the cat's coming down with the flu. Ain't he got enough misery?" I rolled up Rosebud's drawing. "I'll be around," I said. 2 nights later, the air was cool and dry, and the cypress trees in the swamp bloomed with heat lightning. Cleet came into the bait shop as I was closing up. I smelled him before I saw him. He helped himself to a water glass off a wall shelf and sat down heavily at the counter and unscrewed the cap from a pint bottle of bourbon wrapped in a brown paper sack. A noxious fog, an odor of suntan lotion and cigarette smoke and beer sweat began to fill the shop like a living presence. Cleet poured 4 fingers of whiskey in his glass and drank it slowly, watching me turn the electric fan on an overhead shelf in his direction. The lid of his left eye was swollen, a bruise like a small blue mouse in the crow's feet at the corner. "How you doing, Cletus?"
Joe Zarowski is back in town. At my motor court, with Zerelda Colucci and half the greaseballs in New Orleans. Last night, this collection of shitbags are cooking sausages on a hibachi 10 feet from my window and playing a Tony Bennett tape loud enough to be heard in Palermo. So I made the mistake of talking to them like they're human beings, asking them politely to dial it down a few notches so I can get some sleep. And what do I get? Nothing. Like I'm not there. I go, "Look, just face your stereo the other way, okay?" One guy says, "Hey, Purcell, I got your 10-inch Frank right here. You want it with mustard?" and grabs his flopper while the other greaseballs laugh. So, I go back inside, take a shower, put on fresh clothes, comb my hair, give these assholes every chance to go somewhere else. When I go outside, they're still there. Except now, Zerelda Colucci is sitting at the picnic table with them, the tops of her tatas sticking out like beach balls, her shorts rolled up so tight they almost split when she crosses her legs. So I walk over and ask her out for a late dinner, figuring that ought to put the lasagna through the fan if nothing else won't. She sits there, scraping the label off a beer bottle with her thumbnail, rolling it into little balls, then goes, "I don't mind." I try to use the wet dream of the mafia to provoke these guys, and instead she agrees to have dinner with me. The greaseballs know better than to say dick about it either. I put on my sports coat and back my convertible around to pick her up. Except here comes Perry LaSalle in his Mercedes. Zerelda gets this look on her face like she's creaming in her pants, and I'm back in my room watching TV. Dinner date canceled. LaSalle and Zerelda over in her room, blinds drawn.
He finished his glass of whiskey and opened a can of beer and broke a raw egg in the glass and poured the beer on top of it. He took a drink and stared out the window into the darkness, an unfocused light in his eyes. I did some checking on that dude.
You know why he didn't finish at the Jesuit seminary? He couldn't keep it in his pants.
What are you talking about, Cleet?
He belongs to Sexaholics Anonymous. The guy's a gash hound.
I turned off the outside flood lamps, and the bayou went dark, and the tops of the cypresses were green and ruffling in the moonlight. Where'd you get the mouse on your eye, Cleet?
I got up at 4 in the morning and walked into a door.
At the office the next morning, I glanced at the state news section of the Times-Picayune and saw an Associated Press article describing the homicide of a waitress outside Franklin, Louisiana. Her name was Ruby Gravano, a member of that group of marginal miscreants I had known for years in New Orleans, what I called the walking wounded, whose criminal deeds became a kind of incremental suicide, as though they were doing penance for sins committed in a previous incarnation. The body had been found by a roadside, not far from the banks of Bayou Teche, the clothes torn off her back. The article described her injuries as massive, which usually meant the details could not be published in a family newspaper. I started out my door toward Helen's office and almost collided into Cleet Purcell. He was dressed in a tan suit and powder blue shirt with a rolled collar and a tie with a horse painted on it, and shined cordovan loafers. His cheeks were shiny with aftershave lotion.
Fill me in on this Shanahan, Broadstreet. I asked her out to lunch. I told her I had some helpful information on an armed robber she's prosecuting.
Can you let one day go by without stirring something up? Come inside. I closed the office door behind us. Remember Ruby Gravano?
A hooker? Used to live in a flop house by Lee's Circle?
She was killed last night. Maybe beaten to death.
I heard she was out of the life. You talked to her pimp? Beeler Grissom. I think she married him.
Thanks, Cletus. He opened the office door.
I'll let you know how my lunch came out. This is a class broad, Dave.
He blew his breath on his palm and sniffed it.
Oh, man, I smell like puke. I got to brush my teeth.
Helen Swallow and I checked out a cruiser and drove the 30 miles down to Franklin, then stopped by the sheriff's department and got directions to Ruby Gravano's, which turned out to be a one-story, weathered, late Victorian frame house. Ruby's husband, Beeler Grissom, sat on the steps, cracking peanuts and flicking them to a turkey in the yard. As I remembered him, he had been a carnival man before he was a pimp, and had lived most of his life off the computer. His speech was flat, adenoidal, laconic, so lacking in joy or passion or remorse or emotion of any kind that the listener felt Beeler did not care enough about others or the world or even his own fate to lie. Sorry about your wife, Beeler. We think maybe Ruby's death is connected to 2 women who were murdered recently in Iberia Parish. He looked into space and scratched a place under his eye with one fingernail. It ain't her death brought you here, then. It's the cases you ain't been able to solve. I wouldn't put it that way. Don't matter. It's my fault. We had a fight. She took off in my truck. Sometimes she'd go to a colored blues joint. Sometimes to the casino on a reservation. She had a thing for poker machines. Was she involved with another man? Helen asked. She was out of the life. She'd been a one-man woman since. Most ex-whores are. Don't be talking about her like that. Ruby hooked for 11 years. Curbside, motels, truck stops. She's seen it all, every kind of pervert and geek there is. The guy who got next to her, you ain't gonna catch him. He shook the peanuts from his sack onto the ground for the turkey to eat and went back inside the gloom of his house without saying goodbye. That night, I tallied up the receipts in the bait shop and turned off the lights and locked the door and walked up the dock toward the house. A red pickup truck, dented and work-scratched from bumper to bumper, was parked under the overhang of a live oak. A tall man in khaki clothes and western straw hat stood by the tailgate smoking a cigarette. The cigarette sparked in an arc when he tossed it into the road. "You looking for somebody?" "You. The man helping that black bitch spread them rumors." He walked out of the shadows into the moonlight. The skin of his face was white, furrowed in vertical lines. One oily strand of black hair hung from under his hat across his ear. "Mistake to come around my house, Legion. That's what you think." Suddenly he swung a blackjack down on my head, clipping the crown of the skull. I fell on the side of the road against the embankment of my yard. I could smell leaves and grass and the moist dirt on my hands as he walked toward me. His blackjack hung from his fingers like a large leather-sheathed darning sock. "I'm a police officer," I heard myself say. "Don't matter what you are, no. When I get finished here, you ain't gonna want to tell nobody about it." He backstroked me across the side of the head, and when I tried to curl into a ball, he beat my arms and spine and kneecaps, then pulled me by my shirt onto the road and laid into my buttocks and the backs of my thighs. The lead weight inside the stitched leather sock was mounted on a spring and wood handle, and with each blow I could feel the pain sink all the way to the bone like a dentist drill hollowing into marrow. He stopped and stood erect, and all I could see of him were his khaki-clad legs and loins, and the western belt buckle on his flat stomach, and the blackjack hanging motionlessly from his hand. I was sitting up now, my legs bent under me, my ears ringing with sound, my stomach and bowels like wet newspaper torn in half. If he hit me again, I couldn't have raised my arms to ward off the blow. He lifted me by the front of my shirt and dropped me in a sitting position on the embankment of my yard. He slipped the blackjack into his side pocket and looked down at me. "How you feel?" "Go fuck yourself," I whispered. He knotted my hair in his fist and wrenched back my head and kissed me hard on the mouth, pushing his tongue inside. I could taste tobacco and decayed food and bile in his saliva and smell the road dust and body heat and dried sweat in his shirt. "Go tell him all what I done to you, how I whipped you like a dog and used you for my bitch. How it feel, boy? How it feel?" The sunrise in the morning was pink and misty, like the colors and textures inside a morphine dream. And through the window at Iberia General, I could see palm trees and oaks hung with moss along Old Spanish Trail, and a white crane lifting on extended wings off the surface of the bayou. I told Cleet what I didn't tell the sheriff. I told him of the systematic beating from head to foot, the contempt shown my person, the sense that I no longer possessed control over my life, that my confidence in myself, my ability to deal with the world, had always been the stuff of vanity. Then I told him about the kiss, a male tongue rife with nicotine pushed inside my mouth over the teeth into the throat, his saliva like an obscene burn on my chin. I looked up into Cleet's face. His green eyes were filled with a mixture of pity and the kind of latent thoughts that made his enemies back out of rooms when they recognized them. "You're not going to file on this guy? You feel ashamed because of what he did to you?" When I didn't reply, he walked to the window and looked at the trees out on the road and the moss on the limbs lifting in the wind. "I can set it up. He'll never know what hit him. I've got the throwdown, too, all numbers acid burned and ground on an emery wheel." "I'll let you know." "Yeah, I bet." He turned from the window. He picked his pork pie hat off the sill and slanted it on his brow. "I'll see you this afternoon, Streak. But with or without you, that cocksucker is going to get blown out of his socks." 2 days later, I left the hospital, limping on a cane, my head spinning with painkillers, one eye swollen almost shut, the side of my face inflated with a large yellow and purple bruise. It was Friday, a work day, but I did not go back to the office. Instead, I sat for a long time in the living room by myself, the blinds drawn, and listened to a strange whirring sound in my head. Then I found myself at the kitchen sink, first pouring a glass of iced tea, a second later opening the cap on the bottle of painkillers the doctor had given me. 1 or 2 to get back to normal can't hurt, I thought. Right. I poured pills down a drain, then ran water on top of them and dropped the bottle in the garbage sack under the counter. Bootsy and I ate lunch on a redwood table under the mimosa tree in the backyard. It was shady and cool in the yard, and a gust of wind ruffled the periwinkles and bamboo that grew along the coulee. But there was no hint of rain in the air, and dust blew in brown clouds out of my neighbor's cane field. Bootsy was talking, and I tried to follow what she was saying, but the whirring sound began again in my head. She set her fork down. "You have to get your mind off it, Dave. The sheriff will find this guy." My eyes avoided hers. The sheriff doesn't know what to look for. I didn't tell him everything. It was the man called Legion, the overseer from Poinciana Island. He put his tongue in my mouth. He called me his bitch. She was quiet a long time. "That's why you kept the sheriff in the dark." "This guy, Legion, is 74 years old. Nobody would believe my story. Legion knew that. He really pushed the hook in deep." Bootsy got up from a bench and walked around the table and put her fingers in my hair and brushed her nails back and forth on my scalp. Then she kissed the top of my head. "Why didn't you tell me? Come inside, soldier." We went into the bedroom. She closed the curtains on the window that looked out on the front yard, then disconnected the telephone cord from the jack in the wall and removed her blouse. "Unhook me, big guy." She turned her back to me while she unbuttoned her blue jeans and let them drop to her ankles. Then she put her arms around my neck and kissed me on the mouth. "Then how about getting undressed?" I took off my clothes and lay down gingerly on the bed. Bootsy slipped her fingers down inside the elastic of her panties and pushed them over her thighs and lay beside me, her head propped up on her elbow. "You told Cleet about all this before you told me?" It wasn't my proudest moment out there. "Oh, Dave, you're so crazy." She put her face close to mine and touched my sex with her fingers. "The doc loaded me up on downers. I don't know if I'm up to it, Boots." "That's what you think, Bubba." She raised herself up and stroked my sex, then kissed it and placed it in her mouth. A moment later, she spread her knees and sat on top of me and held me between her hands. As I looked up at her, the light from the side window woven in her hair, all the goodness and beauty in the world seemed to gather in her face. She placed me inside her, then leaned down and kissed me on the mouth again and brushed a strand of hair out of my eyes. Then, for just a moment, all the pain and solitary rage, all the ugly images that the man called Legion had tried to leave forever in my memory seemed to become as dross. The only sound in the room was the rise and fall of Bootsy's breath against my chest and the squeak of the bed springs under our weight, and occasionally a small, moist popping noise when her stomach formed a suction against mine. Then her body began to stiffen, the muscles in her back hardening, her thighs tightening on mine. Her eyes closed now, her face growing small and soft and tense at the same time. I held her as close as I could, as though we were both balanced on the tip of a precipice. Then I felt my sex harden and swell and burn in a way it never had, to a degree that made me cry out, involuntarily, more like a woman than a man, and the entirety of my life My identity itself seemed to dissolve and break and then burst from my loins in a white glow. And in that moment, I was joined with her, the two of us, locked inseparably together inside the heat of her thighs, the mystery of her womb, the beating of her heart, the sweat on her skin, the flush of blood in her cheeks, the odor of crushed gardenias that rose from her hair when I buried my face in it. After I showered and put on a fresh pair of khakis and a Hawaiian shirt, I took my holstered 1911 model .45 automatic from the dresser and placed it on the rail of the gallery, then went into the kitchen and rubbed Bootsy on the back and kissed her neck. I'll be gone for a little while. What are you about to do, Dave? There's not a perp or lowlife or shitbag in Louisiana who would come after a cop with a blackjack unless he thought he was protected. You and Cleet are going to settle things on your own? Cleet's out of it, Boots. I went out the front door and backed the truck down the drive. Through the windshield, I saw Bootsy come out on the porch. I waved, but she didn't respond. I crossed the freshwater bay onto Poinciana Island and followed the winding paved road through red dirt acreage and hummocks and oaks green with lichen to Ladis Houlin's house, where she sat on the gallery. I got out of my truck and limped toward her on my cane. I eased myself down on the top step and propped my cane across the inside of my leg and looked at the peacocks picking in the grass across the road. I want to take Legion down, Ladis. Maybe blow up his shit. You use that kind of language in front of white ladies? Sometimes. With the ones I respect. Her eyes roved over my face. Legion done this to you? I nodded, my gaze fixed across the road. It ain't just the beating that bother you, though, is it? He done something to you right before he finished. Something that makes you feel dirty inside. You wash yourself all over, but it don't do no good. Every place you go, you feel his hand on you. He's always in your thoughts. That's what Legion know how to do to people. Every black woman on this plantation learned that. I snuffed down in my nose and cleared my throat. I put on my sunglasses, even though there was no glare in the yard, and rubbed my palms on my knees. Maybe I should go. Legion killed a man in Morgan City, a man from up north who was down here writing a book. He was never arrested? The people in the bar said the man threatened Legion with a gun, and Legion took it from him and shot him. It ain't true, though. A black man in the kitchen seen Legion get the gun from under the bar and follow him out in the parking lot. Legion shot the man so close his coat caught on fire. Then he shot him again on the ground. This was maybe 30 or 35 years ago. Thanks for your help, Ladis. Jimmy Dean Stiles was out here yesterday. He asked about my granddaughter, Rosebud, how's she doing and all. Why would he come out here asking about Rosebud? I remember taking Rosebud's sketch of the reclining nude to the Carousel Club and Stiles stealing a look at it, his head tilted curiously. Let me know if he comes around again. I took off my sunglasses and folded them and replaced them in my shirt pocket and tried to seem casual. You tell me only what you feel like I should know, huh? That's the way it's always been, Mr. Dave. Ain't changed. The little people ain't got the same rights as everybody else. That's how come Legion could take any black girl he wanted into the trees or the canebrake, make them carry his baby and never tell who the father was. When you talk down to me like you just done, you no different from Legion, no. The next Monday, I asked a cop at the entrance of the casino on the Indian reservation where I could find a man named Legion, then walked inside. He was at the bar in a darkened cocktail lounge drinking coffee. smoking a cigarette in front of a mirror that was trimmed with red and purple neon. His eyes looked at me indifferently in the mirror when I sat down on the stool next to him and hung my cane from the edge of the bar. I hooked my coat behind the butt of the .45 automatic I carried in a clip-on holster. "T'es un pédériste, Legion?" His eyes locked on mine in the mirror. Then he brought his cigarette up to his mouth and exhaled smoke through his nose and tipped the ash into his coffee saucer. "You don't talk French?" "Not with just anybody." "I'll ask you in English. You a homosexual, Legion?" "I know what you're doing. It ain't gonna work, no." "Because that's the impression you left me with. Maybe raping those black women convinced you there's not a girl buried down inside you." He rotated the burning tip of his cigarette in his coffee saucer until the fire was dead. Then he fastened a button on his shirt pocket and straightened his tie and looked at his reflection in the mirror. He jerked his head at the barmaid. "Go back to the kitchen and see if they got my dinner ready." I turned on my stool so I was looking at his profile. "I'm a superstitious man, Legion, so I went to see a traiteur about you." I lied. "My traiteur friend says you got a gris-gris on you. Those women you forced yourself on. Mr. Julian, his poor wife who burned up in the fire, a man you murdered outside a bar in Morgan City. Their spirits all follow you around, Legion, everywhere you go." The skin wrinkled under his right eye. He turned his head slowly and stared into my face. "What man in Morgan City?" "He was a writer. From somewhere up north. You shot him outside a bar. You shot him twice. His coat caught fire from the muzzle flash the second time you shot him on the ground." His mouth parted and his eyes narrowed and stayed fixed on mine. From my shirt pocket I removed a dime I had drilled a hole through early that morning, then had strung on a piece of looped red string. I pushed the dime across the bar toward his coffee cup. "The traiteur said you should carry this on your ankle, Legion." "Like a nigger woman, huh?" He pitched the dime into the bottles behind the bar. The barmaid came out of the kitchen with a tray. She took a plate of rice and gravy and stewed chicken and string beans off the tray and set it in front of Legion with a napkin and knife and fork. "Why would you kill a writer from up north?" He leaned over his plate and opened his mouth to shovel in a fork piled with food. His face suddenly slanted sideways. Then I would have sworn his voice and accent actually changed, that it seemed to rumble and echo out of a cavern that was far larger in circumference and depth than his size. "You'd better leave me the fuck alone." I felt my scalp recede against my skull. I got up from my stool, my face suddenly cold and moist in the air conditioning. I wiped my forehead on my coat sleeve and picked up my cane. When I did, the man called Legion looked ordinary again, a working man bent over his dinner, his lips smacking his food. But my heart was still racing. As I stared at his back, I was determined that whatever fear he had engendered in me would not be one I walked out of the room with. "This time I'll give you something to remember, just so you'll know what it's going to be like every time we meet." I pulled his plate sideways and spit in it. Cleet came into the bait shop on Wednesday afternoon, his hair and eyebrows freshly trimmed, wearing new slacks and a starched shirt and a gold neck chain and religious medal I'd never seen before.
"I took Barbara Shanahan to a luncheon on Monday, Streak, at the country club. It was full of lawyers. Last night we went to a lawn party on Spanish Lake. The governor was there."
"No kidding. Who else?"
"Perry LaSalle."
"Was he at the luncheon too?"
"Yeah, I guess."
Cleet was sitting on one of the counter stools now, drumming his nails on the formica. He looked up at me.
"You saying Barbara's using me to jerk LaSalle around?"
The phone rang and I didn't have to answer his question. After I hung up, I turned around and Cleet was staring out the screen window at the bream popping the surface among the lily pads on the far side of the bayou. 3 long lines like strands of wire were stretched across his forehead. What's wrong, partner?
Last night I told Barbara I liked her a lot. I also told her maybe she was carrying a torch for a guy I don't have much respect for, but if that was her choice, I could boogie on down the road.
How'd she take it?
She got mad.
Her loss. Blow it off.
That's not all of it. She lives in this apartment on the bayou. I'm downstairs on my way to the parking lot, and here she comes down the staircase. She apologizes. The moon's up, the azaleas and the bougainvillea and wisteria are blooming. She's standing there in her hose, her shoes off, her face like a little girl's. She takes me by the arm and leads me back up the stairs again. Dave, stuff like this doesn't happen to guys like me with women like that. I kissed her in the living room and rockets went off in my head. There's a knock at the door.
LaSalle?
No, some peckerwood who sells magazines and Bibles. His name is Marvin something or another. A real con man. He's got this hush-puppy accent and pitiful look on his face like the orphanage just slammed a door on his nose. But Barbara laps it up, fixing him a sandwich and pouring a glass of milk for him, asking him if he wants some ice cream and melted chocolate to go with it. It was sickening. She said she'd forgotten she'd told Marvin to drop by, which meant I was supposed to leave.
I picked up 2 freshwater rods that were propped in the corner. I tossed one to Cleet. Let's entertain the bass.
There's more, Streak.
His green eyes clicked sideways at me. His face was pink and oily with perspiration under the light, his fresh haircut like a little boy's.
I was back at my motel, just about asleep, when a car pulls up in front of Zerelda Colucci's cottage. Guess who? Perry LaSalle again. Like everywhere I go, I see Perry LaSalle. Like any broad around here I'm interested in has got a thing with Perry LaSalle. Except this time he's getting his genitalia ripped out. Zerelda calls him a douchebag and a brain-dead horse dick, then picks up a flower pot off the walk and smashes it on the dashboard of his convertible. I hear his car leave and I think, I can get some sleep. 10 minutes later, Zerelda taps on my door. Man, she was drop-dead beautiful, with those big tatas and pale skin and black hair full of lights and fire-alarm lipstick, and she's holding this big sweaty bottle of cold duck, and she says, "Hey, Irish, I've just had the worst fucking night of my life. Feel like hearing about it?" And I'm telling myself, go back to sleep, Cleet. Barbara Shanahan waits for you in the morning. Wet dream of the mafia or not, no Sicilian skivvy runs tonight. Those thoughts lasted about 2 seconds. Guess which Pajo of yours got fucked on the ceiling last night, and fucked on the ceiling and floor, and in the shower and every other surface of the room this morning?
I don't believe it.
I don't either, except I'm having dinner with her this evening. I think I just took Perry LaSalle's place.
Friday night, I experienced what recovering alcoholics refer to as drunk dreams. Nocturnal excursions into the past that represent either a desire to get back on the dirty boogie or a fear of it. In my dream, I visited a saloon on Magazine Street in New Orleans, where I stood at a mirrored bar with 2 inches of beam and a glass and a long-necked jacks on the side. In the dream, I drank as I did before I entered Alcoholics Anonymous, knocking back doubles with the careless disregard of a man eating a razor blade, confident that this time I would not wake trembling in the morning, filled with rage and self-hatred and an insatiable desire for more drink. Then it was night in the dream, and I was looking out on a sea of wind-swept elephant grass lighted by the phosphorus halos of pistol flares. Inside the grass, toy men in conical straw hats and black pajamas, armed with captured American ordnance and French and Japanese junk, tripped a wire strung with sea-rat cans. The Zippo tracks cut loose, with a mewing sound like a kitten's, arching liquid flame over the grass, filling the sky with voices and a smell no amount of whiskey ever rinses from the soul. I sat up on the edge of the bed and pushed the sleep out of my eyes. The window curtains were blowing in the wind, and the clouds above the swamp were as black as soot, heat lightning ballooning inside them. And I could smell a trash fire in a coulee, and hear the hysterical shrieking sound of a nutria calling to its mate. I went into the bathroom and opened a bottle of aspirin and poured 8 into my hand and ate them off my palm, biting down on the acidic taste of each of them, cupping water into my mouth, taking the rush just as if I had eaten a handful of white speed. I lay back down on top of the sheets, a pillow over my face, but did not sleep again until dawn. It was Saturday morning, and I drove to Morgan City and searched the city newspaper's morgue for an account of a homicide involving the man some called Legion Guidry. It wasn't hard to find. On a weekday night in December of 1966, a freelance writer named William O'Reilly, aged 39, of New York City, had acted belligerently in a bar down by the shrimp docks. When asked to leave, he had pulled a pistol on the bartender. The bartender, one Legion Guidry, had tried to disarm him. William O'Reilly was shot twice, then had staggered into the parking lot where he died. The story did not run until 2 days after the death of the victim and appeared on the second page of the newspaper. The story stated that William O'Reilly had been unemployed for several years and had been dismissed from both a newspaper and a university teaching job for alcohol-related problems. I turned off the microfilm scanner and looked out the window at the palm trees and rooftops of Morgan City. I could see the bridges over the wide sweep of the Atchafalaya River and the shrimp boats and bust-head saloons down by the waterfront and the dead cypress in the chain of bays that formed a deep water channel into the Gulf of Mexico. But to the denizens of America's criminal subculture, Morgan City was more than a piece of Jamaica sawed loose from the Caribbean. It had always been the place to go if you were on the run and needed a new identity, access to dope, whores, foreign ports, and money that was not on the computer. What better place to murder a worrisome alcoholic writer from New York and get away with it, I thought. The following Monday, I drove down East Main past the antebellum and gingerbread homes along the Teche and the shady lawn scattered with the bloom of azalea bushes. I parked by the Shadows, where a tourist bus was unloading, and crossed the street and entered a 2-story Victorian house that had been remodeled into the law offices of Perry LaSalle. It was like entering a monument to the past. 3 secretaries sat behind computers in the front office, phones ringing, a fax machine pumping laser-printed correspondence into a basket. But these concessions to modern times were clearly overwhelmed in significance by an enormous glass-encased, sun-faded Confederate battle flag that had been carried by members of the 8th Louisiana Volunteers, its cloth rent by grape shot or mini balls, the names Manassas Junction, Fredericksburg, Antietam, Cross Keys, Malvern Hill, Chantilly, and Gettysburg, inked into brown patches that were hand-stitched along the flag's border. Oil paintings of the LaSalles hung over the fireplace and between the high windows. A brown Bess musket used by one of them at the Battle of New Orleans was propped on the mantelpiece, a framed letter of gratitude written to Perry's ancestor by Andrew Jackson resting on the flintlock mechanism. But it was not the LaSalle's historical memorabilia that captured my attention. A tall man was backing a fire-engine red pickup truck out of the driveway. He wore a flower-print shirt and a straw hat with the brim slanted over his forehead, but I could see the vertical furrows in his face like those in a prune. The secretary told me I could go upstairs to Perry's office. I sat down across from him without being asked. "You look a little battered, Dave. What happened?" "Bad day on the job. You know how it is. Who was that backing his truck out your driveway?" Perry gazed out the window. "Oh, that fellow. That's Legion, the guy you were asking about once before." "He's your client?" "That's none of your business, Dave." You know the name William O'Reilly? Yes, he was a writer from New York. Legion shot him to death outside a bar in Morgan City. Perry picked up a pen and rotated it in his fingers, then dropped it back on his desk. Legion's a leftover from a bygone era. I can't change what he is or what he's done. Sometimes he needs money, I give it to him. I had a recent encounter with this man. I think he's evil. I don't mean bad. I mean evil. Perry shook his head. He's an old man, an illiterate Cajun who is as much a victim as he is victimizer. And you make him out to be an acolyte of Satan. You're a heck of a guy, Dave. By the way, T-Bobby passed the lie detector test. He didn't rape or shoot Amanda Boudreau. That afternoon, I met Cleet for coffee at McDonald's on East Main.
I'll make it fast, Streak. Last night, I'm grilling a steak with Zerelda on the patio by her cottage. She keeps brushing against me, smoothing my shirt and humming under her breath. Just when I'm about to suggest we move our operation indoors, I hear somebody behind us and turn around, and there's this little hillbilly Bible salesman again holding a Bible and a bunch of roses. Zerelda calls it sweet and invites him to dinner, so of course I step in my own shit and try to disinvite him. Zerelda can't believe my rudeness, and the two of them walk on down the street to the ice cream parlor. I've gotten blown out of the water twice by a meltdown who pulls a suitcase full of magazines and Bibles around town on a roller skate.
It sounds like you're off the hook with Zerelda, Cleet. Count your blessings. Cleet blew air out his nose and picked up his coffee cup and stared out the window.
Anyway, I moved out of the motor court. Why is stuff like this always happening to me?
Search me, I thought. The next day, Barbara Shanahan showed me a side to her character that made me reconsider all my impressions about her. She had gone to bed early, then been awakened near midnight by a dream of a hard-bodied bird thudding against her window glass. She sat up in bed and looked out the back window, but saw only the tops of banana trees and the green slope of her yard that dead-ended against the rear wall of a 19th-century brick warehouse. Then she heard the sound again from below her feet down in the garage. She pulled out the drawer to her desk and removed a .25 caliber automatic. In the kitchen, she opened the door to the enclosed stairwell that led downstairs and switched on the light. The garage door was shut, locked electronically from the inside, and her tan Honda four-door gleamed softly under the overhead light. But as she descended the stairs, she could feel a presence that didn't belong there, a violation of the fresh white paint on the garage walls, the cement floor that did not have a drop of oil on it, the cleanliness and order that seemed to always define the environment Barbara chose to live in. She smelled an odor like unwashed hair, bayou water, clothing that has started to rot. A window on the side wall was pried open, the wall marked with black scuffs from someone's shoes or boots. She moved around the front of her car, and under the window saw a shape curled inside the tarp she used to cover her vegetable garden when there was frost. She pulled back the slide on the .25 and released it, snicking the small round off the top of the magazine into the chamber. If you like, I can just shoot through the canvas. Tell us what your decision is. T. Bobby Hewlin uncovered his face and pushed himself up on his palms, his back against the wall. His eyes looked scalded, his hair like dirty string. He wore a pullover, moth-holed black sweater that emanated an eye-watering stench. I ain't got no place to go. You got to help me, Miss Barbara. Are you retarded? I'm the prosecutor in your case. I'm going to ask that you be sentenced to death. He covered his head with his arms and pressed his face down on the tops of his knees. His left forearm was perforated with needle tracks that had become infected and looked like a tangle of knotted red wire under his skin. I'm going to have you picked up. I suggest when you're allowed to use the phone, you contact your attorney. Then you have him call me. I used to cut your grass. I run errands for your granddaddy. Perry LaSalle don't care about black people, Miss Barber. He care about himself. They gonna kill my grandmama. They'll kill my sister, too. Who's going to kill them? He balled both his fists and squeezed them into his temples. The day I say that, that's the day my grandmama and sister die. Ain't no place to go with it, Miss Barbara. Barbara released the magazine from the butt of her .25, ejected the round from the chamber, and dropped the magazine and the pistol into the pocket of her robe. Get up, she said. She lifted him by one arm from the floor, then pushed him ahead of her up the stairs. She shoved him inside the bathroom door. I have some of my brother's clothes here. I'm going to throw them in a paper bag inside. When you finish showering, put your dirty things in the paper bag. Then wipe down the shower and the floor and put the soiled towel in the basket. If you ever break in my house again, I'm going to blow your head off. She shut the bathroom door and punched in my number on the telephone. When I got to Barbara's, T-Bobby was sitting in the living room, dressed in oversized khakis and a gold and purple LSU T-shirt with the sleeves cut off. He kept sniffing and wiping his nose with the back of his wrist. Go down to my truck and wait there, T-Bobby. After he was gone, she told me everything that had happened. Why didn't you have the city cops pick him up? This case has too many question marks in it. You have doubts about his guilt? I didn't say that. Others were involved. That dead girl deserves better than what she's getting. Her terry cloth robe was cinched above her hips. Even in her slippers, she was slightly taller than I. In the soft light, her freckles looked like they had been feather-dusted on her skin. Her hair was dark red, and she lifted a lock of it off her brow and, for just a moment, reminded me of a high school girl caught unawares in a camera's lens. Why are you staring at me like that? She asked. No reason. You taking T-Bobby to his grandmother's? I thought I'd cuff him to a train track. A grin broke at the corner of her mouth. T-Bobby was sitting in the passenger seat of my truck when I got downstairs. He had vomited on the gravel, and the foulness and density of his breath filled the cab of the truck. His hands were pressed between his legs, his back shivering. Are your grandmother and sister in harm's way, T-Bobby? I ain't saying no more. I was sick up there. I couldn't keep my thoughts straight. I don't think there's a lot of real hope for you, T-Bobby. Oh, man, what you doing to me? I can't get Amanda Boudreau out of my mind. I see her in my sleep. Does she bother you at all? Amanda hurt me, man, but it wasn't me shot her. She made like we couldn't have no kind of relationship. She said it was 'cause I was so much older, but I knowed it was 'cause I'm black. You want to come down to the department and make a statement? He tried to open the truck door, even though I was up on Lurville Road now, speeding past a rural slum by the Four Corners. I reached across the seat and pulled the door shut, then hit him in the side of the face with my elbow. You want to kill yourself, do it on your own time. He cupped one hand over his ear and cheek, then he began to shake as though his bones were disconnected. I'm going to be sick. I got to fix, man. I drove him out in the country to the home of a black minister who ran a shelter for alcoholics and homeless men. When I left and headed up the dirt track toward the highway, the sky was still black, bursting with all the constellations, the pastures sweet with the smell of grass and horses and night-blooming flowers. It was one of those moments when you truly thank all the spiritual powers of the universe you were spared the fate that could have been yours. At the McDonald's restaurant on East Main later the same day, an unshaved man with jowls like a St. Bernard picked up his hamburger and fries and sat down next to Marvin Oates without being invited, sweeping crumbs off the table, knocking over Marvin's thermos. Marvin righted his thermos, but remained hunched over his sandwich, his eyes riveted on a neutral spot 10 inches in front of his nose. "You bring your own lunch to a restaurant?" the unshaved man said. "I don't know you." "Yeah, you do. They call me Frankie Dogs. Some people say it's because I look like a dog. But that ain't true. I used to race greyhounds at Biscayne Dog Track, so the people I work for started calling me Frankie Dogs. You like greyhound racing?" "I don't gamble." "Yeah, you do. You trying to put moves on Zarelda Colucci. That's a big gamble, my friend, when you ain't gonna win. Look at me when I'm talking to you." "I didn't hear Miss Zarelda say that." "Take the shit out of your mouth. You got a speech defect. Here, I'll give you the short version. Joe Zarowski don't want no Peckerwood magazine salesman coming around his niece. You do it again, I'll be paying you a visit." Marvin nodded solemnly as though agreeing. "Good man. I'll tell Joe we don't got no problem. You have a good day." Frankie started to walk away. "You forgot your Bigger Mac," Marvin said into the dead space in front of him. Frankie stopped, straightening his shoulders above the enormous breadth of his stomach. He walked back to the table and propped one arm on it and leaned down toward Marvin's face. "What did you say?" "You left a bigger mess. It don't look good." "That's what I thought you said. Check you out later. Say I like your tie." Later turned out to be a passage of 5 minutes when Marvin finished eating and went inside the men's room. Frankie Dogs came through the door right behind him and drove Marvin's face into the tile wall above the urinal, then wheeled him around and buried his fist in Marvin's stomach. Frankie plunged Marvin's head into the toilet bowl, then repeatedly flushed, pressing Marvin's face deeper into the vortex swirling about his ears. When Frankie pulled Marvin out of the bowl by his collar, a curtain of water cascaded onto the floor. Marvin lay half unconscious against the wall, a long strand of wet toilet paper hanging from one ear. That evening I drove to Barron's, our local health club, and worked out on the machines, lightly at first, then increasing the weight incrementally as the pain and the stiffness from the beating Legion had given me gradually dissipated in my muscles and bones. Then I went into the aerobics room, which was empty now, and did a series of leg lifts and push-ups and curls with 30-pound dumbbells. I could feel the blood swell in my arms, my palms ring with the tremolo of the dumbbells when I clanged them down on the steel rack. I wasn't out of the woods yet, but at least I didn't feel as though I had been rope-drugged down a staircase. I sat in a folding chair, a towel draped over my head, and touched the floor with my hands, constricting the muscles in my stomach at the same time. When I glanced up, I saw Jimmy Dean Stiles enter at the far end of the room and begin pounding the heavy bag with a pair of dull red slip-on gloves, smacking the bag so hard sweat showered from his head. He used the classic stance of Sugar Ray Robinson, his weight forward, raised on the balls of his feet, his chin tucked into his shoulder, his left jab aimed eye level at an opponent, his right hook a blur of light. A row of stitches was ridged across one cheek, like a centipede embedded in the skin. With his sheep's nose and close-set eyes, a ragged line of beard along his jawbones, his profile could have been lifted from a mural depicting an Etruscan gladiator. But Jimmy Dean Stiles was not one who performed or forfeited his own well-being for the entertainment of the upper classes. A college girl and her boyfriend had just entered the room. The girl was rich, a well-known loud presence at the club, vacuous, obtuse, spoiled, protected by her family's wealth, totally unaware of the tolerance that other people extended to her. Her blonde hair was moist with sweat, tied up on her head, her white shorts rolled up high on her tanned thighs. She plugged a tape into the stereo and began an aerobic dance routine, kicking at the air, chewing gum, the stereo speakers loud enough to rattle glass. I don't want to create no problem here, but I don't need my eardrums blown out," Stiles shouted, lowering his gloves to his sides. But she kept up her routine, her hands on hips now, her breasts bouncing, her mouth counting 1, 2, 1, 2, her eyes shifting to Jimmy Dean Styles for a moment, then looking straight ahead again. 1, 2, 1, 2. Her attention now concentrated on her reflection in the floor-to-ceiling mirror. "Say, maybe you ain't heard me, but there ain't no aerobic class in here right now. That means I didn't come in here for no Excedrin headache," Styles tried to yell above the music. She paused and blotted her face with a towel, then wiped her arms and the top of her chest and threw the towel on the carpet. I thought she was going to pull the tape from the stereo, but instead she did a cartwheel all the way across the room, exhaled a self-congratulatory deep breath, then filled a paper cone with water at the cooler and brushed strands of hair off her forehead in a mirror. Styles dialed down the volume of the music and picked up a second pair of heavy bag gloves from a chair and tossed them to the girl's boyfriend. "Here, I'll show you how to float like a butterfly, sting like a bee," he said. "I don't box," the boy replied, his eyes looking away from Styles. There was a flush in his cheeks, like the color of a window-ripened peach. The softness in his arms, his narrow chest, the insularity he tried to wrap himself in, had probably made him the target of bullies all his life. "I mean, I probably would be just wasting your time," he added, wondering which excuse would be acceptable. "Better put 'em on, my man," Styles said, then threw a left-right combination that stopped a half-inch from the boy's nose. "Okay, you showed me, thanks." "Here, I'll do it again. You ready? Tell me if you're not ready. Don't blink. I told you not to blink," Styles said. "I'm no good at this," the boy said. Styles' fists flashed, zipping by the boy's eyes and chin, causing him to flinch and cower, the old stain of fear and shame and failure creeping into his face. Styles smiled, pulled the glove from his right hand. "Hey, didn't mean nothing by it. Right coach and you could kick some ass. Ask your lady over there. She know a killer when she see one," he said. He put his finger in his mouth and then placed a glob of spit inside the boy's ear. 10 minutes later, I was alone in the steam room when Styles came in, naked, a towel tied around his neck. He sat down on the ledge, his buttocks splaying on the moist tiles. "You don't like white people much, do you?" I said. He felt the hard row of stitches in his cheek and untied the towel from his neck and spread it across his thighs and phallus. "A couple of cops rousted me outside my crib, tore the carpet out of my car. I heard them say your name, like maybe you told him I was dealing," Styles said. "They gave you those stitches?" I asked. "I ain't done you nothing, man. Why you always on my case?" "You make life hard for people of your own race." He studied the drops of water running down the wall. His skin was gold, dripping in the clouds of steam. He bit down softly on the corner of his lip. "You ask if I like white people. My grandfather used to say just a few white folks was bad. No matter how bad he got treated, he always say that. They chained him to a tree and burned him to death with a blowtorch. Now I'm going to do my steam," he said. "You were out at Poinciana Island asking about T. Bobby's sister. Why are you so interested in the welfare of an autistic girl?" "'Cause T. Bobby's grandmother and Rosebud got nobody to care for them. That don't fit in your head. That's your motherfucking problem, man." He glared into my face, his nostrils flaring with a visceral hatred of me or the authority I represented, or perhaps a lifetime of dealing with the worst members of the white race. "You don't got nothing more clever to say?" he asked. "No," I replied. "That's good, man." He cupped his palm on his sex and massaged his shoulders against the hot tiles, his eyes closed, his face oily in the heat. "Your grandfather was the victim of Klansmen and misanthropes, but you're not. You use the suffering of others to justify your own evil. It's the mark of a coward," I said. He leaned forward, his forearms propped on his thighs, closing and opening his hands as though considering a reckless course of action. He stood up, the towel dropping from his loins. His body was networked with rivulets of sweat. He scratched a place below his stitches, his eyes taking my measure. "I seen you earlier in the dressing room, eating some pills out of a little vial. Them ain't M&Ms. You was taking the rush, man. You call me a coward? You used other cops to do this to my face, kicked my feet out from under me while my wrist was cuffed behind my back. You got a problem, man, but it ain't me." He went out of the door past the big window on the steam room, his flip-flops slapping, a smile at the corner of his mouth. I showered and changed into my street clothes and stuffed my gym shorts and soiled t-shirt and socks into my workout bag. Bootsy's diet pills, which I had taken from our medicine cabinet, lay in the bottom of the bag. I thought of Jimmy Dean Stiles, the sneer on his face, the calculated insult of his words, and I felt my bowels slide in and out. A pang of anger ripped through my chest, as bright and sharp as a piece of scissored tin. I dropped 2 of the diet pills in my mouth and cupped a handful of water from the faucet and swallowed. The rush went through my system with the warm and soft glow of an old-fashioned, like the caress of a destructive ex-girlfriend re-entering your life. Outside, the wind was blowing hard, the palms whipping on the neutral ground, the sky bursting with trees of lightning. Garbage cans and newspapers bounced through the streets, the air smelling of dust and distant rain. Jimmy Dean Stiles was putting up the top on a red convertible. A short, heavy-set white woman, with bleached hair that looked as if it had been electrified in a microwave, stood behind Stiles and watched him clamp down the convertible's top, patiently holding a yogurt cone wrapped in a napkin. I couldn't place her at first. Then I remembered seeing her with Linda Zarowski hanging on the same corner where Linda had been picked up the night she died. Stiles took the cone from her hand and hugged her close and licked a huge swath out of the yogurt, then fed the cone to the woman as he would a pet, her neck snugged tightly in his bare armpit. "How you like it, my man? I'm talking about my car. You could use a sheen like this, put a little boom-boom in your bam-bam, know what I mean?" Stiles said, laughing openly at me now. A week later, Frankie Dogg shot 9-ball in a back-of-town bar in Lafayette, where the beer was cold, the fried oyster po' boys good. Besides the bartender, the only other person in the building was a guy playing a pinball machine in the side room back in the shadows, a guy with slacks tucked into red and green hand-tooled cowboy boots that came almost to the knee, his face obscured by a peaked cowboy hat. The beer and po' boys began to have an effect on Frankie. His stomach was roiling, his bowels on fire. He went into the restroom and entered the wood stall and latched the stall door behind him. When he dropped his pants and sat down heavily on the toilet seat, the door to the restroom opened, and Frankie felt the cool rush of air from the outside and heard rain ticking on the banana trees. Then, for a reason he could not explain, he knew he was going to die. He had left his gun and his coat on the back of a chair by the pool table. But strangely, he felt no fear. In fact, he even wondered if this wasn't the moment that he had always sought, one that came to you like an old friend showing up unexpectedly at a train station. His eyes dropped to a pair of green and red cowboy boots just before 4 splintered swatches exploded out of the door into Frankie's face. An hour later, Helen Swallow thought that the 2 bathroom incidents called for a visit to Marvin Oates. She and I drove up to the rented shotgun house with ventilated shutters that Oates lived in on St. Peter Street. An ancient Buick, one side burned black by fire, the entire paint job encrusted with soot and rust, sat in the shell drive, the rain pinging on the metal. Helen placed her hand on the hood. Still ticking. Marvin Oates answered the door in pajama bottoms and a pajama shirt that was unbuttoned on his chest, barefoot, his face full of sleep, his breath sweet with mouthwash through the screen. When he recognized them, Oates pushed open the door, then stepped back in the shadows and removed a pair of blue jeans from a hat rack and put them on with his back to us. "We'll just be a minute, Marvin. Have you been anywhere tonight?" Helen said. "To the show. I come home just a little while ago." "Then went right to sleep?" Helen sniffed at the air. "Something burning in your house, Marvin?" She walked through the front room into the middle area of the house and opened his closet. "I'd swear it was coming from here." Helen picked up a pair of cordovan cowboy boots from the bottom of the closet. "These are sure nice. You got any others?" I don't think y'all are supposed to come in my bedroom. You're supposed to have a warrant or something." Helen set the boots back on the floor and casually glanced over the shelf above Marvin's row of hanged shirts. She turned around. "A greaseball named Frankie Doggs got popped tonight, Marvin. You own a gun?" "No." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because he used your head for a toilet brush in McDonald's." Outside, the yard was flooded and rain blew in a mist through the window screen onto Marvin's bed sheets. He pushed the glass down and twisted the lock in the frame. He pulled the wet covers off his bed and sat on the dryness of the mattress and looked at nothing. "The Lord is my light, my sword, and my shield. I've been bothering you since I looked the wrong way at your daughter, Mr. Robichaux. That's my fault, not yours. But I ain't going to help y'all hurt me, and I don't want y'all treating me like I'm stupid either." "We're sorry we woke you up, partner," I said. Outside in the cruiser, Helen started the engine and clicked on the windshield wipers. The rain was sliding in torrents off Marvin's roof, the banana fronds whipping in the wind against the side of his porch. The inside of his house was absolutely dark now. "When's the last time you saw somebody sleep in a damp bed, Dave?" "Marvin's an unusual guy." Helen switched on the interior light and studied my face. I felt my eyes break. "You're not tired at all, Dave? I saw you go into an aspirin bottle twice tonight, but I don't think those were aspirin. You doing whites on the half-shell?" The next day, Helen and I were at the city police station when the anonymous 911 call came in from a passerby who had witnessed an assault in Hattie's old bar through a window. We got in the cruiser and drove through the rain down Main toward Railroad past the Shadows and Perry LaSalle's office. "Why you want to take a city call, Dave?" "The assailant is that guy Legion Guidry we checked out at the casino." Rainwater was over the curbs now, rippling back from the tires of passing cars into the bamboo that bordered the shadows. "He's the guy who used a blackjack on me." She turned, fixed her eyes on me. Water flew up under a fender. I heard her fingernails clicking on the steering wheel. Then she pulled under a spreading oak by a small general store with an ice locker in front that steamed in the rain. "I'm tired of you deciding what I should know and not know, Streak. Or in this case, when I should know it." He put his tongue in our mouth. "He's an old man who took me apart in front of my own house. It's not a story many people would believe." A swatch of rainwater and leaves blew out of the tree across the windshield. "You going to tell the old man?" "Maybe." She shook her head and shifted the transmission into drive. We went inside Hattie Fontenot's old bar and saw Legion sitting at a back table, playing solitaire, his attention concentrated on his game. The bar stools were all empty, our footsteps loud on the wood floors that had been scrubbed gray with bleach. Helen and I divided as we approached him. "Stand up," she said. Legion rose from his chair, his hat brim tilting up now, exposing the long vertical creases in his face. "A black boy call y'all." "That's a gun in your belt?" Helen said. "Ain't nothing wrong with that. State man give me a permit." Legion's hand drifted toward the checkered grips on a chrome-plated .25. Helen's baton whipped through the air and cracked across his wrist. The blow was of a bone-bruising kind, one that usually swelled into a plum-colored, blood-filled knot, but Legion showed no reaction other than a flinch in his face, a quiver along the jawline. "You got me now, bitch, but wait till down the road." She shoved him into the wall and kicked his legs apart, pulled the .25 automatic from his belt and tossed it to me. He started to turn around. She whacked him behind the knee with the baton, a blow that should have crumpled him to the floor. Instead, he twisted his neck so she could look into his eyes and read the malevolence in them, his breath reaching out and touching her cheek. But Helen was all business. She hooked him up, crimping the cuffs hard into his wrist. "You're under arrest for threatening a police officer." "I give a shit, me. He jerked his head at me. "Pick up my hat, you." "You want your hat? Here." Helen stepped on the crown and shoved it down on his ears. After we put Legion in the back of the cruiser and closed the door on him, I touched Helen on the arm. "Don't let this bum put a letter in your jacket, Helen." Her brow was cut with furrows. She rubbed her palms on her jeans. "I feel like I touched something obscene." A moment of contrasts. That same afternoon, a gumbo cook-off was in progress at City Park. The manicured and sloping lawns along the bayou were dark green in the shade, scattered with azalea bloom, the sky strung with strips of pink cloud. 3 shrimp boats festooned with flags blew their horns near the drawbridge. The shouts of children and the twang of a diving board resonated from the park's swimming pool, like a collective announcement that this was indeed the first day of a verdant and joyous summer. In the midst of the live oaks, the gaiety of the crowd, the smell of boudin and boiling shrimp and okra and pecan pie and keg beer swilled from paper cups, T. Bobby Hewlin mounted a knocked-together stage with his band, plugged the jack of his electric guitar into the sound system, and went into a recreated version of Jolie Blon I had never heard before. It was like Charlie Barnett's 1939 recording of Cherokee, a perfect moment in music that probably had no specific origin or plan, a deep rumbling of saxophones, a building percussion in the background, a melody and counter-melody that were like a tongue-and-groove frame around the whole piece, and inside it all an innovative artist who took long rides on a score created extemporaneously in his own head without ever violating the musical intricacies at work around him. T. Bobby looked like a man back from the dead. Or maybe he was high again on meth or skag and had bought a temporary reprieve from the hunger that ate at his system 24 hours a day, but I couldn't say. He wore shades and a purple fedora and a long-sleeved black shirt with garters on the arms and beige suede boots and lavender slacks, flared and sewn with flowers at the bottom. After the first piece, he did 2 more numbers, conventional rock and roll pieces that he took no rides on and showed little interest in. Then he slipped off his guitar and went to the beer stand. "What was that first piece you did?" I said behind him. He turned around, lowering a beer cup from his mouth. "Jolie Blon's Bounce. I just wrote it. Ain't tried it on an audience before. Didn't nobody seem real tuned into it," he said. "It's great." He nodded, his shades mirroring the crowd around us, the thick overhang of the live oaks. "Jimmy Dean say he might take a demo out to L.A. for me. Souped up Zydeco's hot in some clubs out there," he said. "Jimmy Dean is a parasite. He couldn't shine your shoes." "At least he ain't dumped me at a homeless shelter in the middle of the night." "Have a good life," I said. "Try to make me feel bad all you want. You don't bother me no more. I passed the lie detector," he said. He faced the bandstand and upended his beer cup, the foam rilling down the sides of his mouth, the corner of his eye like a prosthetic implant. His self-satisfaction and stupidity made me want to hit him. I started back through the crowd to find Bootsy and Alifair and bumped against the father of Amanda Boudreau. His body was hard, his feet planted solidly, his gaze unblinking behind his wire-rimmed glasses. His wife's arm was tucked inside his, the two of them like an island of grief that no one saw. "Excuse me, I wasn't watching where I was going," I said. "That was Bobby Hewlin you were talking to, wasn't it?" Mrs. Boudreau said. "Yes, ma'am, that's correct," I said. "He's here, playing at a concert, and the man who supposedly represents our daughter chats with him by the beer stand. I can't quite express my feelings. You'll have to forgive me," she said, and pulled her arm from her husband's and walked quickly toward the rim of the park, pulling a handkerchief from her purse. "You got a daughter, Mr. Robichaux?" her husband asked. "Yes, sir. Her name's Alifair," I replied. He fixed his glasses up on his nose with his thumb. "You have to pardon my wife. She's not doing too good." I probably don't make it any easier for her either. I hope your daughter has a wonderful life. I truly do, sir." And he walked away, limping like a man whose gout gave him no peace. That night, I had drunk dreams and woke at 2 a.m, wired, my mouth dry, my ears filled with sounds that had no origin. I could not remember the images in the dreams, only the nameless feeling they left me with. Like being slapped awake when no one else was in the room. Like stepping unexpectedly off a ledge 100 feet below the Gulf's surface and plummeting into a chasm filled with coldness and rough-skinned, finned creatures whose faces flared at you out of the silt. I went to the kitchen and sat in the dark, the luminous numbers of my watch glowing on my wrist. A bottle of vanilla extract sat on the windowsill in the moonlight, the curtains blowing around it. In the distance I heard a train, and I thought of the old Southern Pacific, its lounge car lit, the passengers sipping highballs at the bar, as the locomotive pulled them safely across the dark land to an improbable country of blue mountains and palm trees and pink sunrises where no one ever died. I wanted to get in my truck and bang down corrugated roads, grind gears, thunder cross plank bridges. I wanted to drive deep into the Atchafalaya swamp, past the confines of reason, into the past, into a world of lost dialects, gator hunters, bust-head whiskey, moss harvesters, Jack's beer, trot-line runners, moonshiners, muskrat trappers, cockfights, blood-red boudin, a jigger of Jim Beam lowered into a frosted schooner of draft, outlaw shrimpers, dirty rice black from the pot, hog meat cooked in rum, Pearl and Regal and Grand Prize and Lone Star iced down in wash tubs, crawfish boiled with cob corn and artichokes, all of it on the tree-flooded alluvial rim of the world where the tides and the course of the sun were the only measures of time. All you had to do was release yourself from the prison of restraint, just snip loose the stitches that sewed your skin to the hair shirt of normalcy. I got in the truck and drove full bore down the 4-lane, the frame shaking in the Gulf wind, until I saw the bridge spanning the Atchafalaya River at Morgan City and a network of adjoining bayous and canals and the shrimp and pleasure boats moored in the moss-green, softly muted tropical ambience that defines almost every unimpaired waterway in southern Louisiana. I turned into a clapboard bar that looked like it had floated out of the mist onto the road. One window scrolled with a green and gold Dixie beer sign. I sat for 5 minutes in the false dawn, my hand trembling on the floor stick, my upper lip beaded with sweat. Then I drove back down the highway, 15 miles under the speed limit, cars whizzing by me, their horns blowing, all the way back to New Iberia and the apartment where Clete Purcell was now living, wondering how in the name of a merciful God I could have a Sunday morning hangover without touching a drop of alcohol. I sat at the counter in his small kitchen while Clete fixed coffee and stirred a skillet filled almost to the brim with a half-dozen eggs, strips of bacon, chunks of sausage and yellow cheese, and a sprinkling of chopped scallions to disguise enough cholesterol to clog a sewer main. He wore clacks in his Marine Corps utility cap and a pair of boxer undershorts printed with fire engines that hung on his hips like women's bloomers. "But you didn't go in the bar," he said, not looking at me. "No." "Helen thinks you're doing speed." When I didn't reply, he said, "You got a hearing problem this morning?" I ate a few of Bootsy's diet pills. "What else?" "A few whites." "Maybe you ought to go all out, chop up some lines, start hanging with the ragnoses in North Lafayette." He filled a plate for me and clattered it down on the counter. We ate in silence. Outside, the morning was taking hold, wind blowing in a sugarcane field, buzzards circling over a grove of trees. I put 4 teaspoons of sugar in my coffee and drank it black in one long swallow. "I better get going," I said. "You got a strange look on your face. Does Bootsy know where you are?" I called her from the highway. "We're going to a meeting," he said. "We?" "I think you're figuring out ways to get loaded again. I'm not going to allow it. That's just the way it is, big man." He cupped his huge hand on my neck and squeezed, his breath heavy with the booze he had drunk the night before. I called the Alcoholics Anonymous hotline number and found a meeting in Lafayette. We drove up the old highway in Cleet's convertible with the top down past Spanish Lake, through Broussard and tree-lined streets dotted with Victorian homes, people crossing through the traffic to Sunday Mass. After I'd almost convinced myself that perhaps Cleet enjoyed levels of reason and control in his life that I should envy, he described some of his activities of the last week or so, the Cleet Purcell version of eco-terrorism.
This guy Legion's not that smart. He hasn't figured out where it's coming from yet, he said.
Cleet had put in a change of address for Legion at the post office, forwarding his mail to General Delivery, Bangor, Maine. Called the utility companies and ordered the cutoff of his water, electricity, telephone, and gas service, hired neighborhood black kids to throw firecrackers on his roof, shoot out his windows with BB guns, and shove a burning sack of dog shit under his bedroom floor. Then, in a finale that would have made even No-Dud Dullowitz, the mob's merry prankster, doff his hat, he got an exterminator to go to Legion's house while Legion was at work and tint the whole building and fumigate it with termicide so that the building stank of noxious chemicals for days. Cleet casually sipped on a beer while he drove and told me these things, his face handsome with windburn and his aviator's sunglasses, his tropical shirt puffing, staring with 2 fingers at the bottom of the wheel like an over-the-hill lowrider cruising out of the 1950s. "Have you lost your mind?" I said.
You stoke 'em and smoke 'em, nobleman. I give this character about 2 weeks before he runs into a wrecking ball. Hey, I'm taking Barbara Shanahan to dinner tonight. You and Bootsy want to come along? Zarelda Colucci told me Perry LaSalle's schlong looks like a 15-inch nozzle on a fire hose. She's exaggerating, right?
I couldn't even begin to track his train of thought. We were on University Avenue in Lafayette now, passing the old oak-shaded brick buildings and colonnaded walkways where I once attended college. "Drop me in front of the meeting," I said.
I'm going in with you.
"With a beer can?" He pulled to the curb and tossed the can in an arc over his head, depositing it dead center in a trash barrel. A love affair with Louisiana is in some ways like falling in love with the biblical whore of Babylon. We try to smile at its carnival-like politics, its sweaty, whiskey-soaked demagogues, the ignorance bred by its poverty and the insularity of its Cajun and Afro-Caribbean culture. But our self-deprecating manner is a poor disguise for the realities that hover on the edges of one's vision like dirty smudges on a family portrait. The state roadsides and parking lots of discount stores are strewn, if not actually layered, with mind-numbing amounts of litter, thrown there by the poor and the uneducated and the revelers for whom a self-congratulatory hedonism is a way of life. With regularity, land developers who are accountable to no one bulldoze out stands of virgin cypress and 200-year-old live oaks, often at night, so the irrevocable nature of their work cannot be seen until daylight when it is too late to stop it. The petrochemical industry poisons waters with impunity, and even trucks in waste from out of state and dumps it in open sludge pits, usually in rural black communities. Rather than fight moneyed interests, most of the state's politicians give their constituency casinos and Powerball lotteries and drive-by daiquiri windows, along with low-income taxes for the wealthy and an 8.25% sales tax on food for the poor. Why meditate upon a depressing subject? Because on occasion an attempt at redress can come from an unexpected source. The following afternoon, Cleet Purcell drove across a drawbridge to a Catholic church on the other side of the bayou. He walked inside and saw Joe Zarowski seated in a pew by a rack of burning candles in an otherwise empty church. Cleet went back outside and waited. 5 minutes later, Joe emerged in the sunlight, putting on his hat as he exited the vestibule. He stared at Cleet. "You following me?"
I didn't know you went to church.
"I burn a candle for my daughter. Why you here, Purcell?" Joe wore a gray suit and a gray and red tie, and the wind blew his tie over his shoulder.
The sheriff's department is looking at a guy by the name of Legion Guidry for Linda's murder. I thought you ought to know that.
What, you owe me favors?
You always straight up with me. So was Frankie Doggs. Who knows, maybe Frankie Doggs was onto the guy. Maybe that's why Frankie got clipped.
Joe studied the trees along the bank of the bayou, popped a crick out of his neck as though there were a thought behind his eyes he couldn't deal with. I had her cremated. There wasn't no way to fix her face for the funeral.
Guidry has a long history of violence against females, Joe. You said it yourself. How many guys like this are running around in one small town?
I awoke before sunrise on Tuesday and walked down the slope through the oaks and pecan trees to the bait shop. The fog was a blue-gray in the false dawn, then the sun broke on the horizon, and the fog turned the color of cotton candy, and I could see snow egrets rising like confetti above the cypress trees in the swamp. Batiste and I scrubbed down the spool tables, popped open the umbrellas above them, picked up beer cans and bait cups from the boat ramp, and used a boat hook to gather floating trash from the pilings under the dock. Just as I was about to go up to the house and change clothes for work, the phone rang on the counter. It was Sister Helen Bienvenue, the nun who gave art lessons at the public library. I did something I think I shouldn't have, Mr. Robichaud. Rosebud Hewlin did a lovely drawing of Amanda Boudreau with her parents. I think the photo was in the Daily Iberian about a week ago. When she finished it, she pressed it into my hands as though she wanted to give it to someone. There was a kind of sadness in her I can't adequately describe. I gave the drawing to the Boudreau family. I didn't tell them who drew it, but last night Mrs. Boudreau was at the library and saw Rosebud in my drawing class. It was obvious she made the connection. I feel I've exacerbated an already very bad situation. Did you ask Rosebud why she wanted to draw the Boudreau family? Yes, she ran away from me. Did you tell anybody else about this? No, but there was a black man who saw the drawing. He came to the class one night to drive Rosebud home. She wouldn't go with him. He owns a bar.
Jimmy Dean Stiles?
Yes, I think that's his name. Stiles is a bad guy, sister. Don't have anything to do with him. Did Rosebud witness a murder? Please don't lie to me. I went to the office and tried to concentrate on a backload of paperwork in my intake basket. While I worked, a homeless man who daily walked the length of the city with all his belongings rolled inside a yellow tent that he carried draped over his neck and shoulders like a gigantic cross, wandered in off the street and demanded to see me. His eyes were filled with madness, his skin grimed almost black, his yellow hair glued together with his own body grease, his odor so offensive that people left the room with handkerchiefs over their mouths. He said he'd known me in Vietnam, that he'd been a medic who had loaded me with blood expander and shot me up with morphine, and pulled me on board a slick and held me in his arms, while the airframe rang with AK-47 rounds from the canopy sweeping by below us. I looked into his seamed, wretched face and saw no one there I recognized. What was your outfit, Doc? Who gives a shit? I've got $20 here. Sorry it's not more. He balled his hand on the bill I gave him. His nails were as thick as tortoise shell, gray through the tops with the amounts of dirt impacted under them. I had a rosary wrapped around my steel pot, Lute. I gave it to you. Don't let them get behind you, motherfucker. After he was gone, we opened the windows, and Wally, the dispatcher, had the janitor wipe down the chair the deranged man had sat in. By 10 o'clock, my skin was coming off. I drank water at the cooler, chewed 2 packs of gum. The homeless man was deranged. His hair was blonde. The kid who got me to battalion aid was Italian from Staten Island. I went to Barron's Health Club and pounded the heavy bag, then returned to the office sweating inside my clothes, burning with irritability. I checked out a cruiser and drove to Jimmy Dean Stiles' New Iberia bar and was told by his bartender that Jimmy Dean was at his other club, the one he owned jointly with a bondsman in St. Martinville. I was there in 20 minutes. Stiles was at the bar reading a newspaper while he dipped cracklings into a bowl of red sauce and ate them, wiping his fingers on a moist towel, his eyes never leaving the page he was reading. His entourage of rappers and whores were at tables by the dance floor. "Marse Charlie not with you today." "You were at Rosebud Hewlin's art class. That area is now off limits for you. If she needs a ride, I'll provide one." "I don't know you. Never brought you no grief, never given you no truck, but you always in my face and on my case. What is it with you, Chuck?" "I don't think you're hearing me. Rosebud Hewlin is out of your life." "You wrap too tight for your job, man. I got a girl over there can take care of that for you, unzip your problem, know what I'm saying? But in the meantime, don't be jabbing your finger at me." I caught him solidly on the jaw with a right cross, snapping his head sideways, slinging food out of his mouth, then hooked him in the eye and caught him with another right, this time in the throat, before he could get off the bar stool. He threw 2 fast punches at me, off balance, unable to draw his arms back for a full swing. I slipped one of his punches, took the other on the ear, and hit him with everything I had. I put my whole weight in each blow, breaking his nose, splitting his mouth against his teeth, gashing open the skin above one eye. He managed to roll off the stool and right himself, even to get his guard up and catch me once hard in the chest, but I drove my fist into his ribcage right under the heart and saw his willpower leave him, his resistance drained from his face like water bursting from the bottom of a balloon. I hooked him in the kidney, then in the stomach, doubling him over, forcing him to cling to the stool for support. But I couldn't let go of it. I seized the back of his head and drove his face down on the knurled edge of the bar, smashing it into the wood, over and over, while women screamed behind me and a tall black man with orange and purple hair and rings through his eyebrows tried to get his arms around me and put himself between me and Jimmy Dean Stiles. I pulled my .45 and barrel-stroked the man with orange and purple hair across the face, knocking him to the floor, then racked around into the chamber and aimed the sight between his eyes, my hand streaked with Jimmy Stiles' blood shaking on the grips. The man on the floor turned his face to one side. "I'll get out of town, I promise. Don't do it, man, please." A dark stain spread through his slacks. I was arrested before I could get out of the parking lot. 10 minutes later, I was escorted in cuffs inside the St. Martin Parish Jail, my shirt split down the back and pushed inside the drunk tank. My skin felt dead to the touch, my muscles without texture or tone, as though I had just come off a 2-day whiskey drunk. The voices of the inmates around me seemed muffled, filtered through wet cotton. In my mind's eye, I saw a homeless man bent under a cross made of a rolled yellow tent stuffed with all his earthly belongings, and I knew that for all of us who had been there, the war was never over, and the real enemy was not Jimmy Sty, but a violent creature who rose with me in the morning and lived quietly inside my skin, waiting for the proper moment to vent his rage upon the world. When the Iberia sheriff arrived at the jail, I thought he would have me released. Instead, he had me moved out of the drunk tank to an empty holding cell, one with a drain hole and urine-streaked rusty grate in the center of a cement floor, graffiti and female breasts and male genitalia smoked on the ceiling with Bic lighters. I sat for 20 minutes, listening to all the sounds that are common to any jailhouse environment. Steel doors clanging, toilets flushing, trustees dragging wash buckets down the corridor, Marial felons yelling at one another in Spanish, a blaring television set tuned to a stock car race, a 300-pound biker wrapped in chains and stink, his hair like a lion's mane, deciding to make his captors earn their money when they tried to shove him inside a cell. I took off my ruined shirt and rolled it into a ball for a pillow and lay down on the wooden bench and placed my arm over my eyes. Then I heard footsteps in the corridor again, and vain fool that all drunks are thought it was the sheriff, my friend, returning to set things straight. But the sheriff did not return, nor did anyone take me out of the holding cell or indicate when I might be arraigned. The unpleasantness of jailhouse life has less to do with confusion and the cacophony of noise that fills the inside of your head 24 hours a day than it does with your disconnection from the outside world and the fact that for you, time stops when the cell door slams behind you. You make no decisions for yourself. You are strip-searched by a bored turnkey who fits on polyethylene gloves before he pries your buttocks apart, then fingerprinted, photographed, given a cleansing cream and a dirty rag to remove the ink from your hands, spoken to in a toneless voice by people who never address you as an individual or look into your face, as though eye contact would grant you a level of personal identity that you do not deserve. Then you sit, or lie on the floor, or try to find any place in a crowded cell away from the open toilet that eventually you will use in full view of everyone in the cell and anyone passing in the corridor. But most of the time you simply wait. No sexual encounters in the shower, no racial beefs with blacks or the Marials from Castro's prisons whose space is rented for them by the G. No meetings with Damon Runyon street characters or O. Henry safecrackers. Most of the miscreants are hapless and stupid. Out-of-control hard cases are sedated, forced to shower, powdered with disinfectant, and transferred to hospitals. The screws are usually duffers worried about their prostates. You wait in a vacuum, maybe in a large, colorless room, one more face among the faceless and uneducated and inept and self-pitying, convinced you are not like the others, that it is only bad luck that has put you here. After a while, you wonder what it is you're waiting for, then realize you're thinking about your next meal, a chance to use the toilet, or to stand a few moments at a window that looks out upon a tree. One morning you ask somebody which day of the week it is. The life that used to be yours comes to you only in glimpses, perhaps through a letter, a visitor who sees you out of obligation, or financial notices of foreclosure and repossession. The noise, the ennui, the lack of uncomfortable comparisons inside the jail now becomes a means of forgetting the sense of loss that eats daily at your heart. If there was ever a viable benchmark to indicate a person's life is unraveling around him, I know of none better than the day a person discovers himself inside the Gray Bar hotel chain. I called Bootsy, but no one was at home. When Alifair's recorded message ended and the machine beeped, I started to speak, then realized the inadequacy as well as harmful potential of the message I would have to leave. I replaced the receiver in the cradle and called Cleet's apartment, but there was no answer. A half hour went by, and I asked the turnkey for another visit to the phone. "Maybe you won't need it. You got a visitor." Barbara Shanahan walked down the corridor in a pink suit and white blouse and heels, her perfume as strange and incongruous inside the jail as a flower inside a machine shop. She stood at the cell door, a tinge of pity in her eyes that made me look away. Cleet told the locals he saw the fight. He got them to go back to Stiles' club and search the area where Stiles was sitting. They found a switchblade knife under a table. Cleet says he saw Stiles pull it on you, but the arrest report makes no mention of a knife. I wonder why that is. I'm a little unsure of what happened, actually. I'm not going anywhere near this, but I made a couple of calls. A bondsman will be over here shortly, so will your lawyer. My lawyer? I don't have a lawyer. You do now. He's a prick, but he's the best at what he does. Why are you doing this, Barbara? You're a good cop and don't deserve this bullshit. Most people think you're nuts. The sheriff has washed his hands of you. You're totally self-destructive. I wish you'd killed Jimmy Dean Stiles. Take your pick. She walked back down the corridor, her scent lingering in the air, smiling slightly at the remarks made to her through the bars of the adjoining cells. 10 minutes later, Perry LaSalle came down the corridor with the turnkey. "Dave, you know a song by Lazy Lester titled 'Don't Ever Write Your Name on the Jailhouse Wall'? Man, I love that song. By the way, Jimmy Dean Stiles swallowed his bridge and had to have his stomach pumped. How's it hanging?" Cops call it a drop, or sometimes a throwdown. It can be a tear gas pen, a toy pistol, or perhaps the real article, the serial numbers burned off with acid or on an emery wheel. Or it can be a switchblade knife. When a shooting goes bad, and the suspect is on the ground and his dead hand opens and a set of car keys falls from his palm rather than the pocket-sized automatic you thought you saw, you can either tell the truth at an internal affairs inquiry and be hung out to dry on a meat hook, perhaps even do serious time in a mainline joint with the same people you put there, or you can untape the drop from your ankle, wipe it with a handkerchief, throw it on the corpse, and ask God to look in the other direction. 15 minutes later, we were driving through a long tunnel of oaks toward New Iberia, the top of Perry's Mercedes Gazelle down, the air warm, the 4 o'clocks blooming in shade. "Barbara must like you a lot." "Why's that?" "She called me to get you out of a can. Normally she treats me like chewing gum on the bottom of a theater seat." "Purcell saw the fight but didn't try to stop it?" "Better ask Cleet about that. With his testimony, the assault charge probably won't hold up. He wouldn't commit perjury for you, would he?" The next morning was Wednesday. I reported to work and walked down the corridor to my office as though nothing unusual had occurred the previous day. Wally, the dispatcher, gave me a thumbs up, and 2 uniformed deputies patted me on the shoulder as I passed. I didn't do as well with the sheriff. I was confined to desk duties until further notice. The 7 p.m. Wednesday night AA meeting was held in the living room of a small gray house owned by the Episcopalian Church, arbored by live oaks across from the massive stone outline of old Iberia High. The neighborhood, with its firehouse, ubiquitous trees, its streets glistening from a sun shower, its lawns and small porches on which a boy on a bicycle sailed the afternoon newspaper, the flashing signals dinging at an empty rail crossing, was an excursion into the America that perhaps all of us are nostalgic for. A country secure between its oceans and content with its working-class ambitions, somehow, in my mind, forever identified with an era when a minor league baseball game or an evening radio show was considered a special pleasure. It was a big book meeting, one in which the participants read from the book that is the centerpiece of the fellowship known as Alcoholics Anonymous. But my purpose in being there was to do what AA members call a 5th step, or more specifically, to admit the exact nature of my wrongs. Most of the people there were from middle-class backgrounds and did not use profanity at meetings or discuss their sexual lives. By and large, they were the same people you would see at a PTA gathering. When it was my turn to speak, I realized that the world in which I lived and worked and looked upon as fairly normal was not one you shared with people whose worst legal sins might reach the level of a traffic ticket. I told them all of it, how I had stolen and eaten my wife's diet pills for the amphetamines in them, then had kicked it up into high gear with white speed I had taken from an evidence locker. How I had bludgeoned Jimmy Dean Stiles' face with my fists, breaking his nose and lips, knocking his bridge down his throat, grabbing his head and smashing it repeatedly on the bar, my hands slick with his blood and the sweat out of his hair, while an insatiable white worm ate a hole in the soft tissue of my brain, and I ground my teeth together with a need that no amount of sex or violence or dope would relieve me of, that nothing other than whiskey and whiskey and whiskey would ever satisfy. The room was silent when I finished. A well-dressed woman got up from her chair and went into the bathroom, and we could hear the water running in the lavatory while she kept clearing her throat behind the door. The discussion leader that evening was a genial, silver-haired, retired train conductor from Mississippi. "Well, you got it off your chest, Dave. At least you're not aiming to kill anybody now," he said, starting to smile. Then looked at my face and dropped his eyes. After the meeting adjourned, I sat by myself in the living room, the light failing in the trees. When I left, the parking area was deserted, the streets empty. I drove to a pool hall in St. Martinville and drank coffee at the bar and watched some old men play boulet, the shadows from a bladed ceiling fan breaking on their faces and hands with the rhythmic certainty of a clock that no one watched. Just before noon the next day, I walked down to the sheriff's office. He was reading a fishing magazine and eating a ham and egg sandwich. Sorry to interrupt. He closed the magazine and brushed the crumbs off his mouth with the back of his wrist. "What is it?" "I'm sorry about my conduct. It's not going to happen again." "I'm glad to hear you take that position, but you're on the desk." "We've got 2 open homicides. What's the harm if I help Helen?" "You tell me. You gone into St. Martin Parish twice now and thrown one black person in the bayou and stomped another one into jelly. We're lucky we don't have black people burning down the town. You leave me at a loss for words." I could see the genuine bewilderment in his face, as though the simple fact that I worked under his supervision made him doubt his own sanity. I guess I dropped in at a bad time. "No, it's just you, Dave. What you've never understood is that you resent authority just like the people we lock up. That's your problem, partner, not all this bullshit you keep dragging into my office." He picked up his magazine again, his cheeks blotched with color. The next Friday evening, I was counting receipts out of the cash register at the bait shop when I heard someone behind me. I turned and looked into Joe Zarowski's flat-plated face. He was dressed in dark blue jeans, a checkered sports shirt, a yellow cap, and new tennis shoes. He held a cheap rod and reel in his hand, the price tag still dangling from one of the eyelets. "Your sign says guided fishing trips." 20 minutes later, I cut the gas feed on the outboard, and we coasted out of a channel into an alcove of moss-strung cypress trees that were lacy with new leaf. The sun was a red cinder through the canopy, the wind down, the water so still inside the shelter of the trees you could hear the bream and goggle-eye perch popping along the edges of the hyacinths. Joe cast his lure across the clearing, right into a tree trunk, hanging the treble hook deep in the bark. "I'll row us over," I said. "Forget it." He broke off his line. "How many guys you heard I popped, Robichaux?" 9? It's closer to 3 or 4. I never done it on a contract either. They all come after me or a friend or the man I work for first. Can you relate to that? I cast my line deep between the trees, reeled the slack out of it, and handed Joe the rod. "Retrieve it in spurts so the lure swims like a wounded minnow. You were easier to talk with when you were drunk. Are you hearing anything I say? Listen, I went out and talked to Mr. Boudreau. He's a nice gentleman. He don't need to be told what it feels like to have your daughter killed by a degenerate. He says you belong to the same club. He said some fuckheads killed your mother and your wife. I didn't know that. So now you do. Then you understand. It doesn't change anything, Joe." "Yeah, it does. I don't know what's going on. I get a lead on some old guy by the name of Legion Guidry, a guy maybe you're looking at for Linda's murder. I send Sonny Bellotti and another of my best guys to talk to him. Now they're in Iberia General. You looking at this guy or not? What's going on? You got to dial it down, Joe. Don't tell me that. I apologize for what's happened to you in New Iberia. I think you deserve better. Just then a largemouth bass struck Joe's lure, roiling the surface, taking the treble hook down with it, its firm body straining against the monofilament, then rising, bursting through the water's surface like green and gold glassware breaking inside a shaft of sunlight, the lure rattling at the corner of its mouth, sprinkling the air with crystal. Joe jerked his rod and tried to retrieve the slack in the line, but his fingers were like wood. The reel clanked once against the aluminum gunnel and the rod tipped downward toward the water, the cork handle flipping upwards and out of Joe's fingers. He watched the rod sink into the darkness, then stared uncomprehendingly at his lure floating uselessly in the middle of the pool. What happened? I had it under control. Right here, between my hands. How'd it get away? I can't figure nothing out. His eyes searched mine, waiting for me to reply. Cleet Purcell grew up in the Irish Channel in the days when white gangs fought with chains over the use of a street corner. His father was a drunken, superstitious, and sentimental man who delivered milk in the Garden District, made his children kneel on grains of rice for sassing a nun, and whipped Cleet with a razor strop when he lost a fight. A gang of kids from the Eberville Project jumped Cleet by St. Louis Cemetery and bashed his eye open with a steel pipe. Cleet packed the wound with cobweb, closed it with adhesive tape, and drove around all night in a stolen car until he caught the pipe wielder alone. After New Orleans, the Marine Corps was a breeze. Even Vietnam wasn't much of a challenge. Women were another matter. One way or another, he always got hurt. What neither his inept, uneducated father, sadistic brig chasers, nor even Victor Charles could do to him, Cleet managed to do to himself. Now Cleet was swinging into high gear again, this time with battering ram Shanahan. Just after Joe Zarosky had driven away from my dock, Cleet pulled into the driveway wearing a summer tux, his sandy hair wet and parted neatly on the side, his cheeks glowing, a corsage in a plastic box by his thigh. A piece of toilet paper was stuck to a shaving cut on his chin. How do I look, Streak? Beautiful. We're going to a dance at a country club. Barbara has to pay her dues with some political people. The last time I went dancing, Big Tit Judy Lavelle and I did the dirty bop in Pat O'Brien's and got thrown out. Smile a lot. Leave early. Take it easy on the hooch. He blotted his forehead with his wrist and looked down the dirt road under the row of oaks that paralleled the bayou. On another subject, I just passed Joe Zarosky. What was he doing here? Legion Guidry scrambled a couple of his guys. One by the name of Sonny Bellotti. You know him? He was a hitter for the Colucci brothers. He shanked a guy from the Aryan Brotherhood in Marion. Guidry cleaned his clock? He put him in the hospital. That's hard to believe. He caught the look in my face. The difference is you have parameters, Dave. A guy like Bellotti parks one in the brain pan and then checks to see if he got the right guy. That's the edge these guys have on us. I pulled the piece of toilet paper off the shaving cut on his chin and let it blow away in the breeze. Enjoy the dance, Cleet. The dance at the country club in Lafayette was one of those insular events where the possession of power and money are celebrated in ways that never require the participants to acknowledge the secret chambers of the heart, or perhaps, more accurately, the edges of the conscience. The celebrants were politicians and judges and attorneys and shopping mall developers and realtors and executives from petrochemical industries. They greeted one another with a level of warmth and gaiety that seemed born of lifelong friendships, although few of them had any personal contact outside of their business dealings. They gave the sense they all shared the same love of country and the same patriotic commitment to its governance. There was almost an innocence in the narcissistic pleasure purchased by their success, and in their shared presumption that a great green rolling continent had been presented them by a divine hand for their own use. Cleet ate his steak and lobster and drank wine spritzers and said virtually nothing during the evening. In fact, 2 petroleum executives who had been fighter pilots in Vietnam kept hitting him on the shoulders and roaring at his jokes. But Barbara Shanahan became increasingly restless, her face ruddy with either alcohol or frustration, blowing her breath upward to clear her hair out of her eyes, crunching ice between her molars. Then a congressman who had changed his party affiliation the day after the balance of power shifted in the House of Representatives, receiving the chairmanship of a committee in the bargain, mounted the bandstand and told jokes about environmentalists. He brought the house down. "I can't take these assholes," Barbara said. She snapped her fingers at the waiter. "Clean these spritzers out here and bring us a couple of depth charges." "Depth charges, madam?" "A shot and a draft. Put it on Fuckhead's tab." She gestured with her thumb at the congressman, but the waiter was a piece of work. "Which fuckhead is that, madam?" "Not bad. Have one yourself while you're at it." When the waiter returned, Barbara lowered a jigger of bourbon into a schooner of beer, then drank the schooner empty. She blew the hair out of her face, her eyes slightly out of focus. "Wow! You going to drink yours, Cleet?" "Absolutely." He put his hand on the schooner before she could pick it up. Then they went out on a crowded dance floor. The band had gone into 1 o'clock jump, and Barbara danced in her stocking feet, her arms flying in the air, her body caroming off the dancers around her. "Oops, excuse me," she said to a woman she knocked into a table. "Sorry, don't I know you?" "Oh, you're the new federal judge. Hi, Your Honor." Barbara stopped, shutting her eyes, then opening them again. "Boy, am I shit-faced." She walked unsteadily back to the table. Cleet put his arm around her shoulders and guided her out. They drove back to New Iberia on the old highway that led past Spanish Lake. It started to rain and mist blew out of the trees, and a long Southern Pacific freight clicked by on the elevated grade, its whistle blowing down the line. Barbara pressed her fingers against her head as though she were awaking from a dream. Her skin looked green in the glow of the dashboard. When they reached her apartment on Bayou Teche, he walked her upstairs and was about to say good night. "No, come in. I'll try to stop acting like a basket case. Watch television while I take a shower, then I'll fix you something to eat." Cleet could hear her pulling at zippers and snaps on her clothes in the bathroom. He folded the coat of his summer tux and pulled off his tie and watched a boxing match on a sports channel. He tried not to think about Barbara Shanahan in the shower. When she came back out, she had put on faded jeans, a blue terry cloth pullover, and Indian moccasins. Her hair was damp, her skin rosy from the heat of the shower, but her eyes were scorched with early hangover. She started breaking eggs in a skillet. "Is there something on your mind I could help you with, Barbara?" "I thought I might run for district attorney. You know, make a difference. Put away more of the bad guys, stick it to the polluters, all that jazz." What a joke. "No, it's not." She dropped an egg on the floor and looked at it wanly. "I'm sorry, Cleet. I just don't feel very well." He used a dish rag to clean the floor, then squeezed it out in the sink and dropped the broken eggshells in a waste can. "I'd better get going." "You don't have to." Her face was averted, looking at the streetlights on the drawbridge. Then, against all his instincts, all the warnings that told him not to take advantage, not to be a surrogate, he closed his arms around her, his biceps swelling into the girth of pressurized fire hoses. He could smell the freshness in her clothes, The powder she had sprinkled on her shoulders, a touch of perfume behind her ears. He ran his big hand across the firmness of her back, the taper of her muscles along her hips.
You feel great, Barbara. Wow, do you feel great?
He rubbed his cheek against her hair, petting her back, closing his eyes as he breathed the fragrance and heat on her neck. So do you, but Cleet.
What is it?
He looked with alarm at her face. You're standing on my foot. From her bedroom window, he could look out across the veranda and see the tops of the banana trees below, the old gray convent across the bayou, and the moss and the oaks that grew above the convent's roof. He saw a milk truck drive by, one like his father had driven, and he tried to think of an explanation for the presence of a milk truck on a quiet, lamp-shadowed street at this time of night. For some reason, he saw images out of his childhood. A razor strop, a thick-bodied child walking to school, bent down in the wind, a peanut butter sandwich and an apple in a paper bag for lunch. Cleet blew out his breath and shook the image out of his face and tried to remember the number of drinks he'd had that evening, almost as a form of reassurance. He lay down beside her and kissed her mouth, then touched her breast and stomach and felt his sex harden against her thigh. But all his movements seemed heavy-handed, clumsy, his knees constantly hitting her, making her flinch.
I jog and lift weights. I've cut down my beer intake to 11 or 12 cans a day, but I keep tubbing up.
I think you're a sweet man, Cleet. He knew it should have been a compliment. In fact, he was convinced she was sincere. But he knew there were other words that women used in certain moments, words that were intimate, naked in their expression of vulnerability and love and surrender, words they used rarely in an entire lifetime and which marked a contract with a man that no wedding ceremony ever provided. But these were not the words he heard. Then she brushed at his hair with her hand in almost a maternal way and mounted him and cupped his sex in her palm and placed it inside her. There was a spray of strawberry freckles on her shoulders and arms and the tops of her breasts. He put her nipples in his mouth and ran his hands down her hips and over her rump and then turned her sideways in the bed and re-entered her, this time on top, and he saw her mouth open and her eyes close and felt her fingers dig tightly into his back. When she came, her face grew small and pale. Then he felt a long, sustained shudder commence inside her womb, and a tightening in her thighs, and a cry burst from her throat that strangely was more like need and unsatiated desire than it was satisfaction. The orgasm that broke inside of him rushed out of his body in a way he had never experienced before, like a burst of white light that had nothing to do with the self or the fear and hunger and sometimes rage that characterized his life. He sat up on the side of the bed and kissed her hands and her forehead and traced her features with his fingers. Her arms lay by her sides now, the sheet pulled to her navel, her head turned toward him in a melancholy fashion. You doing all right? You were fine, Cleet. But the answer did not fit the question he had asked, and he searched her eyes and found no explanation for the strange sense of disquiet he felt. She covered his hand with hers, but her eyes were focused beyond him, over his shoulder. Cleet, a shadow just went across the screen. He pulled on his pants and walked shirtless and barefoot out on the veranda. He smelled cigarette smoke, then heard footsteps leave the stairs down below and head across a grassy area toward a side street that led to the drawbridge. But the person was not running, as though he had no fear of apprehension nor sense of shame at being discovered in a voyeuristic act. The lamps above the side street were haloed with humidity. He heard an automobile or truck engine fire up, then fade between the buildings as the driver turned into the Friday night traffic crossing the drawbridge. A burning cigarette glowed in the grass next to the sidewalk. Cleet picked it up gingerly with the balls of his fingers and looked at it. It was unfiltered, still wet on the unlit end with the smoker's saliva. He tossed it in a sewer grate, then wiped his fingers on his pants. On his way upstairs, Cleet saw a Bible on the top step, barely visible in the shadows, a rose stem inserted under the cover. The next day, Saturday, Cleet parked his car in my drive and walked across the road and down the boat ramp where I had propped a ladder against one of the dock pilings and was painting termicide and tar on some of the wood that had started to rot. He sat down heavily in a moored outboard in the dock shade and told me of the previous evening. "You slapped Marvin Oates around?"
Yeah, I guess that's fair to say.
He pulled on his nose and looked into space.
He told me he left the Bible earlier in the evening.
"I think you got the wrong guy. Marvin doesn't smoke."
There was a pack of cigarettes on the dashboard of his car.
"Unfiltered cigarettes? You got the wrong guy, Cleet, in more ways than one. Bad things seem to happen to people who hurt Marvin Oates." Later that afternoon, Alifair, Bootsy, and I went to Mass. After I took them back home, I drove to Iberia General and asked at the reception desk for the room number of Sonny Bellotti. He was in a room by himself, propped up against pillows, his jaws wide shut, his eyes raccooned, his lips black with stitches. The windowsill was lined with bouquets of carnations, roses, and hollyhocks, but they obviously did little to cheer the man in the bed who had probably taken one of the worst beatings I had ever seen. His eyes followed me across the room as I pulled a chair up to his bedside. "My name is Dave Robichaux. I'm a detective in the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department." Before he could speak, I heard someone behind me. I turned and saw Zerelda Colucci standing in the doorway, wearing white jeans, cowboy boots, and a black Harley-Davidson T-shirt cut off at the armpits. "This is official business, Zerelda, so please get out of here." "I have a bone to pick with Cleet Purcell. Where is he?" "I don't think you are hearing me." She leaned against the door jamb, her arms folded, chewing gum, her black hair hanging almost to her breast. "Hook me up, darling. I get wet just thinking about it." Sonny Bellotti steadied his eyes on me. "You were a rum-dum in the 1st District. You used to hang in Joe Burton's piano bar on Canal." "That's me, partner. The word is you shanked a guy from the Aryan Brotherhood in Marion. You've got to be stand-up to front the AB, Sonny. Don't let a sack of shit like Legion Guidry get away with what he did. File against him and we'll bust his wheels." Bellotti's head shifted slightly on the pillow so he could look directly at me. His eyes possessed the luminosity of obsidian, but they were also marked by an uncertain glimmer, a conclusion, or perhaps a new knowledge about himself that would plague him the rest of his days. "You scared of this guy, Sonny?" His eyes went to Zerelda. "You're done here," she said to me. "If that's the way you want it." She followed me out to the front door of the hospital, then into the parking lot under the trees. The air was warm, golden, smelling of smoke from Saturday afternoon leaf fires. "I did some checking on you, Robichaux. You were in the same hospital. Somebody made you count your bones, maybe with a blackjack. I have a feeling it was Legion Guidry. You didn't bring charges against him. You're trying to use Sonny to get even, because you're too gutless to do it head-on." I turned from her and walked to my truck, but she wasn't finished with me yet. She stepped between me and the door. "Guidry did something to you that makes you feel ashamed, didn't he?" "I'd appreciate you moving out of the way." "I bet you would. Here's another flash. You got a beef with Legion Guidry, take it to Perry LaSalle. He got Guidry his job at the casino. Then ask yourself why Perry has influence at the casino." "Is there any particular reason I've earned your anger?" "Yeah, Sonny Bellotti is my cousin and you're an asshole." On Monday morning, I knocked on the sheriff's office door and went inside. He sat behind his desk in a pinstripe suit and turquoise western shirt, his eyes tired, trying not to yawn. I closed the door behind me. He was Legion Guidry, who worked me over with the blackjack. When he finished, he held my head up by the hair and put his tongue in my mouth and called me his bitch. It was quiet in the room. He rubbed his fingers on the back of one hand. "You were ashamed to tell me this?" "Maybe." He nodded. "Write it up and get a warrant." "It won't stick, Sheriff, not after all this time." "If it doesn't, it's because you tore up Jimmy Dean Stiles. You do everything in your power to convince people you're a violent, unstable, and dangerous man, Dave. Get a warrant. Nobody assaults an officer in my department. I want that son of a bitch in custody." I started to speak, then decided I'd said enough. "I think you had another reason for not reporting this, Dave. I think you planned to pop Guidry yourself." "I was never big on self-analysis," I said. I guess I should have felt liberated from the deceit I had practiced on the sheriff. In fact, it should have been a fine day. But I stayed restless, discontent, and irritable without cause or remedy. In the 5 miles I jogged that evening, and the push-ups and bench presses and sets of curls I did with free weights in my backyard did little to relieve the pressure band along one side of my head and the electricity that seemed to jump off the ends of my fingers. That night I thought I heard caterpillars eating inside a pile of wet mulberry leaves under the window, and I pressed the pillow down on my head so I would not have to hear the sound they made. I dreamed I was teaching a class to police cadets at a community college in North Miami. In my dream, I was part of an exchange program with NOPD and Florida law enforcement, and what should have been a vacation in the sun was for me a long drunk in the bars adjacent to Hialeah and Gulfstream Park racetracks. I entered the classroom stinking of cigarette smoke and booze, unshaved, my mouth like cotton, sure that somehow I could get through the hour with no notes or lesson plan, then find a morning bar in Opelika where a vodka Collins would sweep all the snakes back in their wicker baskets. Then I realized, as I stood at the lectern, that I had become incoherent and foolish, an object of pity and shame, and the cadets who had always treated me with respect had dropped their eyes to the desks in embarrassment for me. The dream wasn't a fabrication of the unconscious, just an accurate replication of what had actually taken place. And when I woke from it just before dawn, I could not shake the feeling that I was still drunk, still drinking, still caught in the alcoholic web that had made my nights and days a misery for years. I showered and shaved and went to an early mass at Sacred Heart, then stayed alone in the church and said the rosary. But when I came out in the daylight, the sun and humidity were like a flame on my skin, and I curled and uncurled my fists for no reason. An hour later, I saw Legion Guidry crossing Main Street to eat lunch in Victor's cafeteria. For just a moment, I could taste his tobacco and saliva in my mouth and smell the testosterone in his clothes. My palm ached to fold around the checkered grips of my .45, to feel the heavy, hard, cold weight and perfect balance of the frame resting securely in my hand. Zarelda Colucci had tried to find Cleet Purcell for 2 days, then discovered he'd hooked up a bail skip to the D-ring inset in the back floor of his Cadillac and had driven back to New Orleans to deliver the bail skip to the bondsman for whom he worked. Zarelda tracked Marvin Oates down on a side street in New Iberia's old Bordello district, where he had dragged his roller skate-mounted suitcase to the porch of a wood-frame store and was eating from a paper plate filled with rice and beans and sausage in the shade of a spreading oak. A half-block away was a stucco crack house, also shaded by an oak tree, the yard filled with trash, the windows broken, the screens slashed and rusted out and hanging from the frames.
White and black crack whores sat on the porch, walking in turns down to the store for beer or food or cigarettes, but Marvin did not look up from his paper plate when they walked past him. Zerelda pulled her pearl-white Mustang convertible onto the oyster shells and did not cut the engine. "Throw your suitcase in the back, sweetie, and let's take a drive." "Where are we going?" Marvin asked. Her eyes roved over a barked area by his eye, a bruise on his chin. Her face became suffused with pity and anger. "To straighten out somebody who thinks he's a swinging dick because he can knock around someone half his size. Now get in the car, Marvin." The bail bond office of Wee Willie Bimstein and Nig Rosewater was located just off Basin, just inside the ragged edges of the quarter, not far from St. Louis Cemetery and Louis Armstrong Park. Zerelda pulled to the curb and parked next to a cluster of overflowing garbage cans. But Marvin Oates' attention was focused through the window of the bail bond office, where Cleet was playing cards at a desk with a thin, nattily-dressed, deeply tanned man with a mustache that looked like it had been grease-penciled on his upper lip. Marvin's face was wind-burned from the trip to the city, and now he was sweating heavily in the dusk, pinching his mouth dryly in his palm. "I'll wait out here, Miss Zerelda." "Nobody's going to hurt you, Marvin." "That's 'cause I'm staying out here." She walked around to his side of the convertible. "Comb your hair, sweetie. Then I'm going to take you out to dinner. Don't you ever be afraid, not when you're with me." She smoothed his hair back up on his head. His face looked like a fawn's. Then she went through the door of the bail bond office, her purse swinging heavily from a cloth strap wrapped around her wrist. "Where the fuck do you get off knocking around an innocent boy like that, Purcell?" "He has a way of showing up in places where he has no business, Zerelda."
"Oh, yeah?"
Zerelda swung her purse with both hands at his head, the cloth bottom bulging with the weight of her .357 Magnum. He caught the blow on his forearm, but she swung again, this time hitting him squarely across the back of the head. "You tub of whale sperm, you thought you could just dump me and get it on with some piss pot at the DA's office?" "Remember strolling off to the ice cream parlor with Dick Brain out there? I took that as a signal to get lost, so I got lost."
"Well, lose this, you fat fuck."
And she hit him again. "All right, I'll talk to him. Calm down. But that guy's a bullshitter, Z."
She took a step toward him, but he raised his hand in a placating gesture and went outside in the dusk, into the noise of the street, the smells of stagnant water and overripe produce and flowers blooming on the overhanging balconies, the air crisscrossed with birds. Cleet took a deep breath and looked down at Marvin.
"If I falsely accused you of something you didn't do, I apologize. But that also means you keep that stupid face out of my life, and you don't get anywhere near certain friends of mine. This is as much slack as you get, Jack. We clear on this?"
"The 12 disciples are my road signs. I ain't afraid of no bullies. There ain't no detours in heaven either. I didn't do nothing wrong. I think you was trying to seduce Miss Barbara and somebody messed it up for you. So you put it on me 'cause I give her a Bible." Marvin got out of the car and lifted his suitcase from the back seat, wrapping the pull strap around his wrist, blade-faced under the brim of his hat, a hot bead of anger buried in his eye. "Come back, Marvin," Zerelda said from the doorway of the bail bond office. But Marvin pulled his suitcase down the street between the rows of dilapidated cottages toward Basin, his rumpled pale blue sports coat and coned straw hat and cowboy boots almost lost in the mauve-colored thickness of the evening, and disappeared into the bowels of the Iberville Welfare Project. That afternoon, Perry LaSalle asked me to stop by his office. When I got there, he was just locking the doors. "I've got to cut you loose, partner. Legion Guidry is my client, too. You've got him up on assault charges. I just bonded him out. I can't represent both of you." I nodded and put a stick of gum in my mouth and didn't respond. "No hard feelings?" "Nope." "What's this guy have on you, Perry?" He rose from the steps and buttoned his coat, removed his sunglasses from their case and blew dust off the lenses. He started to speak, then simply walked to his car and drove away into the sunlight that still filled the streets of the business district. At home that evening, I had a visitor. T. Bobby Hewlin had parked his gas guzzler by the cement boat ramp and had walked up into the gloom of the trees. His sister, Rosebud, sat in the passenger seat, a safety belt locked across her chest, staring at an empty pirogue floating aimlessly on the bayou. The evening was warm, the string of light bulbs above my dock glowing with humidity, but T. Bobby wore a long-sleeved black shirt buttoned at the wrists. His armpits were damp with sweat, his lips dry and caked at the edges. "I just cut a CD. It's got Jolie Blon's bounce on it. Nobody else seemed to like it too much. Anyway, see what you think," he said. "I appreciate it, T. Bobby. You kind of warm in that shirt. You know how it is. I can get you into a treatment program." He shook his head and kicked gingerly at a tree root. "Your sister okay?" "Ain't nothing okay. I just dropped by, that's all." It was dark where we stood under the trees, the molded pecan husks and blackened leaves soft under our feet, the air tannic, like water that has stood for a long time in a wooden cistern. The dying light was gold on the tops of the cypress in the swamp, and snow egrets were rising into the light, their wings feathering in the wind. "Why are you here?" "You busted up Jimmy Dean Stiles real bad. You shamed him in front of other people. Jimmy Sty always squared the score." "Forget about Jimmy Sty. Tell the truth about what happened to Amanda Boudreaux." "The lie detectors say I didn't do it. That's all that counts. I ain't raped or shot nobody. Got the proof." "You were there." He tried to stare me down, then his eyes watered and broke. "That girl's going to live in your dreams, T. Bobby. She'll stand by your deathbed. You'll never have any peace until you get honest on this." "Oh, God, why you do this to me?" That night I listened to his CD down at the bait shop. The rendition of his new composition, Jolie Blon's Bounce, was the best Acadian rhythm and blues I had ever heard. But I had a feeling the larger world would never come to know the tormented musical talent of T. Bobby Hewlin. The next morning, the sheriff took me off the desk and sent me to New Orleans with Helen Swallow to pick up a prisoner. It was noon when we crossed the Mississippi and drove into the city. While she ate lunch, I went back across the river to Algiers and caught the end of a low-bottom AA meeting off an alley next to a bar in the back of a warehouse with painted-over windows. But this was not an ordinary AA group. The failed, the aberrant, the doubly addicted, and the totally brain-fried whose neuroses didn't even have a name found their way to the work the steps or die motherfucker meeting. Strippers from the quarter, psychotic street people, $20 hookers, Peckerwood fundamentalists, leather-clad born-again bikers, women who breastfed their infants in a sea of cigarette smoke, a couple of cops who had done federal time, male prostitutes dying of AIDS, parolees with a lean, hungry look who sought only a signature on an attendance slip for their POs, meth heads who drank from fire extinguishers in the joint, and Vietnam vets who wore their military tattoos and black or olive-colored first cav and airborne T-shirts and still heard the thropping of helicopter blades in their sleep. When it was my turn to speak, I began to do another fifth step, confessing my use of speed, the injury I had done Jimmy Dean Stiles, the abiding anger and violence that seemed to afflict my life. But as I looked out into the smoke at the seamed and unshaved and rouged faces of the people sitting around a long table strewn with AA pamphlets, my words seemed twice told and melodramatic, removed from the problems of people who counted themselves fortunate if they had food to eat that evening or a place to sleep that night. I took a breath and started over again. An evil man did me physical injury. I think I know to at least a degree what a woman must feel like after she's been raped. For this deed and others he has committed, I believe this man does not deserve to live. These are serious and not idle thoughts that I have. In the meantime, I'm possessed of an enormous desire to drink," I said. The discussion leader was a gaunt-faced biker with sunglasses as dark as welder's goggles and long silver hair that looked freshly shampooed and blow-dried. "I'd get a lot of gone between me and them kind of thoughts, Dave. In California, I went down for 25 and did 12 flat because of a dude like that. When I got out, I married his wife. She wrecked my truck, give my P.O. the clap, and run off with my Harley. Tell me that dude wasn't laughing in his grave," he said. Everybody howled, except me and a street person at the far end of the table, a man with the glint of genuine madness in his eyes, his blonde hair like melted and recooled tallow. When the meeting broke up, he caught me at the door, his fingers biting into my upper arm, the vinegary stench of his body welling out of his yellow raincoat. "Remember me?" he said. "Sure," I replied. "Not from New Iberia. You remember me from Nam?" "The guy has lots of memories from the war," I said. "I killed a child." "Sir?" "We got into a meat grinder. It was after you got hit. We burned the Ville. I seen a little girl run out of a hooch. She come apart in the smoke. There were lines like pieces of white thread in the dirt around the corner of his eyes. His breath was odorless, his face inches from mine. He waited as though I held a key that could unlock doors that were welded shut in his life. "You want something to eat?" I asked. "No." "Take a ride with me," I said. "Where?" "I'm not sure," I replied. There was no place for him, really. He was trapped inside memories that no human being should have to bear, and he would do the time and carry the cross for those makers of foreign and military policy who long ago had written their memoirs and appeared on televised Sunday morning book promotions and moved on in their careers. I took him to a motel and put 2 nights' rent on my credit card and gave him $30 from my wallet. "There's a Walmart down the street. Maybe you can get yourself a razor and some clothes and a couple of food items," I said. He was sitting on a bed in his motel room, staring at the motes of dust in a column of sunlight. I studied his face and his hair and eyes. I tried to remember the face of the medic who had cradled me in his arms as the AK-47 rounds from the trees below wanged off the helicopter's frame. "How'd you get to New Orleans?" I asked. "Rode a freight." "The medic who saved my life was Italian. He was from Staten Island. You from Staten Island, Troop?" I said. "The trouble with killing somebody is it makes you forget who you used to be. I get places mixed up. You gonna pop that guy you was talking about in the meeting?" Huey Lagneau, also known as Baby Huey, had been hired as a bartender and bouncer at his uncle's club because of his massive size, the deep black tone of his skin that gave him the ambience of a leviathan rising from oceanic depths, and the fact he only needed to lay one meaty arm over a troublemaker's shoulders in order to walk him quietly to the door. But the uncle had also given him the job out of pity. Baby Huey had not been the same since he had been kidnapped by white men from New Orleans sent by Joe Zarowski. He had been prodded at gunpoint through a cemetery down to the water's edge on Bayou Teche and systematically tortured with a stun gun, but he could not tell them what he did not know. The club was on a back road out by Bayou Benoit, an area of deep-water bays, flooded cypress and willow and gum trees that under the rising moon was dented with what looked like rain rings from the night feeding of bream and bigmouth bass. On Friday nights, The club thundered with electronic sound, and the parking lot, layered from end to end with flattened beer cans, clattered like a tin roof under the hundreds of automobiles and pickup trucks driving across it. Baby Huey wiped down the bar and began rinsing a tin sink full of dirty glasses. When he looked up again, he saw a sheep-sheared white man in a tailored suit and a tropical shirt walking toward him, oblivious to the stares around him or even to the people who stepped out of his way before they were knocked aside. "You know me?" the white man asked. "Hard to forget, Mr. Zorowski." He bent over the sink and washed the dish soap from his hands and wrists. "A white man named Legion Guidry just went to the service window. Then I lost him. I hear he's got a camp around here." Baby Huey's face remained impassive, his gaze focused on the bandstand, the dancers out on the floor. "You hear me?" Joe asked. "I knew your daughter. She was nice to people. If I knew who killed her, I'd tell you. That night on the bayou, you didn't have no right to hurt me like that. You wasn't looking for the truth. You was looking to get even." Joe scratched at his cheek with the balls of his fingers. He took a $100 bill from his wallet and creased it long ways and placed it on the bar like a miniature tent. Baby Huey pushed it away and dried a glass. "I ain't asked you for nothing. In case you ain't noticed, you in the wrong part of town." "You want to earn that $100 and another 100 like it, or keep blaming me 'cause you decided to be a pimp and sell crack?" Baby Huey filled a bowl with gumbo and put a spoon in it and set it on a napkin in front of Joe. "It's on me. I made it this afternoon. You got business with the man people call Legion, huh?" "What do you mean they call Legion?" "He ain't got a first name. He ain't got a last name. Just Legion. That's all black people ever call him." "He's hard on women?" "If they the right color." Baby Huey put the $100 bill in his shirt pocket. They drove in Joe Zorowski's car up on a levee that looked out on a wide bay fringed with flooded cypress. A storm was kicking up out on the Gulf, and the wind was blowing hard from the south, wrinkling the bay, puffing leaves out of the adjacent woods. Baby Huey pointed to a shack in a clearing, a lantern burning whitely on a table inside. In back were a privy and a collapsed smokehouse, and Legion Guidry's truck, parked next to an oak that was nailed with the scraped hides of raccoons. One of the truck's rear tires was flat on the rim. "You stay where you are." Joe pitched a cell phone to Baby Huey. "It goes south in there. You push the redial button and say, 'Joe needs a hose crew.' Then you tell him where we're at, and you take my car down the road and wait for whoever comes." "That's Legion in there, Mr. Joe. Legion ain't no ordinary white man. He ain't no ordinary man of any kind." Joe Zorowski opened the screen door of the shack and walked inside without knocking. While he and Baby Huey had talked outside, the tall, black-haired man in khaki clothes who sat at the table with a six-pack of beer and a bottle of bourbon in front of him had shown no curiosity about the headlights or the presence of others in his yard. When Joe walked in, Legion knocked back a jigger of whiskey, took a sip of beer from a salted can, and picked up a burning cigarette from an inverted jar top. He drew in the smoke, the cigarette paper crackling in the silence. "You busted up 2 of my men, but I'm letting that slide for now, 'cause maybe they were rude or maybe you didn't know who they were. But somebody beat my daughter to death, and I'm gonna rip his ass. I hear you got a bad record with women." "Robichaux send you?" "Robichaux? You one of them Dagos been staying in town, ain't you? Working for Dave Robichaux. Are you nuts? You're an ignorant, stupid man, but I'm going to try to explain something to you as simply as I can. My daughter was Linda Zorowski. A degenerate piece of shit tied her to a chair not far from here and smashed every bone in her face with his fists." Joe removed a .38 revolver with a 2-inch barrel from the back of his belt. He flipped out the cylinder and dumped all 6 shells from the chambers into his palm. "I'm going to put 2 rounds back in the chambers and spin them around, and we're going to..." That's when Legion Guidry slid a cut-down double-barrel 12-gauge shotgun from a scabbard nailed under the table and raised it so the barrels were suddenly pointed into Joe Zarowski's face. "Who's stupid now? You got nothing smart to say, you? Just gonna stand there with your little gun without no bullets in it? Time you got down on your knees, Dago." Legion rose from the table and walked to the screen door where baby Huey stood frozen, his eyes wide at the scene taking place in front of him. "Come inside." Baby Huey opened the screen and stepped out of the darkness into the white radiance of the lantern on the table. The muscles in his back jumped when the screen swung back into the jam behind him. "On your knees, nigga." Baby Huey bent slowly to the floor, his knees popping, sweat breaking on his brow now, his gaze sliding down the length of Legion's body. Legion screwed the barrels of the shotgun into Baby Huey's neck and looked at Joe. "Throw your little gun down and get on your knees or I'm gonna blow the nigga's head off. Look into my eyes and tell me you don't think I'll do it, no." Joe Zarowski let the .38 shell spill from his hand onto the floor, then tossed the revolver to one side and got to his knees. Legion Guidry stood above him, his stomach and loins flat, his khaki shirt tucked tightly inside his western belt. He reached behind him and removed his straw hat from the back of a chair and fitted it on his head so that his face was now in shadow. He drank from his whiskey bottle and spread his feet slightly and cleared his throat. "What you think about to happen? Bet you didn't think a day like this would ever come in your life, no?" Then he unzipped his fly. "How far you willing to go to keep a nigger alive?" He pressed the shotgun harder into Baby Huey's neck, his eyes riveted on Joe's. Joe felt himself swallow, his hands balling at his side. Legion's finger was wrapped tightly inside the trigger guard on the shotgun. The back of his hand was spotted with sun freckles, his cuff buttoned at the wrist, his veins like pieces of green cord. Joe could smell the nicotine ingrained in his skin, the boilermakers that still hung on his breath, the raw odor of his manhood that seemed ironed into his clothes. Joe Zarowski felt his heart thundering, then a rage well up in him that was like fire blooming in his chest. His face grew tight and his scalp seemed to shrink and shift against his skull. His eyes bulged in the sockets with either adrenaline or fear. He would never know which. "Go ahead and shoot, you worthless cocksucker. Me first, 'cause I get the chance I'm going to tear your throat out." He heard Legion Guidry snort. "You think pretty high of yourself, you. I wouldn't dirty my dick on a Dago." Legion drew his zipper back into place. "Give me your car keys. I'm taking your car to find me a whore. Next time you want to pretend like you a New Orleans gangster, remember what you look like right now, on your knees next to a nigger, just about an inch from sucking a man's dick. Tell yourself later you wouldn't do it, no. Believe me, I wanted you to, you would, you." Legion collected Joe's automobile keys and his .38 revolver and shells. Minutes later, Baby Huey and Joe watched him drive away in Joe's automobile, the radio playing, Legion's hat and tall frame silhouetted against the front window. Baby Huey could hear Joe breathing in the darkness. "You saved my life, Mr. Joe. I can't believe you told him to shoot. That's the bravest thing I ever seen anybody do." Joe waved his hand to indicate he did not want to hear about it. "It wasn't him beat my daughter to death." "How you know?" "He don't have no feeling about people. It wasn't him. The ones to be afraid of are the ones got feelings about you. That's a sad truth, kid, but that's the way it is." That same night, I lay in the dark, sleepless, the trees outside swelling with wind, the canopy in the swamp trembling with a ghostly white light from the lightning in the south. I had never felt more alone in my life. I burned, in almost a sexual fashion, to wrap my fingers around the grips and inside the steel guard of a heavy high-caliber pistol, to smell the acrid odor of cordite, to tear loose from all the restraints that bound my life and squeezed the breath from my lungs. And I knew what I had to do. Later the same night, I drove past a deserted sugar mill in the rain and parked my truck on a dead-end paved street in a rural part of St. Mary Parish. I jumped across a ditch running with brown water and cut through a hedge to the stoop of a small house with a tin roof set up on cinder blocks. I slipped a screwdriver around the edge of the door and prized the door away from the jamb, stressing the hinges back against the screws until a piece of wood splintered inside and fell on the linoleum and the lock popped free. I froze in the darkness, expecting to hear movement inside the house, but there was no sound except the rain tinking on the roof and a locomotive rumbling on railway tracks out by the highway. I pushed back the door and walked through the kitchen and into the bedroom of Legion Guidry. He was sleeping on his back in a brass bed, the breeze from an oscillating fan ruffling his hair, dimpling the sheet that covered his body. Even though the air outside was cool and sweet-smelling from the rain, the air in the bedroom was close and thick with the odor of moldy clothes, unwashed hair, rebreathed whiskey fumes, and a salty, gray smell that had dried into the sheets and mattress. A blue-black .38 revolver lay on a nightstand. I picked it up quietly and went into the bathroom, then came back out and sat in a chair by the side of the bed. Legion's jaws were unshaved, but even in sleep his hair was combed, and the flesh on his face kept its shape and didn't sag against the bone. I cocked back the hammer on my .45 and placed the muzzle against his jawbone. I suspect you know what this is, Legion. I suspect you know what it can do to the inside of your head, too. A slight crease formed across his forehead, but otherwise he showed no recognition of my presence. His eyelids remained closed, his bare chest rising and falling with no irregularity, his hands folded passively on top of the sheet. Did you hear me? Yes. But he used the word yes, not yeah, as would be the custom of a Cajun man with no education. Don't bother looking for your .38. I put your piece in the toilet bowl. I notice you don't flush after you take a dump. He opened his eyes, but kept them on the ceiling and did not look at me. You don't know who I am, do you? My skin shrunk against my face. His voice sounded like a guttural echo rising through a chunk of sewer pipe, the Cajun accent completely gone. I started to speak, then felt a word seize in my throat. I pushed the .45 harder into his jaw and caught my breath and tried again. Here it is, Legion. I'm a recovering drunk. That means I can't hold resentments against people, even a piece of human flotsam like you, no matter what they've done to me. This may seem like I'm pulling a mind fuck on you, but what I'm telling you is straight up. You're going down, partner. As deep in the shitter as I can put you, but it'll be by the numbers. I blew air out of my nostrils and wiped the sweat off my forehead with the back of my wrist. I removed the muzzle of the .45 from his jawbone and eased the hammer down. There was a small red circle where the steel had been pressed against his skin. Suddenly he sat up and dropped his legs over the side of the mattress and pulled the sheet off his body. He was naked, his thighs and torso ridged with hair, like soft strips of monkey fur, his phallus in a state of erection. But he didn't try to rise from the mattress. He tilted his head back, and his mouth parted. A long, moist hiss emanated from his throat. His breath covered my face like a soiled wet handkerchief. I backed out of the bedroom, the .45 still pointed at Legion, then hurried through the kitchen and out into the night. I started the truck and roared away toward a street light burning inside a vortex of rain, my hand shaking violently on the gearshift knob. The next afternoon, Cleet Purcell picked up Barbara Shanahan after work and the two of them drove to a Western store located on the south end of town among strip malls and huge discount outlets whose parking lots were blown with trash. Cleet sat in his convertible and listened to the radio while Barbara went inside and bought a Western shirt and a silver belt buckle as a birthday gift for her uncle. While the clerk processed her credit card, she felt a sense of ill-ease that she could not explain, a tiny twitch in her back, a puff of fouled air on her neck, although no one stood behind her. Then she smelled cigarette smoke, even though the store was supposedly a smoke-free environment. She turned and looked down an aisle lined with racks of cowboy boots and hand-tooled leather purses and saw a tall, sinewy man with vertical furrows in his face, wearing a snap-button long-sleeve maroon shirt, a Panama hat at a jaunty angle, starched khaki trousers, and a chrome belt buckle with a rearing brass horse on it. The man was smoking a non-filtered cigarette with two fingers that were yellow with nicotine. His eyes moved over her face, her breasts and stomach, her hips and thighs. Inside the shadow of his hat brim, a smile wrinkled at the corner of his mouth. She looked straight ahead, examining a row of antique firearms on the wall. Then she smelled an odor behind her, like sweat and unrinsed soap detergent ironed into someone's clothes. No, that wasn't it. It was far worse, raw and dead-smelling, like a rat buried inside a wall. She turned and stared into Legion Guidry's face only inches from her own. He took a puff off his cigarette and averted his face and blew his smoke at an upward angle. "Is there something I can help you with, sir?" "I seen you, both you and him." He nodded toward the parking lot where Cleet sat in his car reading a magazine. "Through your window. You must be hard up, you, to let some shithog like that went out yonder put his dick in you." She tried to step back from his words, from the smell that seemed auraed on his body. She felt the edge of a glass counter knock into her back. He laughed under his breath and spit a grain of tobacco off his tongue and started to walk away. Her hand went into her purse. "Wait," she said. He dropped his cigarette to the wood floor and twisted his shoe on it, then turned. "What you want, bitch?" Her hand closed around her car and house and office keys. They were mounted on a ring, and the ring was mounted on a stainless steel handle. She pulled the keys out of her purse and swung them like a sock filled with scrap iron across his face. "You ever look through my window again, you pathetic fuck, I'll blow your goddamn liver out." A narrow welt, needle-pointed with blood, appeared just below his eye. He touched it with the balls of his fingers, then rubbed them with his thumb. He reached out and clenched her hand in his, squeezing, cupping the bones behind her knuckles into a circle of pain, blowing his breath into her face, touching her hair with it, tracing her eyes and mouth with it, causing her to push her free hand against his chest like a child. "I know where that shithog live. Y'all gonna be seeing a lot more of me. You gonna like it, you." Then he walked toward the rear of the store, past customers who stepped back from him, stunned and open-mouthed. He pushed open the back door, and the interior of the store was filled with a hot light like the sun leaping off a heliograph. Then Legion Guidry was gone. That evening, just at sunset, I ran 4 miles on the dirt road that wound past my house. The moss was blowing in the trees along the road, and I could smell water sprinklers twirling on my neighbors' lawns and the heavy fecund odor of the bayou. A gas guzzler passed me with 2 figures in the front seat, then stopped at a bend in the road, the muffler rattling against the frame. I slowed and wiped my face with a bandana, then tied it around my forehead. "Just taking a drive, T-Bobby?" "I'll go into that treatment program you was talking about." I leaned down slightly below the top of the car door. "How you doing, Rosebud?" His sister smiled lazily, in a private and self-indulgent way. Then her eyes closed and opened vacantly and looked at nothing. "Your trial is in a couple of weeks, T. Bobby." "If I'm in a treatment program, I can get it postponed. See, a guy got to be able to help with his own defense." "Talk to Mr. Perry. You can't scam the court." "Ain't no scam. I'm sick. Perry LaSalle ain't worried about me. He worried about his family, his pink ass, his Confederate flags and portraits he got all over the walls." "Know what's bothered me from the jump on this deal, T. Bobby? It's the fact you've got everything else in the world on your mind except the death of that girl. Amanda Boudreau. That was her name. Amanda Boudreau. It's never going to go away. Amanda Boudreau. She was your friend. You saw her die. Don't tell me you didn't, T. Bobby. Say her name and look me in the eye and tell me you're not responsible in any way for her death. Amanda Boudreau." Rosebud twisted against her seat strap and began to keen and slap the seat and the dashboard, her face round with fear, the corners of her mouth flecked with slobber. "See what you done? I hate you, you white motherfucker." He floored his car down the road while his sister screamed insanely out the window. The next morning was Friday. I awoke early, rested, my mind free of dreams and nocturnal worries, the trees outside filled with birdsong. Wednesday night, I had broken into the home of Legion Guidry and had probably experienced the most bizarre behavior I had ever witnessed in a human being, namely, the revelation of what I believed to be an enormous evil presence living inside the breast of a man who looked little different from the rest of us. But nonetheless, because I had been able to tell him I would pursue no personal vendetta against him, I felt freed of Legion Guidry and the violation he had committed against my person. Bootsy's body was warm with sleep under the sheet, the breeze from the window fan ruffling her hair on the pillow. I kissed the back of her neck. The white worm was gone. I didn't feel a need to drink and use. I went to the office, then signed out at 10 o'clock and drove south toward Poinciana Island, crossing the freshwater bay that separated the island from the rest of the parish. I followed the winding road to the log and brick house where Ladis Hulin lived, directly across from the scorched stucco shell of Julian LaSalle's home. She came to the door on a cane, wearing a print dress, her thick gray hair pinned up on her head with a costumed jeweled comb, her gold chain and religious medal bright on her throat. "I knowed you was comin', 'cause I can't hide the truth no more. Rosebud's sleepin'. She come in last night, moaning and crying and hiding in the closet. She's got terrible things locked up in her head. Some of this is on me, Mr. Dave." She sat down in her wicker chair and gazed across the road at the peacocks that wandered lumpily through the shade trees that arched over the ruins of Julian LaSalle's home. "People always thought your daughter was fathered by Mr. Julian, but I think the father was actually Legion Guidry. He raped you, didn't he? I suspect on a repeated basis. People didn't call it rape back then. The overseer just took any black woman he wanted. Go to the sheriff, go to the city police. They'd listen while you talked, not saying nothing, maybe writing on a piece of paper. Then when you was gone, they'd call up the man who had raped you and tell him everything that you'd said. I always told T. Bobby his granddaddy was Mr. Julian. I thought it was better he didn't know the blood of a man like Legion was in his veins. But this spring, T. Bobby wanted money to go out to California and make a record. he went to see Perry LaSalle. To blackmail him? No, he thought he deserved the money. He thought Perry LaSalle was going to be proud T-Bobby was going to make a record. He thought they was in the same family. She shook her head. It was me who put that lie in his life that made him the poor little innocent boy he is. Perry told him Legion is his grandfather. When T-Bobby came back to the house, he threw things against the wall. He put Rosebud in his car and said he was going to meet Jimmy Dean Stiles and fix it so he could take Rosebud out to California, away from Louisiana and the things white people done to our family. I see. That was the day Amanda Boudreau died. That was the day. Oh, Lord, this all started 'cause I thought I could seduce Mr. Julian and go to college. T-Bobby and that white girl got to pay for my sin. You didn't choose the world you were born into. Why don't you give yourself a break? She started to get up. Then her arm shook on her cane and she fell back heavily into her chair, dust ballooning out from her dress, her face riven with disbelief at what age and time and circumstance and the unrequited longings of her heart had done to her life. I went back to the department and called Perry LaSalle at his office. I was out to Ladie Soulan's place this morning, Perry. The same day Amanda Boudreau was murdered, you told T-Bobby that Legion Guidry was his grandfather. He came home in a rage, put his sister in a car, then went to find Jimmy Dean Stiles. But you knew all this from the jump. You going to let T-Bobby take the needle rather than see your family's dirty bed sheets hung on the wash line. For one reason or another, you seem to have a need to demean me whenever we meet, Dave. Obviously, I can't discuss the case of a client with you. I don't have it all figured out yet, Perry, but I think the story is a lot dirtier than you're letting on. You'd better go take care of your own and not worry so much about me. Your friend, the Elephant Man, Purcell, is it? He pulled Legion Guidry off a counter stool in Franklin this morning and threw him through a glass window. A 74-year-old man. You two make quite a pair, Dave. But all Cleet was charged with was disturbing the peace and destroying private property. Legion didn't press charges. After work, I drove to Cleet's apartment. You threw Legion Guidry through a glass window? He's going to come after you.
Good. I'll finish what I started this morning. You know what he did to Barbara in the Western store?
He told me about the scene in the Western store, Legion Guidry blowing his breath in Barbara's face while he crushed the bones in her hand. He's setting you up, Cleet. That's why he didn't file against you. He popped open a can of beer and drank from it.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. Barbara's shit-canning me. She says we're not a match. She says I deserve more than she can give me. I can't believe it. That's the same line I used when I broke it off with big-tit Judy Lavelle.
When did she tell you this?
A little while ago.
After you got out of jail for defending her?
It's not her fault. My ex said I always smelled like dope and whores. The only person who won't accept what I am is me.
He went into the kitchen and took a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet and poured 3 fingers in a glass. He glanced at me, then opened the icebox and tossed me a can of Dr. Pepper.
Get that look off your face. Everything is under control.
I blew out my breath. You're going to try to make up with Zarelda Colucci, aren't you? He drank his whiskey in one long swallow, his eyes watering slightly from the hit his stomach took.
Wow, the old giant killer never let you down.
That night I helped Baptiste in the bait shop, but I couldn't let go of Perry LaSalle's smug complacency. I picked up the phone and called him at his home on Poinciana Island. Just a footnote to our conversation this afternoon. Legion Guidry physically abused Barbara Shanahan in public. He called her a bitch and almost broke her hand. In the meantime, you denigrate Cleet Purcell for going after the guy who hurt her. In this case, the guy is your client. Legion did that to Barbara. I apologize for saying what I did about Purcell. Is Barbara all right? I can't believe Legion did that. That rotten son of a bitch. Monday morning, the sky was black, veined with lightning over the Gulf. Right after I checked into the department, I went down the corridor to the office of Kevin D'Artez, the department plainclothes who worked narcotics exclusively and bore a legendary grudge against pimps and dope dealers for the death of his sister. He was more than happy to talk to Jimmy Dean Stiles for me. A few minutes later, Helen Swallow and I got into a cruiser and drove toward Poinciana Island and picked up T-Bobby. Back at the department, we walked him straight into an interview room and closed the door behind us. Around the corner in the convivial atmosphere of his office, Kevin D'Artez was talking to Jimmy Dean Stiles, Stiles sitting in a chair, his knees slightly spread, squeezing his scrotum, enjoying his role as participant in the process of a supposed internal review of me for police brutality. D'Artez had started the tape recorder and listened and nodded agreeably as he wrote in his notebook. When Jimmy Sty began talking freely, D'Artez asked a friendly question. "Look, this isn't related, but doesn't T-Bobby Hewlin play at the carousel sometimes? Why's a kid with so much talent get in all this trouble?" "I try to throw him some work, but T-Bobby hard to hit. T-Bobby's a hype and a brag nose, know what I'm saying?" "Gotcha. Okay. So you didn't in any way put your hand on the person of Detective Robichaux? You committed no form of assault or what could be interpreted as such, no threatening gesture?" "No, man, I told you, he's a sick, violent motherfucker. Been beating up people around here for years. He done it just like some crazy person been wanting to hurt somebody a long time." "Thanks a lot, Jimmy. I need to go to the restroom a minute. Stay cool, and I'll be back and check a couple of fine points with you, then you'll be on your way." He popped the tape cassette out of the recorder and walked around the corner to the interview room and tapped on the door. When I opened it a crack, he wagged the cassette in the air and winked. T-Bobby sat at the interview table, leaning forward on his forearms, his hands balling and unballing, a twitch at the corner of one eye. While Helen talked to him, I picked up the cassette from Kevin D'Artez and walked down to Mac Bertrand's office in the crime lab. We listened to the tape, and I noted a few lines for Mac to excerpt and put on another tape. Back in the interview room, T-Bobby was drinking coffee from a paper cup, the soles of his shoes tapping nervously on the floor. A few minutes later, there was a tap on the door. I opened it, and Mac Bertrand handed me a cassette recorder. He walked away without speaking. "Who's that?" T-Bobby asked. "There's been a development here, T-Bobby. I think it's only fair you know everything that's going on. Walk around the corner with me." We walked to the glass window that gave onto the interior of Kevin D'Artez's office. T-Bobby's eyes bulged in his head when he saw Jimmy Dean Stiles sitting in front of D'Artez's desk, rolling his shoulders, rotating a crick out of his neck, the profile and down-hooked nose like a sheep's. "Jimmy Dean just made a statement, T-Bobby. You know how he operates. Jimmy Dean's not about to take somebody else's bounce. Let's go back to the interview room. Listen to this tape I have, then tell us what you want to do. You can be in the driver's seat on this." I closed the door to the interview room behind us and pulled out a chair for T-Bobby. I placed my hand on his shoulder. His shirt was damp, his collarbone as hard as a broomstick. I pressed the play button on the recorder. The voice of Jimmy Dean Stiles seemed to leap from the speaker. "T-Bobby's a hype and a rag nose. Man, I told you, he's a sick, violent motherfucker. He done it just like some crazy person been wanting to hurt somebody a long time." I snapped off the recorder. The sound of T-Bobby's breathing filled the silence. Sweat had popped on his forehead. His tongue looked like a gray biscuit in his mouth. Then he told us one of those stories no one wants to hear. After T-Bobby had learned from Perry LaSalle that his real grandfather was Legion Guidry, He loaded Rosebud in his car and roared back from the island to the neon-lit darkness of the boom-boom room. T-Bobby and Jimmy Dean smoked some high-octane Afghan skunk and snorted up a half-dozen lines of Colombian pink from Jimmy's private stock. Later, they drove across the bridge over the Teche and bought a 12-pack of beer and a bucket of microwave fried chicken and a soda for Rosebud, who sat belted in the back seat, staring at the pecan orchards and the carrion birds circling in a hot, brassy sky. They drove on up the state highway toward St. Martinville, chugging beers, throwing chicken bones out the window. Then they turned off the highway onto a dirt road that led past a black man's house. A four-wheeler roared across the field behind them, a teenage boy at the handlebars, a girl with long black hair clinging to his waist. The noise of the four-wheeler was like a chainsaw cutting through a chunk of angle iron. Amanda Boudreaux's arms were wrapped tightly around the boy's stomach, the side of her face pressed into his back. Jimmy Dean slapped his hand on the horn and held it down for almost 10 seconds. When the driver of the four-wheeler turned around, Jimmy Dean shot him the finger over the top of the car. The driver shot him the finger back, then rumbled across the wood bridge into another cane field. "You see what that motherfucker just did? Let me ask you, T-Bobby, how much shit you willing to take in one day? Perry LaSalle do everything except put his dick in your mouth in a little white pissing. Give us the bone in front of the girl who told you she ain't getting it on with no raggedy-ass plantation nigger from Poinciana Island, 'cause that's what it is, man." Amanda and her boyfriend had pulled the four-wheeler to a stop in a dusty space between the cane field and a grove of gum trees next to a humped cluster of blackberry bushes. They were watching a hot air balloon drifting high in the sky to the west, the engine of the four-wheeler idling loudly, and they did not hear T-Bobby's car approach them. Jimmy Dean reached inside a gunny sack at his feet and removed the 2 watch caps he had placed inside the sack with the cut-down 12-gauge and a box of shells. "Put it on, my man. Let's see if Chucky want to stick his finger up in the air again." "Just shake him up, right, Jimmy? That's all we doing." But Jimmy had already pulled the watch cap over his face and was walking toward Amanda and her boyfriend. T-Bobby hurriedly pulled his cap over his face, his heart exploding in his chest. What was Jimmy Dean doing? But the answer was simple. Jimmy Dean had just forced Amanda and her boyfriend to get on the ground inside the hot shade of the sweet gums, a child's jump rope hanging from his left hand. He threw the jump rope in the boy's face and told him to tie Amanda's wrist to a tree. Then he walked the boy out of sight. T-Bobby stared down at Amanda through the weave of his watch cap. She wore elastic-waisted jeans and red tennis shoes with dusty socks and a purple blouse that was printed with little rabbits. Her cheeks were hollowed with shadow, her lips dry, caked on the edges, but there was no fear in her eyes, only anger and contempt. The skin on her wrists was crimped, her veins like green string under the tightness of the jump rope. He knelt down and tried to rotate the rope to a more narrow place on her wrists, but instead he only managed to bunch and pinch the skin even worse. "You filthy scum, get your hands off me!" She reared her forehead into his cheek. He felt the blow all the way into the bone. He rose to his feet, stunned. He hooked his thumb under his cap and pulled it above his eyes, then whirled away from her in the shocked recognition he saw in her expression. Suddenly he was staring at Jimmy Dean, who had just walked back through the trees from the coulee where he had tied up the boy with the boy's T-shirt and belt. "You done it now, but right now it's showtime." Jimmy Dean unzipped his pants, the tails of his bandana fluttering on his neck. "I ain't signed on for this, Jimmy Dean. Don't do it. You're hopeless, man. Go back to the car, 'cause that's where you left your brains at." T-Bobby walked away out of the shade into the sunlight and the dust devils spinning out of the cane field. He heard Amanda cry out, then Jimmy Dean's labored breathing inside the trees, followed by a grinding noise that built in Jimmy Dean's throat and burst, suddenly from his mouth as though he had passed a kidney stone. The shotgun's report was muffled, not as loud as he thought it would be, but maybe that was because he had pressed his hands so tightly against his ears. He turned and saw Jimmy Dean walk out of the trees, the shotgun smoking, blood splattered on his shirt. "She fought. She kicked the barrel. I only had one round. Get the shells. Snap out of it, T-Bobby. She's still alive. Get the fucking shells." T-Bobby opened the passenger door and removed the box of 12-gauge double-aughts from the gunny sack, his hands trembling, and started to give them to Jimmy Dean. But Jimmy Dean was already walking back toward the gum trees, and T-Bobby, for reasons he would never be able to explain to himself, followed him, without even being commanded. Jimmy Dean stooped and picked up the spent casing he'd ejected from his gun, then fished 2 shells from the box in T-Bobby's hands and thumbed them into the gun's magazine. Amanda's eyes glanced at T-Bobby for only a second, but the expression of loss and sadness and betrayal in them would live in his dreams the rest of his life. He whirled around and ran directly into his sister, who was staring wide-eyed at the scene taking place in the trees. When the shotgun discharged, Rosebud pulled at her clothes and beat at the air with her fists as though she were being attacked, then ran out into the cane field, keening like a wounded bird. The next day at work, I pulled out the files of cases I had neglected since the murders of Amanda Boudreau and Linda Zarowski. For 6 months, the department had been looking for a burglar we named the Easter Bunny, because witnesses who had seen him said he was an albino with pink eyes and silver hair. But it was not only his appearance that was unusual. He took a shower and shaved in one home, ordered delivery pizza in another, and sometimes answered the telephone and wrote down phone messages for the homeowners. 2 nights ago, he had robbed a city councilman's house a short distance from City Park. Evidently, the councilman had locked his pet poodle in a pantry by mistake, and the poodle was dying to go to the bathroom. The Easter Bunny leashed him up and took him for a walk along the bayou, then returned him to the house and filled his bowls with fresh water and dog food. The phone on my desk rang. "What are you doing, Streak?" Bootsy said. "Looking for the Easter Bunny. If that's a joke, it's not funny. The homeless man, the ex-soldier you told me about, he's down at the bait shop. He wanted to talk to you." "Is he dangerous, Dave?" "I'm not sure. Is Batiste there?" "Yes. I'll be right home." After I hung up, I began replacing the case folders I had removed from my file cabinet. A piece of lined yellow paper on which I had scribbled several notations with a felt pen became unstuck from the outside of a manila folder and floated to the floor. The notations had to do with the telephone call I had received from a cleaning lady in St. Mary Parish named Marie Guilbeault, who had been molested by an intruder at her house. She had felt obliged to tell us she had flirted the same day with a guest at the motel where she worked. It took about 10 minutes to create what is called a photo lineup, in this case 6 mug shots that I pulled from the department's files. Actually, her identifying the man at the motel would do little to make a case against the intruder, but the report she had filed had been treated too casually, and now was an opportunity perhaps to make it right. When I got to the bait shop, the swamp looked colorless and stricken in the rain, except for the canopy of the cypress, which was a dull green against an infinite gray sky. The man who claimed to have been a medic from my outfit was looking out the window at the rain dancing on the bayou. He was dressed in clean denims, his short sleeves turned up in cuffs, steel-toed, oil-field boots laced on his feet. "Take a ride with me down to St. Mary Parish, Doc. You got anything else to do?" The motel out on the 4-lane was a run-down 2-story building that had once belonged to a chain, but was now operated by the owner of the truck stop next door. I parked the cruiser by a walkway and asked my friend, the ex-soldier, to wait for me. I found Marie Guilbeault in a laundry room stuffing sheets into a washing machine. Her dark hair was pinned on the back of her head, her maid's uniform stretched tight against the thickness of her body when she bent over the machine. "I'd like for you to look at a man for me, Miss Guilbeault." "The one who was staying at the motel?" Her face was stark. "Well, let's find out." I stepped out into the rain and held my umbrella over the passenger's door and tapped on the glass. "Hey, Doc, I want you to meet someone." He rolled down the window and looked at me. "This is a friend of mine, Miss Guilbeault." She folded her hands and lowered her eyes and said nothing in reply. The ex-soldier glanced at me, unsure of what was happening. "I'll be with you in a minute, Doc." I stepped back into the alcove with Marie Guilbeault. "Why are you bringing him here?" "Is he the man who touched you inappropriately?" "No, he's a homeless person. He walks all over New Iberia. I seen him there." "Okay, take a look at these pictures." I removed the 6 mug shots from a manila envelope. It didn't take her 5 seconds to place her finger on one photo in particular, a picture of Marvin Oates, the Bible salesman. The ex-soldier had no place to stay. I drove home and gave him the room in the back of the bait shop. It contained a bunk, a table with a lamp, a chest of drawers, and a shower stall. I put fresh linen on the bunk and soap and a towel in the shower. When I left the bait shop, he was sound asleep, with all his clothes on, a sheet drawn up to his chin. In the morning, the rain had slackened when I arrived at work. I walked down to the sheriff's office and knocked on the door. "Dave, Perry LaSalle has called twice. I also just got off the phone with Joe Zarowski. I want this stuff cleaned up. I'm sick of my department being dragged into a soap opera. LaSalle says Legion Guidry intends to do serious harm to Barbara Shanahan and your friend Purcell. At least as far as I could make out. In the meantime, Joe Zarowski says Marvin Oates is bothering his niece again. What the hell is going on there? Zeralda Colucci deep-sixed Marvin. I think he's a dangerous man, Skipper, maybe more dangerous than Legion Guidry. Marvin Oates? I think he broke into a woman's house in St. Mary Parish and molested her. I think he should be our primary suspect in the murder of Linda Zarowski. During the day, I left several messages on Cleet's answering machine, but he did not call back. After supper, I drove to his apartment on Lerouville Road. The underwater lights were on in the swimming pool, and the apartment manager, an elderly Jewish man who had been a teenager in Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, was stacking the poolside furniture under a sheltered walkway. Have you seen Cleet Purcell, Mr. Limon? Early this morning. He was putting his fishing things in the back of his car. A young woman was with him. You're the second person who asked me about Mr. Purcell today. A man in a red truck was here. He sat for a long time in the parking lot under the trees, smoking cigarettes. And maybe because of your line of work, you know this man. In my childhood, I saw eyes like his. That was in Germany, in times quite different from our own. He wanted to know if Mr. Purcell was with Miss Shanahan, who works in the district attorney's office. I didn't tell him. This man had an odor. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but I wasn't. It was vile. His eyes searched my face for an explanation, but I had none to give him. I drove to the motor court where Joe Zarowski and Zerelda Colucci were staying. Zerelda was not in her cottage, but Joe was, dressed in pajama bottoms, a t-shirt and slippers, holding the door open for me, the rain blowing in his face. Purcell took my niece fishing. He didn't say where either, which means he wants to boink her without me being around. In the meantime, Marvin Dipshit is knocking on a door with roses in his hand and his puke pot look on his face. Joe, I think Marvin may have murdered your daughter. He may have molested a woman in St. Mary Parish, too. He keeps showing up in places he has no business. I'm concerned about both Cleet and Zerelda. If you can help me in any way, I'll be in your debt. An angry thought went out of his eyes. I don't know where they're at, but I'll make some calls. You figure him for the hit on Frankie? Maybe. How could a watermelon picker like that take out Frankie dogs? A guy who wears boots that look like they come off a Puerto Rican faggot. You ever seen anybody besides an elf or a fruit wear red and green boots? When did you see him in these boots? Tonight. Why? That evening, I sat on the gallery of my house and watched the rain fall on the swamp. I thought about the biblical passage describing how God makes the sun to shine and the rain to fall on both the good and the wicked. A few miles away, Jimmy Dean Stiles and T. Bobby Hewlin were both housed in the parish prison, held without bond and 23-hour lockdown. I wondered if T. Bobby had finally accepted his fate, if he looked out at the drenched sugarcane fields surrounding the stockade and saw his future there, either as a lifetime convict laborer on Angola Farm or as a hump of sod in the prison cemetery at Lookout Point, with no identification on his grave marker except a number. I even wondered if Jimmy Dean Stiles still doubted his fate. I could not imagine a worse death than being confined in a cage, knowing the exact date, hour, minute, and second you will die at the hands of others. To me, it was always miraculous that the condemned did not go insane before the day of their execution. But an old-time warden at Parchman Penitentiary in Mississippi confided to me an observation of his own that I never forgot. He said, no matter how pathological or evil the condemned might be, they do not believe the state will carry out its sentence.
an army of correctional officers, prison psychologists, physicians, hospital attendants, prison administrators, and chaplains is assigned the care and well-being of those on death row. They're fed, given every form of medical care, nursed back to health if they try to kill themselves, and sometimes punished as children would be for possessing a stinger or a jar of Pruno. Would these same representatives of the state strap down a defenseless individual and fill his veins with lethal chemicals or create an electrical arc from his skull to the soles of his feet? My friend the warden believed the contradictions were such that no sane person could quite assimilate them. On the far side of the swamp, a bolt of lightning leaped from the earth and quivered whitely in a pool of clouds at the top of the sky. I felt the day's events wash through me in a wave of fatigue. And then the phone rang in the living room, and I went inside to answer it. It was Mr. Lemon, the manager of Cleet's apartment complex. A lady named Mrs. LeBlanc lives next door to Mr. Purcell. I saw her after you left, and I asked if she had seen him. She said he told her he had rented a camp at Bayou Benoit. And I'm afraid that's not all. She said a man had been looking in Mr. Purcell's window. She was disturbed at first. Then she recognized the man as a Bible salesman she knew. He told her he was delivering a Bible to Mr. Purcell, but hadn't been able to find him, so she told him where Mr. Purcell was. What you've told me is very helpful, Mr. Lemon. Unfortunately, there's more. When she looked out her window, she saw a red pickup truck follow the Bible salesman out of the parking lot. Then she noticed the man driving the truck didn't turn on his lights until he was out on the road. She had seen this man earlier. He had a pair of binoculars. She's quite concerned she put either Mr. Purcell or the salesman in harm's way. She and you have done all the right things, Mr. Lemon. Tell her not to worry. I hung up the receiver and tried to think. Linda Zaraski had been murdered on Bayou Benoit. The nightclub where baby Huey Lagneau worked was on Bayou Benoit, as was Legion Guidry's camp. Of all the places Cleet would choose for a tryst, it would have to be there. I headed my truck for Bayou Benoit. I didn't realize until I had driven over a mile down the road that I had a passenger with me. I looked into the rearview mirror and saw the face of the ex-soldier staring at me through the back window. I swerved to the side of the road and got out. He climbed out of the camper shell, bare-chested, a crucifix and a GI can opener hung around his neck. The motor on your refrigerator kept me awake. I got in your camper to sleep. I'll walk back, no big deal. He reached inside the shell and retrieved a pillow and his shirt. His face was beaded with raindrops. Hop in front, Doc. Let's take a ride up country. We drove up Bayou Teche, through Louisville and waving fields of sugarcane that flickered with lightning. Then I saw the nightclub where baby Huey bartended, the neon beer signs glowing in the rain, the empty parking lot lighted by flood lamps. I left the ex-soldier in the truck and went inside. Baby Huey was at the end of the bar on the phone, his back to me. His hair was wet, his pink shirt spotted with raindrops. He hung up when he saw me. Huey, I'm looking for Joe Zaraski's niece and a friend of mine named Cleet Purcell. I think you are, too. You lie to me, you're going to be sharing accommodations with T. Bobby Hewlin. He bit his lip and bunched the bar cloth in his huge hand. Use your head, partner. We're on the same side. Mr. Joe called earlier. He thought his niece and her boyfriend had probably rented a camp somewhere. He asked me if I knowed who rented camps hereabouts. I called a friend of mine runs a bait shop back up the road. He said a guy with a Cadillac convertible like the one Mr. Joe described was in there this afternoon.
My friend said this guy and the woman with him was staying in a camp just the other side of the levee, so I drove on down there. You ain't gonna want to hear this. The guy who lives next door to the camp, he ain't the kind of guy I got a real good relationship with the law or dials 911 a lot, know what I mean? He said a big white guy in swim trunks and a Marine Corps cap was cleaning fish on the porch in back when a guy dressed like a cowboy drove into the yard. He said the guy in swim trunks was talking loud and shaking his fish knife at the cowboy, but my friend couldn't see it too good 'cause the house was in the way. A few minutes later, the woman drove away with the cowboy. The woman was driving and the big guy in swim trunks wasn't nowhere around. My friend thought he might have been in the trunk of the car. A red pickup was parked down the road from the camp. It followed the Cadillac over the levee. My friend thought it looked just like the pickup Legion drive.
I used a payphone in the corner and called Helen Swallow at her house. I described all the events that had occurred since I had seen her late that afternoon.
Marvin was wearing red and green cowboy boots, Dave? Same color as the cowboy in the bar where Frankie Doggs got hit? Why did Legion pick today to go after Cleet?
He thinks Cleet is with Barbara. Barbara stood up to him in the Western store. He wants to get them both at one time.
What do you want me to do, Dave?
Nothing right now. I saw an abandoned church on Pecan Island that reminded me of the lyrics in a song Marvin Oates is always quoting from. The church has a sign on it that says 12 Disciples Assembly. Is that just coincidence?
Marvin used to stay with a preacher there when his mother was on a bender. I think the preacher was the only person who ever treated him decent.
I'm going to head down there.
You sound a little strung out, Dave. You're not having the wrong kind of thoughts, are you?
No, everything's copacetic here, Helen.
But when I hung up, my hands were tingling with fatigue, my mouth dry, my hair damp with sweat, as though my old courtship with the malarial mosquito had taken new life in my blood. I was burning up inside my raincoat, and I took it off before I got back into the truck and put my sap, handcuffs, and extra magazine on the seat beside my holstered .45. Then I turned the truck around and headed south toward Pecan Island. The crucifix on the chest of the ex-soldier shone in the dashboard light.
I don't have time to take you back home. What's your real name, Doc?
Sal Angelo.
You sure about that?
Pretty sure.
He grinned sleepily, then rested his head on his pillow and closed his eyes.
It wasn't far to the deserted church now. The rain had slackened, and a crack of veiled moonlight shone among the clouds like a dirty green vapor that had been sucked out of the Gulf during the storm. I could feel myself descending into that subterranean place in the mine where the gargoyles frolic. The case against Marvin Oates for the murder of Linda Zarowski was tenuous. Even if Marvin had harmed Cleet and Zerelden was in possession of the 9mm that had killed Frankie Doggs, the right defense attorney could put him and his hush-puppy accent on a stand and have a jury of daytime soap opera fans touching tears from their cheeks. But my real thoughts were on Legion Guidry and the women he had molested and raped and the methodical beating he had given me. In my mind's eye, I once again saw his face lean down into my vision, his hand gripping my hair, his lips fastening on mine, his tongue probing my mouth. Then I swear I could taste the tobacco in his saliva and the tiny strings of decayed meat impacted in his teeth. I felt my stomach constrict. I rolled down the window and cleared my throat and spit into the darkness. When I rolled up the window and wiped my mouth, I realized Sal Angelo was awake, watching me.
That guy who hurt you is down here, ain't he? Remember what I told you about making yourself the executioner? It's like your soul travels out of your body. Then it can't find its way back. That's when you forget who you are. Anyway, our story is already written. You can't change it. I hit a deep rut and a curtain of gray water splashed across the windshield.
I looked across the seat and saw him raise his head off his chest and open his eyes as though awakening from a deep sleep. What did you just say? I didn't say nothing, Lute. I was knocked out. Where are we, anyway? While Zerelda drove the Cadillac, Marvin sat hunched forward in the passenger seat, wired to the eyes, sweating, licking his lips, breathing through his nose like a frightened child, she thought, with a 9mm Beretta resting on his thigh. She watched the country slip by them, the cows bunched under trees, a tree of lightning pulsing in the clouds. She felt Cleet's weight shift in the trunk. It was the first time he had moved since Marvin had forced him to sit in the trunk, then had picked up a thick piece of steel pipe. Marvin took a ragged breath of air and looked hard at the side of her face, his eyes narrowing. Then, for no apparent reason, he reached across the seat and fastened his fingers on the back of her neck, sinking his fingers deep into the tendons. "You make me mad." He lifted his fingers from her neck and touched her hair. Then he put both his hands in the Beretta between his legs and sat very still, his chest rising and falling. "Marvin, no one meant to hurt you. Don't talk down to me. Not ever again. 'Cause that's what you been doing since the beginning. I don't like that. Then maybe you should get a life and stop feeling sorry for yourself." Too late. She knew it was the wrong thing to say. She heard him make a grinding sound in his throat, then he struck her across the mouth with the back of his hand. He grabbed the wheel and hit her again. "Now you steer the car and don't make me do what I'm thinking. Pull over." She took her foot off the accelerator and felt the weight of the Cadillac slow, a tire touch on the shoulder of the road. She heard Cleet kick solidly against the hatch. Marvin waited until a pickup truck passed, then flung open the door and walked to the rear of the vehicle. "Shut up in there!" Through the back seat she heard Cleet's voice. "Tell you what, Pinhead, pop the hatch and I'll take you in without scrubbing out the toilet with your face the way Frankie Doggs did." Marvin stepped back from the vehicle. "Suck on this." He fired a round into the hatch, the muzzle flash sparking into the darkness. Legion Guidry watched the Cadillac float into the curves ahead of him, the rain blowing in a vapor off the rear wheels. He put a fresh cigarette in his mouth and removed the lighter from the dashboard and pressed the red coils against the tobacco. He could hear the crisp sound of the paper burning as he inhaled. The smell of something burning on hot metal gave him a vague sense of satisfaction, one he could not quite define, but it traveled pleasantly down into his loins. He hadn't figured out the connection between the kid in the cowboy hat and Purcell and the woman yet. He had seen the kid clearly in his binoculars for perhaps 30 seconds, just enough to recognize him. He'd never gotten his binoculars adequately on the woman, but he knew she had to be that slut Barbara Shanahan, who walked around town with a pissed-off look like her shit didn't stink, whom he'd watched through a window while she mounted Purcell and stroked his sex like a whore before she put it inside her. His blackjack and .38 were in his glove compartment. He popped it open and removed the .38 and laid it on the passenger seat where it vibrated with the motion of the truck. After Robichaud had thrown it in his unflushed toilet bowl, he'd had to wash it with a garden hose outside, then take it apart and soak it in gasoline overnight before reassembling and oiling the parts. But the gasoline had softened the bluing which came off on his cleaning rag and streaked and dulled the uniform blue steel shine that had defined the pistol he had always been proud to own. But Robichaud gonna have his day too, he told himself. Maybe Perry LaSalle, too, who Legion had convinced himself was writing a book exposing Legion as a blackmailer and molester of Negro field women and the murder of a New York journalist. Because he had convinced himself that the educated, the well-traveled, the technologically sophisticated all belonged to the same club, one that had excluded him for a lifetime,
treating him little differently from the Negroes, serving him his food in their backyards, on tin plates and in jelly jars that were kept in a special cabinet for people of color and white trash. But no one could say he hadn't gotten even. He could not count the field women whom he had sexually degraded and demoralized, and whom he had left his seed so their bastard children would be a daily visual reminder of what a plantation white man could do to a plantation black woman whenever he wanted. Nor could he count the black men whom he had made fear his blackjack as they would fear Satan himself, making each of them a lifetime enemy of all white people.
Zerelda drove where Marvin pointed, down a winding road bordered with ditches brimming with rainwater to a dirt driveway that led past a church whose roof was embedded with a fallen persimmon tree. They passed a house that was stacked inside with baled hay, and Marvin told her to park behind the house in a stand of slash pines and water oaks.
"I got a place fixed up for us in the house. Food and soda, bedrolls, a mess of board games. I didn't forget anything, I don't think. Anything you want to do, till I can get rid of him." He nodded toward the trunk. "I'm going to hide the Cadillac in a barn back in them trees. I'll borrow a car for us till I can buy us one in Texas. We'll cross into Mexico the other side of Laredo. I'd like to have kids with you, Zerelda, but you're going to have to change your attitude about a lot of things."
"Are you insane? I wouldn't let you touch the parings from my toenails."
"See? That's what I mean. It's being around them Sicilian criminals all your life. They give you that potty mouth."
He pulled the keys out of the ignition and stepped out into the drizzle, the Beretta hanging from his right hand. She could smell the odor of ozone and humus and evaporated salt in the air and the drenched earth out in the sugarcane fields, a fecund heaviness she had always associated with life and birth. Then the wind changed, and an execrable stench struck her face like a fist. "God, what is that?"
"It's them pigs. They shouldn't be pinned up like that. Fact is, I'm going to turn them poor critters out right now."
He walked to the hog pen and kicked down the rails on one side, then threw dirt clouds at the hogs to spook them into the woods. But they milled in circles, grunting, and stayed inside the pen. He watched them, perplexed, and sprayed an atomizer of breath freshener into his mouth. Then he saw Zerelda walking toward the road. She felt his hand clench her arm and turn her back toward the house.
"You're a handful, woman. I'm going to need to keep an eye on you."
She looked at his chiseled profile, the smoothness of his complexion, his country boy good looks, and the vacuous serenity in his eyes, and she wondered, almost desperately, who lived inside his skin, whom she should address herself to. But she realized his attention was diverted now, that he was staring at a pickup truck that had stopped on the road and was backing up to the small wood bridge over the rain ditch. He chewed on his lip, hesitating only a moment, then pushed the Beretta inside her blouse, flat against her back, and began walking with it toward the truck.
"Just smile at this fellow while he talks. We'll tell him what he needs to hear, and he'll go on about his business."
She watched a man in a straw hat and khaki shirt and trousers get out of the truck, a lighted cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. He looked up and down the road, as though lost, then approached them, his boots hollow-sounding on the wood bridge that spanned the rain ditch. He puffed on his cigarette and looked down the road, bemused. "Y'all been fucking? I ain't caught y'all fucking, huh?" Both Marvin and Zerelda looked at the man, stupefied. The man then reached out, his cigarette still in his mouth, and grabbed Marvin by his shirt and ripped him away from Zerelda, the Beretta tangling under her blouse, falling to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the man removed a blackjack from his side pocket and whipped it down between Marvin's eyes, then across the side and back of his skull as though he were driving nails in wood. Marvin was unconscious before he hit the ground. Zerelda's mouth hung open.
Where's Barbara Shanahan at, bitch?
Shanahan? His fist seemed to explode in the center of her face. The rain had stopped altogether when I came around the curve and saw the wood-framed church. I parked on the side of the road and cut the headlights. There were no vehicles in the yard or out in the trees, at least none that I could see, but the wood bridge over the rain ditch was stenciled with fresh tire tracks. An irregular, cacophonous noise, like a tractor mower idling and misfiring, sounded through the woods. I slipped my .45 out of its holster and opened the door of my truck and motioned to Sal Angelo. I'll be back in a few minutes. That don't sound too good, Lute. I think I'd better come along. He got out of the truck and grinned. As we crossed the bridge, Sal stooped down and picked up a Beretta 9mm lying by a puddle of water. He tapped the mud out of the barrel and used his shirt tail to wipe the mud off the grips and hammer and trigger guard, then pulled the slide far back enough to see the bright brass glint of a round already seated in the chamber. I extended my hand for him to give me the gun, but he only grinned and shook his head. The moon looked like a piece of burnt pewter inside the clouds now, and in the pale light it gave off, I could see hogs rooting on the edge of a flooded woods. I walked on ahead of Sal, past the church and the house where the preacher must have once lived, the sound of a gasoline or diesel-powered engine growing louder. On the far side of a 3-sided tin shed, someone turned on a lantern of some kind, one that exuded a dull white luminescence. Out in the trees, I could see Cleet's Cadillac convertible and Legion's red pickup truck. The hatch to the Cadillac was open, gaping, the trunk empty. I bent down, the .45 gripped in 2 hands, and got closer to the shed and looked through the back window at the collection of tar cookers and road graders and bulldozers that had been stored there by a parish maintenance group. A battery-powered Coleman lantern burned on the ground, the humidity in the air almost iridescent in the glow of the neon tubing. Legion Guidry was filling a bucket from a water tap. Marvin Oates lay unconscious on the ground, his hair matted with straw and mud. Close by, Zerelda sat against a wood post. Her wrists were bound behind the post with electrician's tape. But it was Cleet Purcell who was obviously in the most serious jeopardy. He was slumped over by the lantern, his head hanging down, his eyes half shut with trauma and blood loss, the back of his shirt a dark red. A tree-shedding machine idled on the outer edge of the shed, the ejection funnel aimed out into the darkness, the entry chute that fed into the blades pointed back at Cleet. Legion turned off the tap and threw the bucket of water into Marvin's face. "Get up, boy. You fixin' to help me make some pig food, you." Marvin blew water out of his nostrils and mouth and pushed himself up on his hands. "Pick up the other side of that shithog. He going in the grinder. You be good, maybe you won't end up there, too." I started to stand up straight to move around the edge of the shed where I could have a clear shot at Legion. But I felt an open handcuff come down on my right wrist, the steel tongue ratcheting into lock. Sal locked the other end of the cuffs on a water pipe that elbowed out of the shed into the ground. My handcuff key was in my right pocket, and I couldn't reach it with my left hand. I tried to grab his arm as he walked away from me, but he only turned and grinned, lifting a finger to his lips. Sal rounded the corner of the shed and aimed a Beretta with both hands at Legion's chest. Legion released Cleet's arm, his eyes focusing on Sal as though recognizing an old enemy. "Where you come from, you?" "Looks like you've been causing folks a lot of grief. Time for you to check out, Jack. I don't mean boogie on down the road, either." Legion stepped backwards, tripping over the water bucket, his .38 revolver pushed down in his belt, a loud hiss rising from his throat. Then he bolted for the woods. Sal began shooting, the recoil of the Beretta jerking against his wrist, sparks flying from the barrel.
I had worked my right pants pocket inside out with my left hand now, and I inserted my handcuff key into the lock on my wrist and ran around the corner of the shed with my .45. I could see Legion running through the woods toward the bay, hogs scattering around him, while Sal fired all 10 rounds from the Beretta. A bolt of lightning struck the bay or the woods, I couldn't tell which, and I saw Legion's silhouette in the illumination, like a piece of scorched tin. Then the woods were dark again, and I saw Cleet looking up at me in the glow of the Coleman lantern, his face white, a smile at the corner of his mouth.
"Better hook up the pinhead, big man."
I cuffed Marvin Oates and put him on the ground, then knelt down and used my pocket knife to cut the tape on Zerelda's wrists. A pair of headlights bounced across the wood bridge over the rain ditch, levering up and down as the car came too fast across the ground. Then Joe Zarowski's Chrysler braked by the shed, and Joe and baby Huey got out on each side. Joe wore a pair of tight slacks and a form-fitting strap undershirt, his flat chest rising and falling, his vascular arms pumped. He studied his niece's battered face and stroked her hair. Then he looked down at Marvin Oates. A small chrome-plated automatic pistol protruded from his pocket. "This is the man who beat my daughter to death? We're going to have a problem here, Joe. I asked you if this is a piece of shit who killed my Linda." "Yes, sir. I think he probably is." Joe stared at Marvin a long time, the nails of his right hand cutting into his palm. His nostrils whitened around the rims, and his hand floated toward his pants pocket. "Joe." He removed a handkerchief from his back pocket and reached down to Marvin's face with it. "He's got a runny nose. It ain't nice to look at. You ought to wipe it for him." When he finished, he threw the handkerchief on the ground. 20 minutes later, Helen Swallow and I watched the paramedics load Cleet and Zerelda into an ambulance and take them to an emergency receiving room in Abbeville. The sky was still churning with black clouds, the air loud with crickets and the sound of tree frogs. I looked for the ex-soldier named Sal Angelo, but found him nowhere. The last I had seen him, he had walked into the trees, but I could not remember seeing him come out. The coroner and several Vermilion Parish deputies were deep in the woods, almost to the bay, their flashlights bouncing off the trees and scrub brush. When they came out, they carried a zipped body bag. The bag looked heavy, sagging in the center. There were no wounds in Guidry's body. His boots were blown off his feet as if he had been hit by lightning. But he didn't go out alone. He had been floating around with a bunch of dead pigs. It's winter now, and Cleet Purcell and I hunt ducks out on Whiskey Bay like two duffers who have no need to share their war stories anymore and are more interested in the sunrise than the number of birds they knock out of the sky. Barbara Shanahan left town with Perry LaSalle, bound for the Pacific Rim, where cheap labor is called outsourcing, and Perry plans to start up a half-dozen new canneries. Whenever Barbara's name is mentioned in conversation, Cleet's eyes crinkle fondly, and no one ever guesses the nature of the thorn that was left in his heart. In November, the same month Jimmy Dean Stiles was sentenced to death and T. Bobby Hewlin to life, the Easter Bunny returned to New Iberia and creeped the mayor's house. The next night, he robbed the home of a notorious ex-Klansman and candidate for the U.S. Senate on Lake Pontchartrain, while the ex-Klansman was promoting his most recent anti-Semitic book in Russia. A week later, the ex-Klansman's bank statements and record of receipts from his donors were mailed to the IRS and FBI. Marvin Oates was convicted of kidnapping, felony assault, and second-degree homicide in the death of Frankie Doggs, but he skated on the murder of Linda Zarowski. Whenever pressed about his crimes, he sang the lyrics from I'm using my Bible for a road map, and stared with eyes that seemed incapable of guile or even momentary retention of violent thoughts. I never again saw the ex-soldier who called himself Sal Angelo. I didn't want to think any more about his coming to New Iberia, virtually out of nowhere, dressed in rags and madness, or his claim that it was he who carried me on his back out of the elephant grass and loaded me onto a helicopter bound for battalion aid. What did it matter who he was, I told myself. Legion Guidry was dead, and I was glad. Let my friend keep his tattered mystique, and let Vietnam remain a decaying memory, I told myself. But eventually, I put in an information request with the Veterans Administration. A soldier named Sal Angelo from Staten Island, New York, had indeed been a medic in my outfit and had served in the same area as I in late 1964 and early 1965. But 1 month after I was hit, he had been killed 10 miles from the Laotian border. It's been a wet and foggy winter this year, good for the ducks and me and Cleet and for dinners and parties at the house. But sometimes amid the gaiety in our living room, I look out at the swamp in the failing light, the denuded cypress and wisps of moss stark against the sky, and I think about a black field woman of years ago, and old man Julian, and the moments of genuine love they probably shared. And I think about a bullet-rent and sun-faded battle flag encased in glass like the dried blood of a saint, and I wonder if there is any way to adequately describe the folly that causes us to undo all the great gifts of both earth and heaven. But those concerns are fleeting ones now, and when they occur during my workday, I concentrate on hunting down the Easter Bunny, the trickster in our midst, the buffoon and miscreant who lives in us all and allows us to laugh at evil and ourselves. I don't think it's a bad way to go.